Imagine a world where you can see every sin a person has ever committed, written in blood above their head. As a child, Mide witnessed a murderer's execution, but above the killer's head, he saw something no one else could: names of every victim he'd ever killed. That's when he realized he could see sins. Years later, Mide becomes a mercenary, dragged into the hero's party to defeat the Demon King. But there's a problem. Every one of his holy teammates carries blood-red sins above their heads, even the hero himself. And the hero's number isn't just big, it's terrifying. 148 million victims. The entire population of the continent. When Mide finally pieces it together, the truth hits like lightning. The so-called hero isn't a savior. He's the real villain. After a brutal final battle, the Demon King is killed, but Mide learns the truth. The hero had already murdered the real chosen one and taken his place. He's been deceiving the world, and now he plans to rule it using the Demon King's heart. Cornered, betrayed, and dying, Mide exposes the hero's secret to the entire continent, then is wiped out in an instant. But death isn't the end. Mide wakes up 7 years in the past, armed with his power to see sins and a mysterious voice that can reveal secrets. He sets out to rewrite destiny. This time, he'll rise before the false hero does, build his fame, expose every lie, and become the true hero himself.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When I was 7, our territory held a public execution. It wasn't the sort of spectacle you see for any ordinary criminal. This prisoner was different. He was a serial killer, responsible for dozens of murders over 7 years. His motive made no sense, some twisted hobby only he understood. Nobody wanted him spared. The Lord ordered a public execution and openly invited people to watch. "Mide, it's time to go," my mother said. She didn't want to watch, but in the mood sweeping the territory, refusing was close to dangerous. Someone from our village had been one of his victims. So we went. I held her hand, and she told me to cover my eyes. The crowd felt like the whole territory had turned up. The Lord stood watching while the executioner read the man's crimes aloud. This man arrived here 7 years ago and worked as a butcher. He slaughtered 6 people there. The victims are as follows. He read the names, and the crowd reacted with screams and curses. Then something strange caught my eye. Above the prisoner's head, his face wrapped in a sack, words were forming. Not written by hand. They looked smeared on an invisible surface in dark red, as if painted with blood and slowly dripping. I clutched my mother's hand. "Mide, it's okay. I'm right here," she said. "Mom, don't you see that?" I asked. "I told you not to look," she replied and covered my eyes, thinking I meant the man. I wriggled free. "You really don't see it? Is it just me?" She asked what I meant. The letters were clear. "Has sinned against my kin now and 31 others." What did that mean? Why could I see it? The executioner went on. The man had later worked as the Lord's gardener and murdered maids and stewards. The executioner named my kin now. The prisoner, shouting through the sack, mocked them. "My kin, huh? That was my most thrilling kill. You tracked me down using clues from that corpse, didn't you?" People in the crowd were furious, but I stared at the words. The panel above his head grew in the vague, and 31 others resolved into dozens of names. Dryan Layla, Hans Fawn, Rian Deek, Eisenthral, Darkest Meme. It hit me. Those were the people he had killed. I just heard those names read out. The Lord slammed his armrest. "That's enough. Carry out the execution." The noose tightened. The trapdoor dropped. The man thrashed until he went limp. Afterward, my mother sighed. That was hard to watch. "Are you okay, Mide?" "Yeah," I said. I was about to tell her about the words, but she spoke first. "It should have been your father here instead of me." Times like these make his absence feel heavier. Ugh, what am I saying in front of a child? My father had been a hunter, well known in the village. He had been torn apart by a bear on his last hunt. I started to leave, but then I noticed something hovering above my mother's head. Has sinned against Mide Mohan and 7 others. The name was written in the same dark red. It was my father's name. 20 years later, the world had changed. The 5th Demon King had descended, and I had become part of the heroes' party destined to face that Demon King. One night, after we had cleared the demon army and were left with only the final battle, Nerl Slain woke me. "Mide, wake up. It's your turn." "Call me Nuna," she scolded when I called her Andy. I got up with a headache from the old dream. Nerl sat beside me. "Looks like you had a bad dream. A bad memory came back. It feels bad to dream that the night before the final battle. I should sit out tomorrow. That might help the party's unity," she said. She teased me about keeping to myself. "You don't trust anyone in this party, do you?" "How can I trust them? I can see people's sins. If I ever spot my name or someone connected to me among them, I investigate. I always find the truth. I always make them pay." I glanced at Nerl. Above her head it read, "Has sinned against Mayanerica and 287 others." That number made the lunatic I saw as a child look small. It wasn't just her. For a group meant to save the world, the names and numbers floating above every member told a different story. Heartwarming speeches about comradeship were hard to swallow when you could see the tally of blood linked to the people around you. Nerl kept talking. "No one will like someone who can't show trust first." She shrugged. "We were brought together out of necessity. Once the Demon King is dead, we'll go our separate ways. Some of them plan to stay together after this quest. I'm not one of them." She looked at Kaled Wake, asleep nearby, our hero, the 5th to rise whenever a Demon King appeared. Nerl's face went cold. "You don't like Kaled?" "Who knows?" she said. "I've lived a long time. My emotions have worn thin. What matters is results." She admitted Kaled hadn't shown true hero qualities. I laughed because my instincts told me the same. That night, she asked what I distrusted about him. I opened my mouth, but I never told anyone about my gift. I never told my mother either. After Nerl went back to sleep, I stared at Kaled's face. Above it, the crimson letters read, "Has sinned against Bayan Coons and 148,304,291 others." About 148 million people. The entire continent. I had no idea what that meant or whether my name appeared among those victims. I dug like a mad dog and still couldn't find out. What the hell had he done? The night our party first became whole, when I joined as the last member, Kaled suggested we bury our pasts. "Let's bury our pasts," he said. I had already decided I was going to ask him who Bayan Coons was. When multiple names appear in the bloody letters I see, there's an order. The higher a name sits, the harder it is to learn what the sin actually was. In other words, the top names hide the deepest secrets. Kaled's name sat highest above one name in particular. That bastard had committed the most hidden sin against Bayan Coons out of more than 148 million wrongs. How could I not ask? Kaled met my eyes like he had expected me to speak. "Not everyone has lived a life full of glorious deeds, you know. Are you saying that because of me?" I asked. Nerl raised an eyebrow. Kaled shook his head like the idea was ridiculous. "Of course not. This applies to everyone here. Now that we face the Demon King, our shared enemy, we cannot afford to argue about each other's pasts. If anyone tries to stir up conflict, I will expel them from the party in the name of the hero." That line sealed it. The reward for killing the Demon King was massive. I had plans for that money. I nodded, last and reluctant. The others agreed, easily, starstruck and full of faith. "Fine, but after we kill the Demon King, there's something I want to ask," I said. "Especially you, Kaled." He smiled so brightly I felt the glare. "Ask anything," he said. At that moment, I decided I could wait. The Demon King had to die. Only the hero could kill him. I would play my part, but I would never trust Kaled completely. "You? I'll never trust you to the end." Years later, nothing had changed. Even now, on the battlefield's edge, I trusted him as little as ever. "Finish it, Kaled," I shouted, probably the first time I'd ever raised my voice like that. My teammates, bloodied and barely standing, looked at me in shock. Whatever. The priority was the Demon King's head. Kaled composed himself and replied, "It's rare to hear you yell like that. Quit the nonsense. Just do it." He swung. The hero's sword became a blur. The demon king of lies and deceit, Idria, fell. The head hit the ground with a final sound. We did it. That's our hero. It's finally over. They cheered. They laughed with relief. Kel did not join them. He stood staring at the corpse. I was the only one watching his back. Saran, heal me. I'm dying, someone begged. Sorry, I'm out of divine power. Anyone have a potion? Another answered. No way. We used everything. They looked to me. I shrugged. I used mine too. Then Kale spoke from where he stood, his back still turned. So no healing left then? Something cold hit me. You did not use a single item during the fight. You must have stockpiles. Share them. Kale turned slowly and produced a pouch. He began pulling out legendary items, things said to raise the dead. Lissel gaped. You defeated the Demon King without using a single item? As expected of the hero. First, heal Saran, someone urged. Kale answered. The hero died from the start. Silence slammed across the camp. Faces went blank. I had already figured it out. You don't mean. Mide Mohan, Kale said, looking at me. My final companion. The one who's known me the shortest, but doubted me the most. Of course you'd be the first to figure out. He began to taunt me, but I kept my voice steady. He had lied to 148 million people. He had committed the sin of falsehood. Then I said the name I had been dying to ask. Bayan Coons. His expression changed. How do you know that name? He demanded. You answer me, I said. Only a true hero can kill the Demon King. That is an unchanging truth. If you're not the hero, the Demon King is not dead. Kale smiled in a way that did not fit the moment. Then he leaned over the Demon King's chest, plunged his hand into the wound, and pulled out the heart, the core. As you said, only a true hero can destroy this core, he told me. But why should I destroy it? With this core, I can control every monster on the continent, he said. I intend to put it to better use. A hero needs a crisis. If peace comes, the world will no longer need a hero. We would be forgotten. The Empire must always be in crisis, so it always needs me. He smiled as if that logic were noble. It was monstrous. He planned to use the core to unleash monsters in cycles, then play savior and be worshipped forever, unconcerned with how much blood that would cost. Once you're all dead, everything will be buried in darkness, he said. If you won't answer my question, that's fine. Goodbye. I reached into my cloak. I had planned for this. I would never have trusted him without a way to act. In my hand was a communication orb, an old long-distance device by Archmage Ioriotics. Kale's eyes went wide. You never trusted me, I said. So I made preparations. This orb links to guilds across the continent, major nobles, even the emperor. Your confession just now was heard by them all. Kale snarled. Mide, you bastard. You said the continent needs a crisis. Well, now you're the crisis. Then I revealed the lie I had kept. I had spare potions. I had lied about our resources to see how he would behave. I pulled out the bottles and handed them to the party. Drink, I ordered. They drank. Fury replaced despair. Strength returned. The tide flipped. Kale raged. If you did not exist, everything would have gone perfectly. I will kill you. His former allies stepped between us without hesitation. Their faces were hard. If you want to kill Mide, you'll have to go through me first, one said. Kale flinched. Neril looked at me with a smug twist on her mouth. In the end, you were right. You live up to your name. That was how it turned out. The tables reversed. For a wild, dangerous moment, it felt like justice had a chance. Then everything that followed was worse than any of us imagined. Suddenly, the core that Kale was holding began to vibrate. It pierced into Kale's body in an instant. What the hell? Kale writhed in agony. Blood gushed from every hole. His eyes, nose, mouth, thick and dark red. A few seconds later, his eyes had turned golden. And with Kale's voice, but not his voice, he spoke. What a dull conclusion. What the hell are you? Did you think I played dead just to watch it end like this? I merely stepped off the stage for a moment to become part of the audience, but I was so disgusted, I climbed right back on. You're all fired. Actors who can't entertain their audience have no reason to exist. Someone muttered in a daze. The Demon King. The demon king of lies and deception, Idria. No, wait. His head had clearly been cut off. No, I'm the one who said we shouldn't assume that was enough to kill him. But to come back to life so quickly? And he says he voluntarily stepped down from the stage because he wanted to watch how we played around? Kale's schemes, my desperate struggle. Were they just entertainment for him? Lies must be eternal. A lie that doesn't last, a lie that gets exposed, is no longer a lie. That one named Mide did something I despise most. He'll have to pay. I'm not the forgiving type. The demon king of lies and deception, Idria, raised his index finger. And at that very moment, flash, it felt like something struck my pupils. Neryl whipped her head around and screamed, "Mide, get off!" But she couldn't finish her sentence. Her entire body disintegrated in an instant, vanishing, just like the other party members, just like me. Ah, I see. Only a true hero can kill the Demon King. But the real hero, Brian Coons, is dead. Kale killed him, which means from that moment, the continent's fate was already sealed. Stupid bastard Kale. If you deceive the entire continent, then you should have taken responsibility for it. If you couldn't, you should never have killed the real hero, Brian Coons. Because of you, all my glorious retirement plans were destroyed. If it were me, I wouldn't have done that. Then what would you have done? I'd have taken responsibility. I would have actually killed the Demon King. Not stepped off the stage. I would have thrown him out of the whole damn theater. Oh, but wasn't the Demon King only able to be killed by the true hero? Then I'll become the true hero myself. I burst out laughing the moment I said it. Become a hero? What the hell does that even mean? A hero is someone blessed by the gods to oppose the Demon King. A miracle determined from the start. Kale was still a fool, but even if I were in his place, nothing would have changed. But the voice rejected my thoughts. That's an excellent idea. What? Become the hero. Not a half-wit like Kale, but a real hero. Now that I think about it, this is kind of a weird thing to say at this point, but who are you? And with that thought, my memory cut off. Whoosh. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was brilliant flames. So it really is hell. Through my eyes, I can't see the sins I've committed. Still, I thought I'd try to live sincerely and decently, but I guess that wasn't enough. I let out a small sigh. The flames of hell, huh? They really are scarily ho. They're not? The flames are weaker than I expected. Rather than hot, they feel warm. What the hell? Is this some kind of special section of hell reserved for model prisoners? It's a campfire, not hell. Startled, I jumped to my feet. The scenery slowly came into focus. A deep forest, thick trees, and underbrush. From the chill, it looked to be somewhere between fall and winter. Get full chapters from velfire.net. Let's have a little talk. Then came a heavy voice, echoing in my ears. Huh? WH, what is this? Calm down. You try calming down in this situation. What is this? Calm down. You try calming down. The voice chose silence. I wandered about, breathing heavily, and after a while I finally calmed down. Then I quietly sat down and crossed my legs. Phew, to think you got me so worked up. You're not ordinary, are you? I didn't even do anything. Ever since I started mercenary work, it's been a while since I met someone of your caliber. In honor of your skill, I'll spare you a moment for conversation. Even now, you won't admit you got excited all on your own. What the hell are you? Why don't you show yourself first? The voice replied calmly. Don't you already know? You can tell where my voice is coming from. And besides, you're not speaking out loud either. Anyway, take a look at this. I summoned every ounce of my life experience and mental discipline to barely keep my expression from faltering. What is this? A translucent screen floated in front of my eyes. At the top, it read, How to become a hero. You could be a hero too. User, Mide Mohan. Level, Novice. Reputation points to next level. 120/1000. The voice returned. Didn't you say this before you died? Then I'll become the true hero myself. I did. But just saying it doesn't make it happen, does it? Wanting it, trying, none of that matters. Who says it doesn't? I mean, heroes are chosen by divine prophecy. Then how do you explain that Kale, or whatever his name was, became a hero? That bastard wasn't even a real hero, which is why he couldn't kill the Demon King. Half right, half wrong. He was a half-baked hero. In other words, he was half a proper hero. I don't get it. You said a hero is someone who receives an oracle, right? But that doesn't mean the gods of the heavens directly bestow the power of a hero. The oracle's role is simply to inform everyone that this person is a hero so that they can build up fame. The fact that a god personally guarantees it is what makes an ordinary person a hero. It's only half making sense. The voice continued on calmly. In other words, what makes someone a hero is the recognition and belief of the people on this continent. I call that fame. You're saying someone becomes a real hero just because people believe he is? Yeah, sounds easy, right? Of course, it's easier said than done. Gaining that belief and recognition, in other words, building fame, is a grueling task. We're not just talking about a knight commander or general here, but a hero. You need to build a truly unparalleled level of fame. Well, you don't have to understand it all right away. You can learn it step by step. For now, just memorize the main point. To become a hero, you need to accumulate fame. Fame, huh? It didn't quite click with any strong sense of conviction. And just then, Russell, along with the sound of bushes being disturbed, someone's voice rang out. Haha, what do we have here? Seriously, boss, our luck's finally turning around. Hey there, I'm not asking for much. Just leave us two things, the money pouch and your head. Before I knew it, more than 20 rough-looking thugs had surrounded me. Wait a second. Déjà vu. I'm sure I've seen this scene before, long ago. Of course you have. It happened 7 years ago. What are you talking about now? It means we've gone back in time. The Demon King hasn't even appeared in the world yet. What did you say? Calm down. Would you be calm in this situation? This again. Anyway, just like the voice said, I clearly remember this scene. 7 years ago, when I was starting to make a name for myself as a wandering mercenary. I've been staying in one place too long and was about to move on to the next territory when I ran into this scene. To put it simply, it was your typical group of bandits. TCH, look at the punk flinch. Don't worry. Our bro's got a sharp blade. Won't hurt a bit. Got any last words? They sneered as they slowly closed in on me. Just like I did 7 years ago, I instinctively checked the blood letters over their heads. My name's not on any of them. As expected, what were you planning to do if it was? I'd have made sure to destroy them more thoroughly and mercilessly. I don't forgive anyone who commits a crime against me. But wait a second. Do you even understand what I'm saying? Can you see the letters too? No idea what you're talking about. I'm just reading your thoughts like usual. Yeah, sure. Usual. Just then, the most hot-headed looking guy charged at me. Die. Uho Warg. His laughter turned into a scream. Thud. I had launched a front kick straight into his stomach. He flew through the air and slammed into a giant tree. Boom. Whoosh. The tree, already weakened by the weight of deep autumn, couldn't withstand the impact and gave up its leaves. It wasn't until the fifth maple leaf landed on the fallen man's face that the rest of the bandits snapped back to their senses. What the hell, Drail? Bastard, what did you just do? I slowly lowered my raised leg and said, I was in the middle of interrogating this fool, you know? Don't interrupt. HM, are you talking about me? Come at me all at once. I'm already in a foul mood. When faced with an unbelievable situation, most people start with denial. Even though they had just seen a clear display of my skill, the idiots foamed to the mouth and charged. This bastard's hiding some moves, but it won't work? Irk. Die. GUH. Arrogant little heck. Dead. Het. Thwack. Swoosh. Who knows how many colorful screams rang out. After about 5 minutes, 20 grown men were sprawled on the ground before me. I casually dusted off my hands. The bandits sobbed like children and rolled around on the ground. Ugh, it hurts, it really hurts. Sniff. Mom. Grandma. I miss you. Shut up. At my final words, the wailing stopped. Now it was finally quiet. All right, let's continue the conversation. You're really something. Your skills are no joke. Doesn't match your appearance. That's kind of a backhanded compliment. I wasn't trying to hide it. Anyway, let's move. This isn't a good place to have a deep talk. I gathered my things and was about to put out the campfire. That's when the voice hurriedly stopped me. No, wait. Hold on a sec. You don't have to repeat yourself. I get the first time. You're just going to walk away from this golden opportunity. Opportunity. Aside from the look of it, even before the regression, you just beat those guys up and left. Try a different approach this time. Before your death, your total fame barely hit 10,000. Not even close to the soles of Kale's feet. If you live your life the same way as before, your fame will just hover around that same 10,000. I didn't know if 10,000 was high or not, but the transparent screen I saw earlier definitely said this. Fame points needed for next level, 120/1000. In other words, my current fame was 120. If this really was 7 years ago, then it was a time when I was already known in the field as a fairly skilled mercenary. And yet I only had 120. That made it easy to imagine just how impressive the 10,000 from right before my death was. But even that 10,000 wasn't enough to reach the soles of Kale's feet. Remember this, when raising your fame, you always need to consider the happiness of the greatest number of people. That's suddenly very philosophical. It's practical advice. In a single event, you need to bring happiness to as many people as possible. That's a shortcut to quickly raising your fame. Easy to say, but how am I supposed to know which choice makes the most people happy? I don't know the right answer either, but I can give you hints. At the word hint, my ears perked up. Listen carefully. Everyone has secrets they want to keep hidden, and I have the power to pull back the curtain on those secrets if the conditions are right. Conditions? It's nothing difficult. The name of the person, and the names of the people related to the secret they want to hide. That's all you need to know. Now that I think about it, it is a tough condition. Secrets are called secrets because they haven't come to light. Knowing the name of someone connected to an undisclosed secret, that's quite a challenge. No, it's not a difficult task for me. I looked at the blood letters above the heads of the ones sprawled on the ground. As expected of those who had been up to vile things, each of them had sinned against an average of 50 to 60 people. I focused on the names that showed up in common. Sinned against Rena McCreary and 52 others. Sinned against Rena McCreary and 68 others. Sinned against Rena McCreary and there were a few exceptions, but over 70% of them had the name Rena McCreary among their victims. She was even registered as a representative. In other words, it meant she was tied to the crime they most desperately wanted to keep hidden. I casually kicked the ball guy rolling around in front of me. Thud. Grr. Hey, what's your name? I was wrong. Is your name? No, it's not. Then is your name? No, it's not. L. Lion. I'm Lion Swin. I shrugged and spoke to the voice. Let's see what happens. Show me the secret between this guy, Lion, and the person named Rena McCreary. Sounds like something caught your attention. Very well. Suddenly, a screen appeared again. The next moment, the entire screen flickered black, and then a scene began to play. The bald man was laughing alongside the bandits, now lying crumpled in front of me. On his shoulders was a blonde girl, maybe 15 or 16 years old, unconscious. I could tell at a glance that this girl was Rena McCreary. Haha. Boss, we hit the jackpot today, huh? No kidding. She just wandered into our territory without a care. What should we do with her? Or rather, where should we sell her? TSK. You're trash, but especially stupid trash. Don't you know who this little brat is? Sir, you idiot. This girl is the only daughter of the merchant lord from Drucker territory. Whoa, really? What's a girl like her doing out without guards? Looks like she sneaked away from her escort during a picnic and wandered deep into the woods. When I found her, I heard people frantically calling her name from further down the mountain. Idiotic. Better than you, at least. The boss grinned as he continued. Selling her off would be a waste. We'll get a much better price if we ransom her. Won't that cause trouble? What's the issue? We were planning to leave this place soon anyway. One last job before we vanish. As expected of the boss. Ha ha ha. Click. The screen vanished after showing that much. I stroked my chin thoughtfully. So this is the power that reveals secrets. Fascinating. My blood letters show the names and number of a person's victims, but not the specific crimes. The voice's eye of omniscience can't reveal secrets unless you know the names involved. In other words, the two abilities perfectly complement each other's shortcomings. What a killer combo. You mean perfect combo. That word a bit off. Anyway, this is definitely a chance to raise my reputation. Before regression, I had punished these bastards and just walked away. Even then, I had seen the name Rena McCreary among the bloodletters, but I thought it had nothing to do with me. Back then, unless someone had wronged me personally, I didn't care what they did. But that has to change now. I need to build up my reputation, pile it up high, over and over, until I strip that bastard Kale of his mask and prove that I am the true hero. Right, to save the world from the Demon King, for the sake of my glorious retirement plan. All right, let's do this. Having resolved myself, I open my mouth. You have 10 seconds to get up. Ugh. No, make that 5 seconds. Ugh. You have 3 seconds. Get up. Snap. As if lying had never been an option, they scrambled to their feet. I glanced around and spotted the boss from the earlier scene. The guy with a face full of knife scars was trembling like a child. I smiled sweetly and asked, "Hey, where's Rena McCreary?" 2 days later, I visited Drucker territory under the guidance of a girl named Rena. "Mister, over here, this way." Rena now refused to let go of my hand as she led me eagerly. It seemed the bandits had at least considered her an important hostage. Her clothes were a bit torn, but she wasn't badly hurt. "I told you, I'm not a mister." Sorry, Appa." "Much better. Get a grip, would you?" "Really, thank you so much. You've said that more than 100 times. 1,000 times wouldn't be enough." Sniff. Rena's eyes, already swollen, welled with fresh tears. I heard it had been her birthday just a few days ago. She had planned to go on a picnic with her father, the merchant lord, but an urgent meeting had come up, and only the guards and maids could accompany her. Apparently, she'd been so upset that she decided to slip away from her escort and wander deep into the mountains, just to make her father worry a little. "Be more careful from now on. There are plenty of people like that out there." Thump. I lightly smacked the bald guy who was following behind me. For reference, behind me were 22 bandits, all bound together in rope. After finding Rena at their hideout, I had very kindly and personally tied them up and escorted them all the way here. The bald guy who'd been struck on the head glared at me. "GHK, you bastard. Remember this. This isn't over between us. If you let us go now, I won't come after you. But if you hand us over to the guild leader like this, I will come for you. I'll find you and... Oh, go on. I'll find you and maybe treat you to a drink or something." Hee. While I was chatting with the bald guy, Rena had gone home to let them know she'd returned safely. The guild leader literally ran barefoot to the gate. He grabbed Rena in a tight embrace and burst into tears of joy. "Hue, you little brat. What were you doing all this time before showing up now?" "Daddy, I'm really sorry. I was wrong." Sniff, sniff. NW novel chapters are published on novel_fire.net. "No, it's fine. You came back safe. That's all that matters. But who is this gentleman?" Right? Daddy, don't be too shocked. This is the very sword master of no killings, Mide Mohan. Don't call me that stupid title. Why do I have to turn red in the face over some nickname I didn't even come up with? Sword master of no killings. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Shut up. Why no killings? I don't take assassination jobs. I just cut off arms and legs, that's all. Of course. That's just cutting off limbs. Sure. Why are you suddenly being polite? But why avoid killing? Being a mercenary doesn't exactly make for a luxurious living. I'm a top-tier mercenary. Even after turning down jobs, I get flooded with work from across the continent. It's no exaggeration. Why else would I be planning retirement at 34? Even so, killing jobs would pay more. I didn't answer, because the voice wasn't wrong. But I can't see the blood letters over my own head. And that makes it even scarier. How many sins have I committed? I still remember the death row prisoner I saw when I was 7, clear as day. And the name floating above my mother's head, my father's name. As long as those images remain burned into my mind, I don't think I could kill someone. And cutting off limbs isn't a sin. I'm not trying to be a saint. I just want to avoid the worst. Enough. How could a dragon understand a sparrow's thoughts? I think you got that backwards. Yeah, I realized it too after saying it. Damn it. Anyway, Rena and the guild leader had finished their conversation. The guild leader gave me a deep bow and said, I am honored to meet the great Mide. Please don't. I'm just a wandering mercenary. You saved my one and only daughter. Even if I knelt here and now, it wouldn't be enough to express my gratitude. His voice was thick with emotion. Trembling all over with joy and gratitude, he continued, Please come inside. I'll welcome you with all my heart. What about those guys behind me? I gestured toward the bandits, bald guy included. The guild leader's expression changed completely from when he'd been facing me. His voice turned cold and full of menace. By Empire law, I should report this, but there's no need to trouble important folks with such trivial matters. When I came to my senses, I noticed a crowd of people behind the guild leader. All of them looked strong. Among them were fighters who gave off the presence of well-honed blades. So you were preparing for a full-scale search? Yes. I gathered all the renowned mercenaries in the area. We might not need the search now, but I pay them in advance. I can't just let them stand around. Well, you're a merchant. Can't be taking losses. Thank you for understanding. Saying that, the guild leader gave a nod to one of the mercenary. He seemed to be the temporary leader of the group. He kept glancing at me for some reason, then ordered his subordinates to take the bandits away. GHK, where are you taking us? You'll find out soon enough. This is madness. Spare us, please. Their voices grew fainter as they were dragged away. So, is that handled? First time I've ever gotten involved in someone else's business like this, so I'm not really sure. Well done. This should help you figure it out. Huh. That familiar translucent screen appeared in front of me again. I moved my eyes to the corner to check the display. Ding! You have gained 50 fame points. Points needed to level up. 170/1000. Total fame points to be gained from this event. 700. Over Mekri sees you as the man who saved his daughter's life. Rena Mekri sees you as the uncle on a white horse. Uncle on a white horse? Isn't that a contradiction in terms? What's wrong with uncle? Huh? What's wrong with being an uncle? Judging by how defensive you're being, I'd say you're no spring chicken yourself. Shut up. You're 34. I came back 7 years in the past, so I'm 27. Just then, the guild leader spoke. Maiden, please come inside now. Then I'll be in your care for a few days. A few days? Don't say such things. I'll serve you for the rest of my life. If that feels too burdensome, then I'll employ you for life instead. Please, don't say you'll leave. Slip. Rena suddenly clung to my arm and said, Yeah, Mr. Live here with us. Okay. Ahem. Rena, that's not what I meant. What did you mean then? That thing. I soothed the two of them as best I could. I was planning to stay here for a while anyway, to sort out my thoughts. But I had absolutely no intention of settling down for good. Why not? Isn't your retirement plan falling into place automatically? Sigh. No, I can't stay in one place for long. I'm not in a position to live closely with others. The voice fell silent, as if it didn't understand. But it couldn't be helped. I looked up at the space above the guild leader's head. Sinned against ID Blackett and 71 others. This man, who seemed like a kind uncle, had sinned against more people than the bandit leader who'd just been dragged away. This is why I'm a wandering mercenary. While I stayed at the guildmaster's residence for a few days, Rena came to see me every single day without fail, chatting away endlessly. But aside from my time with her, I devoted all my hours to talking with the voice. You did well. Only 50 points have come in so far since the incident hasn't spread much yet, but this father and daughter will soon start making your name known. So the points I'll be getting from this incident are, right? Over the past few days, I've seen many people celebrating Rena's safe return. She must have been a local celebrity. You made a lot of people happy. That means you'll be getting an extra 700 points. Now, do you get it? Before you start anything, always think of the greatest happiness for the greatest number. This absolute principle will elevate your fame, and one day, it'll make you a hero. Sure, I get it. But hey, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Why were you talking down to me from the very start? The voice went silent for a moment. Then, In an unusually hesitant and cautious tone, it asked, "Is that not okay?" No need to sound so dejected about it. Then I'll keep talking like this. You can speak casually to me, too. Still, I can't keep calling you forever. You already know my name, so tell me yours. Who? I've forgotten it. Call me whatever you like, or you can give me a new name. The source of this content is novelier.net. You sure you won't regret it? I'm notorious across the continent for my naming sense. Invisible. What? You're not visible, so... Invisible. Ah, I just remembered. My name is Trail. It's Trail. Really? Got it, Trail. I rubbed my palms together. The new ability was great and all, but what I was really interested in now was something else. My memories from before the regression. All the countless quests and information I went through until I defeated the Demon King. They're all still in my head. Let's see. I went back 7 years, right? Kale once said, the hero died from the very start. In other words, by this point in time, the real hero, Bayan Coons, is already dead. Tracking him down to disturb Kale's scheme is impossible. But there's no need to be discouraged. Yeah, for example. Tap tap. I tapped the table with my index finger, deep in thought. For example, Kale hasn't even gathered all his party members yet. I was the last member of his party. According to my memory, it's still 3 years until he comes looking for me. And I remember when each of the other party members first met the hero, down to the year and month. At this point, there are probably 3 of them still left. Heroes the hero hasn't met yet. Soon, I smirked. Then I should be the one to meet them first. With the memories from before the regression and my new abilities. Just wait. I'll be the one to unmask you. Fake hero Kale. It's Trail. Believe me, I said I got it. More importantly, tell me what you want. From the look of it, you're going all out to help me with some weird power, but I don't accept favors without knowing the reason. You're a cold one. How could I not be? Every day, I'm surrounded by sinners. Of course, no one lives without committing a single sin, including me. But being aware of exactly who you've wronged and how many times, that's something else entirely. So, what's your goal? The world is still beautiful and worth living in. It would be good to fix your habit of viewing kindness with suspicion. Okay, let's go our separate ways. Wait. What's the rush? Calm down. Why the sudden polite speech? The guy seemed flustered for a moment, then spoke in a placating tone. My only goal is to kill the Demon King of lies and deception, Idria. Before the regression, you succeeded in exposing Kale's lie. But when it came to the actual Demon King, Idria, you couldn't even lay a finger on her before dying. Nice and tactful choice of words. I have my reasons for needing to kill Idria. But a Demon King can only be killed by a hero. Ah, so that's why. So that's why you want to make me a hero? Helping me gain fame and all. Yes, it's what you wanted before you died, too. You become a hero and gain glory, and I defeat the Demon King. A perfect win-win relationship. To be precise, all I ever wanted was to enjoy a peaceful retirement. Well, suppose it all leads to the same place in the end. Someone has to kill the Demon King. Kale can't do it, so I will. It's a logical conclusion and a perfectly aligned goal. I smiled softly and said, all right, let's work well together, invisible. It's Trail. Well, that's not really important. It is important. Anyway, it's time I got moving. You said fame is what makes someone a hero, right? There's no way I'll gain any sitting around in one place. A fine idea. Tick. Suddenly, the same large screen appeared before me again. But unlike before, it now displayed a large map of the continent. You could do stuff like this too? Of course. Look closely. This is the Drucker territory where you currently are. At those words, a point on the map began to glow. Think of the brightness and size of this white light as the fame you've earned. Over the past 3 days, your fame has spread enough to reach about 450. Even if you squeeze out the rest, you probably won't even hit 1,000. In short, you're a firefly. Nice metaphor. No, I mean it. Compared to this. Snap. There was a sound like someone snapping their fingers. Then, in the southwestern region of the map, a gloomy and malevolent black mist began to rise up. Unlike me, who was barely a glimmer at a single point on the continent, That mist had already completely engulfed 3 or 4 territories. In both scale and darkness, it was incomparable. That's the fame that bastard Kaled is right now. What? He's already acquired 3 heroes. Since the Oracle hasn't descended yet, his name hasn't spread across the entire continent. But in the southwest, he's already considered on par with a champion. That's the size of the fame you have to catch up to. Getting the picture now? I swallowed hard. Looking at that, my light really is nothing more than a firefly. I'm in the northeast right now. The continent is long from top to bottom, so I'll have to build my fame gradually starting here. I shouldn't even glance at the southern regions for a while. I think the same. So what's your next plan? I crossed my arms and fell into thought. What should I do? What famous event happened around this time before regression? Something that may not have shaken the whole continent, but at least caused a stir in this region. I sprang to my feet. That's it. Indeed. Don't act like you know. I haven't said anything yet. I read your mind. Remember, Trail spoke in a subtle tone. It's been a while since the last reunion, right? The voice was right. Soon, not far from here, in the Quelk territory, a fairly famous and brutal incident will take place. There's a terrifying woman who's kept the entire continent on edge for years. A villainess who roams from region to region, committing all sorts of atrocities. The so-called Witch of Carnage. Neryl slain. She was once a member of my former party. To be more precise, at this point in time, she's still a party member Kaled hasn't sunk his claws into. Then I have to get to her first. Time to go see that lady again. Wawa. Mister, don't go. Don't go. Rena, who still thought of me as her white horse-riding uncle, clung to me, bawling her eyes out. The guild master, seeing his daughter like that, gave a strange expression somewhere between a smile and a grimace. I have to go. I've got something to do. What is it? Just stay here. I'll make you happy. Sorry, but I'll come see you again someday. You promise? You're not lying, right? Of course. Rena soaked my clothes with tears and snot before finally letting go. Sniff. Fine, but you have to come back. By then, I'll have grown so much that you'll regret the choice you're making today. All right. She wiped her tears and stepped back. Then the guild master stepped forward and spoke. It's truly regrettable to send you off like this. You're just as the rumors say. I heard the sword master of no killings never stays in one place. Please stop calling me that. Just call me sword master. So you did like the sound of it. Was the treatment I gave you lacking? It's not that. Besides, wouldn't it be uncomfortable if I really decided to stay? I gestured with my chin toward Rena, who was still sniffling in the back. The guild master's expression stiffened slightly as he caught the meaning. I whispered to him, a man of your standing surely has things more important than your daughter's romance. Don't make that face. I'm not against political marriages or anything. I'm just saying, no need to keep up appearances with me. His expression turned a bit unpleasant. You think I'm that kind of man? I'm disappointed, Sir Mide. I swear I have not a speck of shame before the heavens. What sin did you commit against ID Blakett? At my words, the guild master's eyes wavered. He was a seasoned merchant, so his expression didn't betray anything, but the eyes, the window to the soul, couldn't fully hide it. What? What do you know? Truth is, I know nothing. I didn't bother using the eye of omniscience to uncover his secrets. But I do know one thing for sure, that he wronged that person. Guild master. Live a good life. Let's not meet again. Leaving the stunned guild master behind, I departed from Drucker territory. Inside the carriage headed for Quelk territory. I reviewed the plan with Trail. So far, Kaled had secured 3 party members, and the remaining ones, excluding me, numbered 3. If I want to balance the scales, I have to get all of them first. Neryl was the one most aligned with me, at least in terms of opinion. It's a bit of a late regret, but sometimes I wonder, what if I had spoken to her while standing watch the night before our final battle with the Demon King? Told her that Kaled was guilty of crimes against 148 million people. She probably would have laughed in disbelief, maybe even twirled her finger at her head like I was crazy. But eventually, she would have listened seriously. Sounds like you trusted that woman, Neryl, quite a bit. Not sure if trust is the right word, but at the very least, She wasn't someone I could dismiss lightly. But even if you'd said something earlier, it wouldn't have changed anything. You wouldn't have stood a chance against the Demon King anyway. God, the way you phrase things. In any case, she was the only one besides me who ever doubted the hero Kaled. Unlike me, she didn't have concrete evidence. Her doubts were more like, does Kaled really have what it takes to be a hero? But that alone puts her leagues above the others. Still, Witch of Carnage is a pretty fearsome title. Not as bad as the no-killing sword whatever, though. Nah, even the sword master of no killings is nothing compared to the two-syllable name guy. My bad. Besides, the title Witch of Carnage is honestly pretty unfair. I didn't even realize it until I joined her party later on. I stayed quiet for a moment, then answered. Most of it was false accusation. At the word false accusation, Trail let out a low groan. He was pretty quick on the uptake too, so he must have figured out what that meant. Before the regression, Kaled had shown a unique approach from the very start when recruiting party members. He would cleverly identify a person's weakness or trauma and approach them with a warm attitude, pretending to heal or solve it. Everyone fell for it. I was the only one it didn't work on, so he had to try something else. But, well, let's move past that for now. Anyway, the way he approached Neryl wasn't all that different. Didn't he clear up the false accusation placed on her? Apparently, Neryl didn't bawl her eyes out or anything pathetic like that. It wasn't her nature. But instead, she felt a strong curiosity toward Kaled. I remembered what she told me in the carriage on the way to the region for our quest before the regression. I'd never met someone like that in my life. Everyone else either ran away in fear of my reputation or didn't even bother to find out if it was true, let alone try to clear it. Yeah, for original chapters, go to novelfire.net. I mean, sure, there are hundreds of bad rumors about me, so one of them being cleared didn't mean much. Still, it was fascinating. His approach was just completely different. Okay, you're so damn dry. She really was a strange person, Neryl. Even with my blunt attitude, she was always the one to start the conversation with me. Judging by how clueless you are, were you maybe single your whole life before regression? Nope. Forget I said anything. This guy always gets all polite when he's cornered. Anyway, let's get started. With what? What do you think? I'm going to use that grand-sounding ability of mine, the Eye of Omniscience or whatever. Neryl's not the type you can win over easily. Even if I ask her to join forces, she won't give a damn. I need to have a card to show her. Whose secrets are you going to reveal? I recalled what I saw before the regression. More precisely, the bloody letters that floated above her head. Sinned against May Irenica and 287 others. May Inerica. Very well. Feel the majesty of my Eye of Omniscience throughout your body. I ignored him. Soon, a screen appeared. Now then, what kind of adorable secret was our dear Witch of Carnage hiding? Let's take a look slow, huh? Error. The secret between Neryl Slain and May Irenica is of rank B. Requires Eye of Omniscience level 3 or higher to view. To hell with the Eye of Omniscience. Say that thing you just said one more time. I have no excuse. His voice dropped, then he immediately pushed back. Wait, logically, this isn't my fault. It's your fault for having a low level. I didn't even say anything. Why are you getting defensive? Well, nothing I can do about it. Honestly, when you think about it, it's weirder if a party member of a hero just had their secrets laid bare like that. So, you need a high level to peek at higher tier secrets. Looks like I won't be able to view Kaled's or Bayan Kunz's secrets either. Most likely not. Can't be helped. I put all my focus into recalling my memories from before regression. Surely there was something in our conversations, attitudes, expressions, or glances, some hint. You can actually recall all that. I have an extremely good memory. Practically inhuman. Do people usually say that about themselves with a straight face? Of course, most of it's probably useless. But thankfully, my instincts are also inhuman. Every once in a while, I'd get this sudden flash in my head like lightning. Yeah, to use an example, like when I saw my father's name appear above my mother's head. Useless memory. That's not what's important right now. Anyway, instead of just replaying conversations or actions from the past, I had to recall those moments when the lightning struck, and focus on the memory that flashed through me then. Soon enough, A vivid memory sparked in my head. It happened during the journey for the quest before the regression when we were staying at an inn. I'd gotten up in the middle of the night to pee. On my way down to the first floor, I saw Neryl sitting at a table in the inn's dining hall with a rather chilling atmosphere. Caled was seated across from her with a serious face. On instinct, I suppressed all sound and presence. I'd already figured out by then that even my party members, including Caled, couldn't detect me if I really wanted to hide. Calling someone out for a private meeting in the middle of the night. How classy, Mr. Hero. You're rather sharp with me, Ms. Neryl. It's not just you. I hate everyone. So, what do you want? This might sound sudden and rude, but Ms. Neryl, you're the infamous Witch of Carnage, right? Caled usually spoke casually to all party members, but not to Neryl. She was a bit older than the rest of us. So what? I did my homework before recruiting you. I know that most of your terrible reputation wasn't from things you actually did. You were framed. You used that line when you recruited me, remember? But I also think that some of it, especially the last atrocity right before we met, was something you really did. Neryl crossed her legs in silence. Caled kept speaking. It was in the Quelp territory, wasn't it? You brutally killed the tool shop owner there. He deserved it. There's no such thing as someone who deserves to die. This guy, who fooled 148 million people, sure looked saintly saying that. Even if there were, was that shop owner really someone who deserved death? He just sold herbs and farming tools in that territory. What do you know? I don't. That's why I'm asking you to tell me. What if I don't want to? You're a party member, and I'm the leader. It's my responsibility to manage the team. If you continue causing atrocities, it'll be hard to keep traveling to Geth. Huh? Neryl stood up abruptly. First of all, let me ease your worries. No more atrocities. Once this Demon King subjugation is over, I'm gone. I've done what I needed to do. You've done what you needed? No need to explain that part. Just know that I'll be a quiet, well-behaved party member from now on. Ms. Neryl, as a comrade, I want to genuinely understand what's in your heart. Neryl let out a deep sigh. Then she looked up at the stairs above. To be honest, I got nervous back then, thinking I'd been caught. But she hadn't seen me. When my party members found out I was the infamous Witch of Carnage, their expressions were hilarious. At first, I just introduced myself as a mage who turned her back on the world. They all had different reactions. How could you bring in a witch like her? That monster should be killed. But one of them stayed pretty calm. Like, as long as she does her job well, who cares? That kind of face. You're talking about Mide. That's the most desirable attitude. The next best is being wary or scared of me. The absolute worst is, she glared coldly at Caled. Doing what you're doing. Try to console me or soothe me by digging into my past. You think I joined the party because you cleaned up my reputation? That I'm here out of gratitude or some emotional debt? I just found the last place I belong. And what's more fitting for an ending than the fight against the Demon King? Caled's brow twitched. Neryl yawned once and waved her hand dismissively. I'll head up now. Sleep well. I stopped reminiscing. Oh, so that's what happened. Yeah. Wait, are you seriously peeking into my memories now, too? But how do you know this memory is even useful? Don't give me vague stuff about intuition. Neryl said she had finished her work, and after the incident with the tool shop owner in the Quelp territory, she stopped the carnage. Then she jumped into the Demon King subjugation to find the final stage of her life. Uh-huh. So causing carnage to the tool shop owner was that work she mentioned. In other words, revenge. I don't know why such a powerful mage like her would have that kind of grudge against a mere shopkeeper, but still. I counted on my fingers. Timeline-wise, she hasn't contacted the tool shop owner yet. Her final carnage happens a week from now. So then, exactly, I have to get there first. I'll take hold of her target of revenge before she can. Then I'll use it to negotiate. Feeling confident, I smiled. Inside my head, Trail chimed in with his usual nonsense. You really gonna do that? Think it through again. What's wrong with this flawless plan? She'll be pissed, obviously. If you hold her hard-earned revenge target hostage and try to use it for leverage, of course she'll blow up. I told you, it's a negotiation. How about trying to calmly talk to her instead? Like, let's work together to defeat the Demon King and save the continent kind of pitch. You really don't know Nerl at all. Let's just say you're Nerl illiterate. The carriage traveled 3 more days before arriving at the Quelk territory. After such a long journey together, the coachman and I had become close enough to put arms around each other's shoulders. Must have been rough traveling so far. Here's the rest of the fare. Oh, thank you. Will you be needing a ride back? I haven't decided on my next move yet. Next move? Never mind. Anyway, Quelk is a decent-sized place. You'll probably find a passenger for the return trip soon. But just in case, I added a bit extra to your fare. The coachman bowed deeply once again. As we entered the domain, Trail commented, "You're surprisingly polite. What did you expect? Thought you would be rough around the edges, being a mercenary and all. At least I'm more polite than you, so don't worry." So, how are you going to find Nerl now? Like you said, this place is pretty big. Pull up the map. Trail grumbled something, but brought up the familiar screen. A map of the entire continent filled the display. But I shook my head. Just the Quelk territory map. What do you take me for, your secretary or something? Ah, sorry if that's how it came off. It's just that you're so capable. You can do anything, so I thought this would be easy for you. Oomph. Of course it is. Easy peasy. Soon, a zoomed-in map of the Quelk territory appeared. He is easy. Anyway, I examined the screen carefully and spoke. No need to find Nerl directly. The hint is that our next target of carnage is a tool shop owner. Speaking from experience, as someone who has wandered all over the continent, tool shops are usually located between residential areas and a village entrance. They have to cater to both travelers and locals, after all. Aha, that means they'll be clustered around here. Let's check this area first. I set off. There were 10 tool shops in the Quelk. The first owner had sinned against only 5 people. A diligent young man. His blood lettering didn't include Nerl's name. The second owner had 12. Still no Nerl. The third, 9. Again, no Nerl. The fourth, 39. What the hell? In my experience, if someone's harmed more than 20 people, they're usually not just an ordinary person. Anyway, Nerl's name wasn't on this one either, so I turned around with a baffled laugh. The fourth owner spoke up. What? Just leaving like that? Yes. Nothing that caught my eye. Don't be like that. Pick something, will you? CH2. He spat on the floor of his own shop. Business is crap these days. Why don't you at least take a dagger or something? You look like a mercenary. Sigh. How much? How much were you expecting to pay? Smack. Thud. Creak. I dusted off my hands and walked out of the fourth tool shop. Just then, a customer who looked like an adventurer approached, about to enter. To save him the trouble, I kindly spoke up. They're probably closed for the day. This tool shop, seems the owner's exhausted. Said he needed a nap. Leaving the confused adventurer behind, I headed to the next shop. For some reason, I felt oddly refreshed. After checking a few more shops, I arrived at the 7th. The writing above the owner's head read, "As against Frank de Levon and 89 others." I expanded the screen, and there it was, the fourth name from the top, a name I recognized. Nerl slain. Found her. The owner of the tool shop was a middle-aged man. He wore a gentle expression, but the bulging muscles and scars on his shoulders suggested that he had once lived a rough life. He asked in a soft voice, "Have you picked out everything?" "Yes." I placed a reasonable selection of herbs on the counter. The owner bowed his head and said, "That'll be 12 guild. Here you go." "Thank you." "HM. Sir, you've given too much." I had handed him 50 guild. I spoke in a subtle tone. I was hoping to get some information. If it's information you're after, perhaps try requesting it from the Mercenary Guild instead. I can give you directions if you'd like. It's not the kind of information that needs professionals. In that case, sure. He smoothly tucked away the coins. I spoke again. "Let's see. Oh, right, what's your name?" "Grey Palm." "Nice name." "Huh, thank you. So what would you like to know?" I already knew. He said his name is Grey Palm. "Show me the secret between Grey Palm and Nerl Slain." Got it. A screen soon appeared. You have used the Eye of Omniscience. The current level of the Eye of Omniscience is 1. Accessible secret rank, D. Selection condition. The secret between Grey Palm and Nerl Slain. The relevant secret is rank D. Accessing. The first image on screen was of Grey Palm. Grey was moving through the darkness with a group of huge men. One of the thugs spoke. "Hey, boss. You sure about today's job? Yeah, this info took a lot of effort to dig up. Trust me. Say that 95 more times, and we'll hit 100. Talkative bastard. I'm telling you, this time's the real deal. Don't let your guard down. Today, we're digging up the hidden tomb of none other than the famous Inerica family. The others grinned at his confident words. Wait a second. Inerica family? Inerica? Where have I heard that name before? Ah, what is it? You startled me. No, it's nothing. I brushed it off to trail, but it wasn't nothing at all. The blood-red letters that were once written above Neryl's head before aggression. Committed crimes against May Inerica and 287 others. That same Inerica name had just come up again. The Inerica family. Yeah, they were pretty famous. Indeed, they're the family of the hero who appeared during the Third Demon King's descent, the Demon King of corruption. On this continent, Demon Kings had appeared 4 times in the past. Destruction, greed, corruption, and ruin, in that order. And in a few years, the 5th one, Idria, Demon King of lies and deceit, would descend. Anyway, one of the heroes from the era of the Third Demon King of corruption was the great sage Beyond Irenica. Like the other heroes, Beyond made major contributions in defeating the Demon King of corruption. In recognition, he was granted a title, and his family went on to produce many capable mages, becoming a prestigious household. However, when the 4th Demon King of Ruin appeared, they failed to achieve anything notable, and their influence declined. From what I know, the family was completely wiped out around 200 years ago due to some incident. Don't tell me. Neryl was the one who wiped them out? Since it said she committed a crime against May Irenica. It sounded plausible, but my instinct, which often activated randomly, told me it's too soon to be certain. Well, it wasn't the most pressing matter right now anyway. The scene shifted again. Climbing a mountain path, they finally arrived at a few rather shabby burial mounds. Gray looked visibly baffled. One of the men spoke as if he had expected this. Knew it. Damn. Wait. I think there's been a mistake. You can say that looking at this garbage? Even if they were wiped out, this was a noble family. No village elder would bury their dog here. Just wasted our time. I'm heading back. That's when it happened. Who goes there? A voice rang out, one that didn't belong to anyone in the group. An old man appeared, holding a torch. He looked to be nearing 60, yet his posture was straight and his voice clear. He was in excellent condition. And his outfit, not something you'd wear to hike up a mountain. He's dressed quite nicely. To be precise, he's dressed formally. Maybe he came to pay his respects to this grave. Of course, Gray and his crew had no sense of respect. One of the men spat on the ground and said, "Move along, old man." Wait, hold on. Huh, boss? What is it? Don't you think that old guy's dressed a bit too well? And wouldn't be easy for someone his age to climb all the way here in clothes like that. They started whispering among themselves, speculating. Meanwhile, the old man spoke with a displeased expression. Leave. This is private property. Oh yeah? Yours? No. It belongs to the one I serve. So it's not yours then? Don't waste time with nonsense. Just leave. That's when one of the thugs cut him off. He looked rather sly. Hey, we were thinking you didn't climb up from the base of the mountain, did you? What are you talking about? Hard to imagine someone hiking in that outfit. Bet you live somewhere around here. And, judging by what you said, you must be the caretaker of this tomb? A tomb of a noble family, at that. I bet you get paid handsomely. I knew where this was going. The old man seemed to realize it too and quickly backed away. But it was already too late. Guh. Cough. Before anyone realized, Gray had slipped behind him and stabbed a dagger into the old man's chest. Why, you bastards? Geez, tough old man. Rest in peace. He twisted the dagger. The old man let out a bubbling, bloody sound and died. Drip. With that, the screen cut out. I folded my arms and tapped my index finger. That's when Trail cautiously said, "By the way, when you use the Eye of Omniscience, time in the real world stops. No matter how long you watch, it won't cost you any time." Just as he said, Gray showed no sign of awkwardness and asked, "Is something wrong? You said you had a question. You've gotten quite polite with age, haven't you?" Part? Where are your men? You grave-robbing scum. Gray's face froze instantly. A moment of silence passed between us. Slide. Slowly, very slowly, he reached under the counter. Knowing exactly what he was doing, I calmly turned and shut the tool shop door. I flipped the sign hanging on it to closed. By the time I returned, Gray had a dagger in hand, ready for combat. He asked, "Who the hell are you?" "Just a freelance mercenary." "Pfft. So you couldn't get hired anywhere? Sounds like you're not much. Or maybe I'm so skilled, I don't need to tie myself down." "Huh, you saying you're the second type?" "Don't laugh." At my words, the man's laughter stopped like a lie. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, because I wasn't hiding my pressure anymore. "Compared to you, even bandits are cute." What? Let's start by putting that down." Crack. I dashed in like lightning and twisted his arm. Gray let out a strangled cry and dropped the dagger. I saw his white bone burst through his flesh. Ugh. Grrgh. Gray foamed at the mouth and swung his another fist. I casually leaned my torso back to dodge, then hooked his leg and tripped him. Thud. Earg. HRK. He struggled to get up, but I was already pressing firmly on his back with my foot. "Don't move. Unless you want your spine broken." Why are you doing this to me? I didn't do anything. No. You've done plenty. Crack. Creak. A sound that shouldn't have come from a back echoed. I continued, giving him just enough pain to make him pass out, but not quite. Let's go through this one by one. This case involves recruiting Neril, but I also need to build my reputation. Please spare me. First, let's see. Who should we look into first? I expanded the blood-lettered window floating above his head. As always, the phrase and several others disappeared, and 90 names were listed in a long column. Plop. I sat down on Gray's back. Let's go through them one by one before catastrophe arrives. For the next 2 days, Gray's tool shop didn't open. I was still sitting comfortably on Gray's back, leisurely watching through the eye of omniscience. Uff. NGH. Gray clutched his broken arm, drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't speak properly because his mouth was gagged. All right, show me the next one. I want to see the secret between Greg Felis and that bastard. Can he maybe take a short break first? I suppose. I have been using the eye of omniscience back to back. Let's rest for a bit. Thank you. All right, now that we're rested, let's get started again. On the evening of the second day, I had come to vividly understand the full extent of the crimes Gray had committed against all 90 people. Putting it all down in documents could easily fill a book. Trail spoke in a strangely enlightened voice. Something's coming to me. Ah, I see a river. Would things feel easier if I crossed it? Stay calm and come back. You are a demon. I had no choice. To ensure the greatest happiness for the greatest number, I needed a meticulous plan. If I were just here to recruit Neril and leave, there'd have been no need to go this far. Trail regained some composure and spoke again. You seem more passionate about this than I am now. Appreciate it. But wouldn't it have been easier to just torture that guy and make him talk, instead of working me to death? You can't tell whether something's the truth with torture. When there's a more reliable way, why take a risk? Trail seemed to accept that and went quiet. At any rate, I ungagged Gray. He was half dead from the pain of his broken arm, rising fever, hunger, and thirst. HRRGH. Please, just spare me. I opened a canteen and dripped a bit of water into his mouth. Stay with me. You can't die just yet. Gulp, gulp. Oh, what do you mean yet? Someone will be visiting soon. Is there a secret room in this tool shop? There's a basement. Let's go. I dragged him down the stairs. Crash. I tossed him to the floor and asked casually, where did you hide the Lord's heirloom? Not that I needed to ask. It's right here. Gray had committed crimes against Frank de Levon and 89 others. Frank de Levon was listed as the representative. In other words, the person whose secrets Gray most wanted to hide. That was the name of the Lord who governed the Quelk territory. Through the eye of omniscience, I had clearly seen Gray hide the Lord's heirloom in this basement. Rustle, rustle. I moved aside some disorganized farming tools, and beneath them was a small jewel box. I picked it up lightly and gave it a shake. Seems a bit too valuable for someone like you to hold on to. Grrgh. This time, Gray looked like he might die not from the broken arm, but from the spike in his blood pressure. How the hell do you know that? Who the hell are you? Change your tone again? No. I mean, what the hell are you? Take a break. There's something more urgent than dealing with this box right now. Click-clack. Familiar footsteps approach from outside the shop. His chapter is dated by novelfire.net. She's here. Neryl. I struck Gray at the back of the neck, knocking him out cold. Then I hurried upstairs. Just as I reached the top, I heard a knock. Excuse me. Are you open? Definitely Neryl's voice. Was it strange that I felt glad, even under these circumstances? Yes, I'll be right there. I flipped the sign to open and opened the door. A woman with deep blue hair down to her waist stood there. Slightly slanted eyes and tightly pressed lips gave her a sharp impression, but even that couldn't overshadow her beauty. The teardrop mole under her right eye was just as I remembered. I smiled gently and said, "Are you a customer?" The owner stepped out for a moment. "Do you work here?" "Yes. Just for today. For this one time only." "Why don't you come in?" Neryl nodded and stepped inside. I returned to the counter and asked in a relaxed tone, "Is there something you're looking for?" Neryl stood with her arms crossed, staring at me silently. "I'm looking for someone. His name is Gray Palm. He's probably around 41 now. Bald except for the hair right above his ears. Sounds like someone I know. You'd have to. He's the owner here, isn't he?" Her tone changed. She continued in a voice as cold as winter. "You're not just some part-timer, are you? You weren't hired just to mind a shop. I already took care of all Gray's other lackeys. One by one, over 5 years. They were living successful lives all over the continent. Guards, guild masters, branch heads of merchant unions. Their deaths made waves. If Gray heard those rumors, I figured he might start hiring bodyguards. She seemed to think Gray had hired me as one. But would he really have the money to hire someone of your caliber? Do you know who I am? No idea. But I can tell from your posture alone, you've been through a lot." The tension in the air began to thicken. I straightened my back and changed my tone. "You're mostly right, but let me correct one thing. I wasn't hired by Gray. I was actually waiting for you." "What? Would you like some tea? I heard you especially love black tea. Absolutely crazy for it, in fact." Neryl's eyes wavered slightly. "Nice to meet you." Witch of Carnage, Neryl slain. Neryl had always been cold and composed, both before and after my regression. Even after I spoke her true identity aloud, she didn't get flustered or lash out. Of course, her rigid face alone was enough to make it clear that if I misspoke even slightly, she would take my head off right then and there. She spoke. "Shall we talk?" I was waiting for just that. At that moment, a new customer entered the tool shop. "Uncle Gray, huh?" Who are you? Where's Uncle?" "Ugh, so noisy." Snap. Neryl flicked her fingers lightly. The customer who had entered immediately collapsed to the floor. Wish. Clack. With a wave of her hand, she locked the tool shop's door and windows. In a matter of seconds, the shop was enveloped in darkness. And now, the only ones still conscious were Neryl and me. Still the same as ever. In the meantime, I had started making black tea. "Did you kill him?" "Just put him to sleep." These days, killing people carelessly tends to bring on unsettling dreams. That's just age catching up to you. But you? You could kill without remorse and sleep just fine. I gave a casual shrug. Clack. Then I placed the tea in front of her and spoke in a serious tone. "Pardon the rudeness for our first meeting. Have some tea." "I'll pass. The aroma's too faint. It's clearly low-grade tea." "Let me ask the important thing first. You said you were waiting for me. How did you know I was coming to this territory?" Naturally, I didn't answer with my memories from before regression. But of course, she'd be curious. As far as I know, there have only been 2 people in the entire Empire who managed to track down Neryl after she disappeared. One was Kratz, vice commander of the Empire's elite unit, Alcahad. The other was Dame Seed, commander of the Holy Knights of Light. Incidentally, that was 50 and 30 years ago, respectively. Hopefully that explains why I call her Madam, and she lets it slide. Let's start with introductions. Oh my, but I couldn't care less about your name. Just answer my question first. Mide Mohan, freelance mercenary. Nice to meet you. You really know how to get on someone's nerves, don't you? Wait, Mide Mohan. Doesn't that answer your question? That name should explain it. Not to brag, but I'm a fairly well-known mercenary across the continent. Even the title of Swordmaster, which mercenaries don't normally get, has been attached to me. Not just any swordmaster either. Shut up. Almost as if responding to Trail's words, Neryl spoke. The swordmaster of no killing. You look much younger than I imagined. Compared to you, everyone must seem young. You got a real knack for saying things that get under skin, huh? Sorry, just try to lighten the mood. If someone like the swordmaster of no killing managed to track me down, then perhaps your reputation is actually underestimated. Still, I'm not exactly thrilled. At least her curiosity seemed satisfied. I carefully gauged the mood before speaking. Mind if I ask something now? Go ahead. Why don't we work together? Her expression shifted into something subtle and hard to read. It was the look of someone not quite sure they'd heard correctly. But I kept speaking calmly. I don't think it's that strange of a proposal. There are plenty of mages who work as mercenaries. If you've got the skills, no job pays better. This is so absurd I don't even know where to start. Take your time. I'll wait. I folded my arms and made a show of waiting patiently. After a moment, she finally spoke. Hand over Gray and get out. Whatever he paid to hire you, I'll double it. I told you I wasn't hired. You said you're a mercenary, didn't you? Mercenaries do anything for money. Guarding a murderer is nothing to them. She studied my face, noted my lack of reaction, then continued. You don't seem surprised. I take it you know something about his past. So you're rejecting my offer to work together? What? Kid. Do you know why I'm called the Witch of Carnage? If you're looking to recruit me, you probably know many of those infamous accusations are false. But isn't it strange? Just claiming Neryl Slane did it is enough to pin any crime on me. Of course I knew that. I'd heard it from Neryl herself before regression. Still, I put on a face like I was thinking about it for the first time. Then I looked as if I'd suddenly figured it out and said, I see. You made a deal with someone high up in the Empire. Oh, Neryl didn't hide her surprise. You're sharp. I looked at the timing of the crimes attributed to you. Every time there was a disaster, drought, flood, public unrest, it matched with your alleged appearances. Now it makes sense. The higher-ups used you as a scapegoat for all the people's rage and grief. That way, the resentment wouldn't turn toward the Empire or the royal family, but toward you. Neryl was silent for a moment. I went on. The Empire fought you twice, right? Once 50 years ago and once 30 years ago. I heard those battles were intense. You were in real danger. Especially 30 years ago. I heard you came close to dying. That must have been when it hit you. The Empire's getting stronger. Next time, they might actually kill you. So you sought a deal. Or maybe the Empire came to you first. Suggested cooperation instead of continued war. At first, she looked only mildly surprised, but now Neryl's eyes were wide open in astonishment. This is why, before regression, Neryl hadn't been especially moved when Kale cleared her name. Those accusations were something she had willingly taken on herself. She asked, her voice now deeply cautious. Just what are you? Even for a top-tier mercenary. Why do you know all this? Still doesn't explain why you rejected my offer. I still have ties to the Empire. If they need something covered up, they contact me. I get paid, go to the designated location, and, well, leave just enough evidence behind. You scatter your magic, so investigators can pin the blame on you. You figure that out too? You really are sharp. That was something she'd often told me, even before regression. Neryl crossed her arms and continued. I hate smooth talkers who only say what people want to hear. That stuff's fleeting. In the end, only results matter. And to get results, you need real skill. In that sense, I do like you. So I'll spare your life. Wow, thanks so much for that. It was quite the memorable conversation. But my answer is still no. I made those dirty deals with the Empire because I had something I desperately needed to protect. I can't just go roam around for fun like you. Something to protect? Don't tell me she means that old man. That seems to be the case. With the eye of omniscience, the image of the old gentleman who had met a tragic end at Gray's hands surfaced in my mind. Operating under the assumption that my hunch was correct, I opened my mouth. It sounds like you're saying there was, as if there isn't anymore. Yeah, he's dead. Gray and his gang killed him. So you came here for revenge. And the rest of the gang is already dealt with. Then if I hand Gray over to you, will you cooperate with me? You don't have anything left to protect anymore, do you? Neril seemed to hesitate for a moment. Her eyes wavered. Looks like I misunderstood. You're not working for Gray. I told you that from the beginning. Fine. If you hand Gray over, I'll join forces with you. Ha. I burst into cheerful laughter. Neril looked conflicted, as if unsure whether she was supposed to laugh along. Just as she tried to force a small smile to match the mood, I spoke again. Don't lie. What? You're planning to disappear after killing Gray, aren't you? For the first time, Neril's expression showed a hint of panic. I resurfaced a memory from before the regression. Back then, Neril had clearly said this, that the owner of the tool shop had been the final tragedy, that she accepted Kale's offer to join him because she wanted to find a final place to make her stand against the Demon King. Which meant, you don't seem to have any lingering attachments to this world anymore. A fifth Demon King will soon descend upon the continent. What are you suddenly talking about? And a hero will surely appear as well. From the certainty in your voice, it doesn't sound like a bluff. Which means you know this somehow. Wait, don't tell me. Are you the hero? Let's say, I'm a candidate. Neril tilted her head in puzzlement. But I pressed on without concern. The hero will be publicly revealed elsewhere through an oracle. But I'm going to become the true hero of this continent. You're insane. To do that, I need capable companions. I'll take down the hero chosen by the oracle and rise as the real hero myself. 7 years. Just work with me for 7 years. That's how long it'll take for me to become the hero and defeat the Demon King. She didn't answer. A heavy silence settled between us. It was so quiet, I could almost hear the flow of the air itself. Only when my eardrums began to ring did Neril finally speak. When will you hand over Gray? In 7 years. After I'm done. Payment upon completion. The air froze in an instant. I thought I'd grown used her due to our past dealings, but I was wrong. The murderous energy Neril exuded when she was dead serious was overwhelming even for me. Crack. Clink. The teacup between us couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Is he hiding underground? Gray. Yeah. What if I burn down this whole tool shop right now? In front of a top-tier mercenary? You'd be the one to die first. Who? Fine. Neril slowly rose to her feet. Looks like I'll have to kill you first. Neril set the time and place and left. Though her rage was boiling over, she must have decided that causing a scene in the middle of the village wasn't a good idea. Even that alone proves something. There's no way someone that rational would go around committing atrocities. All that talk of wiping out entire villages, it was all a false charge. Is this really the time to be talking so leisurely? Don't shout. My head's ringing. What are you doing? Just hand over Gray and get her on your side already. Then I just end up boosting Neril's infamy, like in the previous timeline. Would that be so bad? Of course it would. The infamy of my allies reflects on my reputation too. Trail fell silent, seemingly not having considered that. I explained calmly. Even Kale, who had the god-tier support of the Oracle in the previous timeline, took a lot of criticism for working with Neril. If my interference can raise someone's reputation, the reverse is also true. Someone else's reputation can drag mine down. You might understand this stuff better than I do now. I can retire. I never asked you to hike with me in the first place. You're surprisingly thoughtful. If Neril causes any more atrocities, it'll definitely hurt your image. Yeah, in fact, I'll eventually need to clean up her existing reputation too. But we'll deal with that later. Trail seemed satisfied, but then posed another question. One more thing. Why did you blurt out your whole plan like that? That bit about becoming the hero. Which means you're not the hero yet. Why'd you say that out loud? That. There were a dozen ways to spin that. Even if Kale gets the Oracle, you could have played it off as a mistake or misunderstanding. You're good at lying, aren't you? Find the newest release on novelfire.net. So why open with a full-on confession that you're a fake hero? You think she's going to side with you after that? Seriously? Trail's point was valid. But this was one thing I couldn't change my mind on. Then I would be no different from Kale. What? Kale was a fake, but he lied to his party and companions. pretending he was the real thing. If I start by lying to Neryl, I become the same kind of person. Well, that's true, but still. And more than anything, I can't trust a relationship built on lies. I've lived my whole life without trusting others. In a world where I saw every sin committed by everyone around me, mistrust had taken root deep within me. This time, I want to build a team I can genuinely believe in. If I hide the fact that I'm a fake hero, then I'd be lying to them from the start. How far could I possibly go, putting my faith in a relationship built on lies? If I do that, I'll just repeat the same failures as before the regression. I'm not asking anyone to understand. I doubt anyone else in the world could understand this. You should have been a philosopher instead of a mercenary. Picked the wrong career. Judging by the sarcastic tone at the end, Trail had decided to drop the topic for now. Step, tap. As I chatted with Trail, I arrived at the rendezvous point. It was an abandoned clearing at the northern edge of the Quelk territory. The time was exactly midnight. Neryl was already there, sitting atop a small rock. Neryl studied my face from various angles before opening her mouth. You came. Of course I did. It's an invitation from future companion. Kid, how old do you think I am? She looked to be in her early 20s at best, but I said her true age. The Witch of Carnage first appeared in the history books about 200 years ago, right? Yep. I've been honing magic for 200 years. Honestly, if I said I studied hard the whole time, I'd be lying, but still, time like that doesn't just disappear. How old are you? So this is what it's about. You're stronger, so you want to tell me not to act cocky. Neryl spoke slowly, clearly, with a completely serious expression. That's exactly it, Mide Mohan. I quite like you. Please don't make me change my mind. Oh, just like back at the tool shop, the atmosphere began to grow heavier. It felt like some invisible force was pressing down on me, like my body suddenly weighed twice as much. I slowly, carefully put some distance between us. Gray said the payment would be delayed. He said he would pay up if you stick with me for 7 years. And you want me to just stand by and watch Gray live happily for 7 more years? I don't particularly plan to let him live happily, but what kind of grudge do you have against him anyway? What did he do to you? That bastard killed someone I cared about. Someone she cared about? Maybe that old guy. It fell off to hear someone who looked barely 20 call an old man a kid, but considering her real age, it made sense. I said, Gray told me he once tried to loot the Anerica family's grave and ended up killing an old man. You know a lot. The Anericas were a high noble family that got wiped out. What's your connection to them? You don't need to know that. What you do need to know is that old man was the last butler of the Anerica family, a paragon of loyalty, guarding the graves of a fallen house for generations over 200 years. He had no children. His line was about to die out too. It probably would have ended in a few years anyway. But that doesn't mean some trash grave robber gets to end it with his own hands. I still didn't know what secret lay between Neryl and the Anerica family. If I could level up my eye of omniscience. Why are you calling it your eye of omniscience? I might learn more, but that was still far off. Then Neryl spoke. Hand over Gray. This is your last chance. You said you wanted to be a hero, right? It's easy to say anything. Just by talking, you can say you'll become a hero or save the continent. Sorry, but I don't know you well enough yet. So rather than trust your word and wait 7 years, I'm going to take Gray by force now. That's not going to happen. Right as I said that, whoosh, I almost let out a very undignified scream. I instinctively dropped to one knee. Just a centimeter above my head, a blade of wind sliced through the air. Wind Cutter, Neryl's signature spell even before the regression. A single sweep of her hand could kill tens of thousands of monsters. Crack. SSSSSH. I heard the sound of the tree behind me being neatly cut down. Swish. Neryl pointed her hand at me and said, The Sword Master of No Killing never accepts assassination requests, right? To think someone with such a dumb rule could become an S-rank mercenary. Impressive, but it won't work on me. I wouldn't be so sure. Let's find out, kid. Whoosh. The surroundings went up in flames. It was supposed to be early winter, but it felt like the peak of summer at noon. I ran, carefully stepping only in the places where Neryl's fire didn't reach. Been a while since I moved like this. Tough work. I never had a serious fight with a party member before, so I didn't realize, but she's no joke. Think you can win? If I were trying to kill her, maybe, but you're not. Exactly the problem. I didn't expect Neryl to be this strong. So the Demon King of Lies withstood magic like that with his whole body. Now that I was the one being targeted, I could finally understand just how strong the Demon King really was. He even had the leisure to fake his death as a prank. Even if I become a hero, could I really kill that guy? Side. KGH. Splat. Blood spurted from my side. I quickly pressed my palm to it and jumped backward. After retreating more than 20 steps, I applied a high-grade potion I had bought from the guild to my wound. That's an amazing potion. Must have been pricey. Pay me back later. You're the one who used it. Why should I pay? Isn't that what having a companion means? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. I get that you're stalling for time, but I'll play along. I don't want to talk a little more with you. Neryl folded her arms. I lived a long time, but I've never met someone like you. If you were born with that kind of talent, I suppose it's natural to think, why not become a hero? But heroes and the heroes who walk with them are on a whole different level from us. You've read history books, right? The kind of people who split mountains and summon tidal waves with a single swing of a sword. That's exaggerated. I've seen it with my own eyes, so I know. Neryl let out a small laugh. How can you be so sure? I think someone like you is already at the hero level. If it weren't for me, you might have had a shot at being the hero yourself. Shame. Only someone whose skills back it up can speak that confidently. It's nice. That's self-assurance. But if what you say is true, doesn't that mean you're not the hero? You're getting beaten by someone like me, just a mere hero-class fighter. Looks like I really will have to beat her. Guess I've got no choice. Should I use that technique? Trail butted in. If you had one, you should have used it already. It's been a while, so I couldn't quite get the timing right. Sigh, what's the skill called? Got a name for it. Of course. Running fast. What? Even the name is pathetic. I should have known when you said something about invisibility earlier. It's not like I'm going to shout the name during a fight. Who cares what it's called? And I spent 2 whole days thinking it up, too. You absolute. He seemed like he was about to start cursing again, so I lost interest. Instead, I began focusing strength into my legs. Creak. Crack. I could feel my muscles twitching beneath my clothes. Veins rose to the surface, and a slight tremor passed through me. Planning something, are you? Neryl quickly picked up on the change and uncrossed her arms. She swiftly began forming a series of hand signs. I knew those gestures well. It had to be earth magic. Tied. Dozens of muddy arms burst from the ground around me. But before they could grab me, I pushed off the earth and jumped upward. Whoosh. Tap. I twisted in midair and adjusted my posture. Then I drew my sheath downward and used it as a foothold. Good. I can use it. Neryl began preparing the largest spell she'd cast so far. But from a moment she chose to prepare it now, she was already too late. Quick leap. Oh, for crying out loud. Ta! Before she could complete the final hand sign, I was already 5 steps away from her. I could see her pupils dilating in real time. Frantically, she slapped the back of her right hand with her left. I knew that move too. A low-tier lightning bolt. Of course, even though it was low-tier, if the caster was the Witch of Carnage, a normal person would be roasted instantly without even a chance to scream. What do I do? In a split second, less than 0.1 seconds, I ran through countless thoughts. Before the spell fully activated, I could undoubtedly plunge my dagger into her heart. I was confident in that. But if I did that, damn it, I subtly shifted the dagger's trajectory downward. Because of that, her spell was able to activate in time. Thunk. Crackle. My dagger plunged deep into Neryl's abdomen, and her magic slammed into my back. Guck. NNNGH. Something smelled like cooking meat. I lifted my head slightly to look up at Neryl. Her eyes were trembling more violently than ever before. Why? Why did you change your aim? You were aiming for my heart. You could have killed me before I cast my spell. Instead of saying that, focus on healing. That stab went in deep. It's gonna hurt. She bled as she gave a wry smile. Worry about yourself. Your back's practically skinned raw. I'm in better shape than you. Doesn't look like it. Every time we opened our mouths, acrid smoke wafted up. Surrender. Neryl. Idiot. I won. I could still kill you right now. Surrender. You would have won, you know, if you just stabbed me in the heart. Ugh, save it for later. Honestly, I'm in agony too, so just surrender already. Come on. I may not look it, but I'm really on edge right now, lady. If you keep stalling, even my expensive potions won't be enough. Thump thump. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. After what felt like an eternity, Neryl finally opened her mouth. I lost. Then we're working together for 7 years, right? Don't go changing your mind now. With a sigh, Neryl asked, are you really going to just leave Gray alone? 7 years is a long time. He'll disappear from the continent in that span. I've got a plan for that. Oomph. A plan, sure. I mean it. If you don't believe me, just give it a few days. Huh. I grinned and spoke. As a celebration of our partnership, I got a gift for you. A few days later, thanks to using all the high-grade potions I'd been saving for near-death situations, both Neryl and I were fully healed. It cost me a fortune, but that wasn't a problem. Neryl covered the entire bill. You sure you want to pay for all of it? I should at least cover half. It's fine. More importantly, why are we back here again? We were standing in front of Gray's tool shop. I told you, I'm giving you a gift to mark our partnership. Let's go in. Gray was still squirming on the basement floor like a worm. I'd given him drinks occasionally while staying here, but he hadn't had a proper meal in about a week. He was soaking his feet in the Redvi River, a stream said to flow straight into hell. I removed Gray's gag. W water, please. Here. I poured water from a canteen, just like before. I could feel Neryl glaring at me disapprovingly from behind. Gray chugged the water down and looked up at me. I can't feel my arms. Even a high priest wouldn't be able to fix them now. My arms, don't cry. Want to finish crying in hell instead? No, I'm sorry. He stopped the tears instantly, as if flipping a switch. I grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. You've still got enough strength to walk, right? Even if you don't, squeeze it out. We're going somewhere. And not hell, please. Hell? No. We're going somewhere, together. I leaned in and whispered in his ear. You're going to hell later, alone. He shuddered violently. Thump. I gave him a light push on the back, and Gray stumbled forward. I grabbed the rope, binding him like a leash, and walked with him. Neryl followed behind me and asked, where are you taking him? You were worried, weren't you? Said you couldn't stand the thought of Gray enjoying himself for the next 7 years. Or what if he vanished in that time? So, I continued in a casual tone. I'm handing him over to a place where he'll never be happy and never be able to hide. This text is hosted at novelfire.net. While walking through the estate, a crowd began to gather around us. Huh, isn't that Mr. Gray? He's tied up. Did he do something wrong? Haven't seen him around for days. No way. Mr. Gray's always been so kind. Who are those people with him? It seemed Gray had done a decent job of building a reputation. The crowd wore expressions of shock and concern. One man even stepped in front of us and asked, excuse me, but why are you dragging Mr. Gray around like that? At that moment, Gray had been gagged again, so all he could do was groan and mumble to express his frustration. I calmly replied, he committed a serious crime. That can't be. No, seriously, who are you people? Are you from the inspectorate? We're just mercenaries hired to investigate. Mercenaries? Yes. My name is Mide Mohan. Mide. I feel like I've heard that before. Wait. Soon, the man and the people around him started to change expressions. They whispered among themselves. Mide? That's the sword master of no killing. That eccentric mercenary who wanders the continent. I heard there are only 10 top-class mercenaries even in the entire guild registry. But still, he's just a mercenary. What authority does a mercenary have to make arrests? Even if he was hired, no, he wouldn't be able to do it so openly like this. That last whisper struck at the heart of the matter. The man seemed to think so too, as he questioned me. No matter how famous you are, Sir Mide, it's strange to be dragging off an innocent man like this. I told you, He's not innocent. That can't be. Mr. Gray has helped so many people in this estate. Then who exactly hired you? I answered gently, Baron Frank de Levant. Do you have anything more to say? And no, I apologize for stopping you. Once I mentioned the name of the lord of the territory, no one else stood in our way. Good. Now the rumors about me will start to spread. Perfect fertilizer. By the time I finish this job, it'll bloom into a fruit called reputation. Trail spoke nonsense in my head. Excellent. There is nothing more I can teach you. Of course, I had never received any request from the Lord, but I still walked confidently toward Baron Frank's mansion. Naturally, no one opens the doors for uninvited guests. As expected, the guard stopped us. Halt! Who the hell are you? I'd like to speak with the Lord. What? Puffed. One of these nuts pops up every few years. Hey, you think the Lord is someone just anyone can meet? You must have lost your mind, boy. Neril clenched and unclenched her fists, visibly annoyed. I lightly patted Gray's back. Thump. Ugh. One of the guards frowned. What's up with him? Huh? Isn't that Mr. Gray? That's right. You bastard. Under what authority did you tie him up? Seems you know him well. Mr. Gray supplies utensils to this house. He's been a business partner for years. Release him at once. The guards began to surround us with menacing expressions. Before they could make a move, I spoke first. Maybe a long-time partner, but not a good one. What? Hasn't the Lord recently lost a treasured heirloom? Freeze. The guards, who looked like they were about to charge in, stopped cold. I rummaged through my bag and pulled out the jewel box we found in the basement. I gave a light shake and said, This came from that bastard's tool shop. If you're wise men, you'd know that no matter how long a business relationship lasts, no one could easily steal from the Lord. Why you mean? Yes, there's an accomplice on the inside, and I know exactly who it is. So, I licked my lips slowly. Let me speak with the Lord. Privately. 30 minutes of frantic commotion later, Neril, Gray, still bound, and I were granted an audience with the Lord. Baron Frank wore a stern expression as he spoke. A top-class mercenary, you say? Yes. I apologize for requesting an audience so suddenly, but the matter was urgent. Oomph. A top-class mercenary should be more than capable of leading a night order. Considering the information and skills you brought, I'll overlook the breach of etiquette. Neril let out a faint snort, as if to say, what if he didn't forgive us? Fortunately, Baron Frank didn't seem to notice. Now tell me everything. How did you find this jewel box? I began to talk, just as I prepared in advance. Let me begin with the background. Gray is quite close with Tobian Petton, your head butler. Years ago, when Tobian's only daughter was kidnapped by thugs, it was Gray who found her and reported it. I remember that. Well, that was a setup by Gray himself. Among Gray's victims was a man named Tobian Petton. Wanted to cozy up to the head butler, Gray had his men kidnap the daughter. Too complicated to explain, so I left that part out. It started as a good relationship, but Gray slowly began seducing Tobian. He said, Surely the mansion has many valuable trinkets, nothing important to the Lord. If you pass them to me, I can sell them for a high price through my own channels. He started small, with teacups and ornaments, but he got bolder. Eventually, I didn't finish the sentence and instead nodded toward the jewel box in the Baron's hand. Their greed, bloated like an overfed belly, had led them hand in hand to the Lord's heirloom. The Baron, having pieced things together, wore a somber expression. Tobian, that bastard. Tobian committed a serious offense. But it was Gray who first suggested the idea. There's one proposal I'd like to make. The Baron's expression hardened. He leaned back in his chair and growled in a low voice. Are you under some illusion? Pardon? Sure. I admit you did a great service in this matter. But that only deserves an appropriate reward. It doesn't give you the right to make suggestions to me. Crunch. I think I just heard the sound of veins popping somewhere. I glanced sideways, and my eyes landed at Neril's forehead. Still, she's holding it in well. She's grown since 7 years ago, Neril. One incredibly contradictory statement. The flow of time really is scary. It even managed to tame that temper of hers, which is why I'm saying it didn't flow, it reversed. Well, anyway, I slowly opened my mouth. I would like Gray to be put on public trial. This isn't the only crime he's committed, after all. I clearly said I could not approve such a thing. I've compiled everything here. Would you like to take a look? I dropped the book onto the table, as if casually tossing it aside. During the 2 days I waited for Neril, I had looked into Gray's secrets through the eye of omniscience. It was a notebook summarizing all that. Trail muttered, "This book contains all the heat and passion of my youth." I was only able to pull it off because I was young. I couldn't do it again. It was just a few days ago. At any rate, Count Frank surprisingly didn't yell immediately. That was because, right before he could, he was stunned by the densely packed list of crimes in the book. Stroking his beard, he slowly went through the notebook, raping and selling off the girl next door, staging a fire to take out a rival tool shop, poisoning the neighborhood well so his own herb shop could sell at higher prices, and more. Of course, I hadn't included the part about him murdering the caretaker of the Anerica family cemetery, but even without that, it was a list of truly detestable acts. This is all true. A single person committed all of this. Gray could only hang his head now, his face showing he had given up on everything. Let me answer for him. There are many people in this world so wicked you'd suspect they were the Demon King reborn. Of course, Gray went especially overboard. Wouldn't it be best to reveal all of his crimes to the domain through a public trial? The Lord will be remembered as the one who discovered a criminal no one else even noticed with his keen insight. Count Frank seemed tempted. He swallowed his saliva. I spoke again. In return for uncovering all this, please just attach my name to it, even if only a little. It's nothing grand. Just say that it was I who reported Gray as suspicious. You can take full credit for the thorough investigation. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, wouldn't you say? An arrangement, But why bother? I could just say I uncovered it all myself from the start. I figured you'd say that. I sighed lightly and spoke to Trail. For original chapters, go to novifire.net. Deploy. Show him the Lord's secret. I want to see the truth about Area Emil and the Lord. Area Emil was the top name in the Lord's blood-written list. Trail must have liked the word deploy because he quickly activated his power. And the secret I found out about the Count was... Snap! The vision cut off. I open my mouth. If it's too difficult, then I'll have no choice but to go ask Mr. Todman. Who's Todd, G-U-H? I'm not sure what the circumstances were, but it seems that your former housemaid, Area, is currently raising him. But still, as your son, wouldn't he have some authority? The Count's face turned pale. Neril, seemingly piecing things together, glanced at me with a look of amazement. A few seconds later, the Count, after barely calming his pounding heart, spoke. You brat, if you dare mention that to anyone. If you don't trust me, then at least trust my reputation. To become a top-tier mercenary, I've seen countless things across many domains. Frankly speaking, your matter is so minor it's hardly worth mentioning. And don't even think about sending soldiers after me. You yourself said earlier that a top-tier mercenary would be comparable to a knight commander. In other words, don't foolishly try to apprehend me. The Count nodded with a grim expression. Then will you grant my request? So be it. Thank you. And just one more thing. Another request? It's not much. Just don't execute Gray. He won't be escaping a life sentence anyway. And why is that? I glanced at Neril. Her mouth was slightly open in surprise. Because someone's already claimed him. 1 week later, a public trial was held in the domain. The quick resolution was largely thanks to head steward Tobian. Perhaps he decided he couldn't go down alone. He readily admitted that Gray was his accomplice in the recent incident. Furious, the Lord unleashed the entire military force to dig up the rest of Gray's crimes. And within a week, they were all exposed in broad daylight. Rumors had already spread throughout the domain after Gray was dragged away in chains a week prior. So, with a public trial now happening, it was no surprise that the place was overflowing with people. This brings back memories of the public execution I had witnessed in the place I used to live in. That one wasn't a trial, but an execution, Yet the overall setup and the crowd scale were more than enough to stir up the past. Grey Palm. The charges against you are as follows. First, conspiring with the head steward to steal the Lord's heirloom. Then, raping and selling Arya Crescent, daughter of Taylor Crescent. You bastard! Where's my daughter? Someone abruptly stood up during the trial. The presiding judge made no effort to calm him. Murmurs filled the air. Poor Mr. Taylor, what a tragedy. I can't believe it was Grey, that monster. In the end, Lord Mide saw right through him. You've heard the rumors, right? About Lord Mide dragging Grey off like a dog. I thought they were just exaggerating, but turns out it was all true. He really caught that monster under the Lord's orders. No, I heard he was the one who first reported Grey to the Lord. Wow, I thought he was just a skilled swordsman. Not only skilled, but what a noble heart. If he comes to our tool shop, I'm giving him everything for free. That was the general sentiment. I hear it. I hear it. The sound of my fame rising. Neril said, Lucky you, huh? Lucky how? All I hear is your name from every direction. Looks like the Baron's plan failed. I bet this trial was supposed to be all about boosting his own fame. It's just his usual behavior catching up to him. If he had run his domain properly, people would be saying, that's our Lord, by now. He brought this on himself. Oomph. Neril let out a snort and looked toward the trial bench. There sat Grey, looking up at the sky, with barely a flicker of strength left in his expression. Neril clicked her tongue. That bastard's not going to die in prison, is he? People like that don't give up their lives so easily. The more lightly they treat others' lives, the more precious they think their own is. Don't worry. He'll last at least 7 years. Neril didn't respond. I kept talking. Let's come back here together in 7 years after I deal with the Demon King. By then, I won't stop you. You could probably storm that prison and take his head off on your own, but if it's too hard, I'll help you. I don't get it. Why is it okay in 7 years, but not now? Because you can't let yourself become a butcher anymore. I mean, most of those accusations against you were probably false to begin with. Neril tilted her head slightly and looked at me. I crossed my arms and gave a wide grin. You're about to become a member of the party that'll save the whole continent. Did you really think I'd let your rampages slide anymore? Huh. So basically, you don't want my bad reputation staining the radiant path of your heroic journey. Is that it? Nailed it. Before the regression. At that end table, Kale had said the exact same thing. That he couldn't allow any more bloodshed. In a way, I was saying the same thing now. Except back then, Kale had been far more serious about it, and the mood had been gentle. But Neril's response had been ice cold. Yet now, ah ha ha, she burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. This is weird. I said it way more lamely than Kale did. So why is she enjoying it so much? After a while, Neril wiped away tears and said, You really don't hold anything back, do you? Huh, yeah. You say it straight up, and it's kind of refreshing. All right, no more bloodshed. I was planning to disappear after Grey anyway. She turned to look at Grey, who was nearing the end of his trial. But calling it a trial now felt generous. The crowd had turned into a mob, throwing stones, spitting, and shouting. Normally, the Lord would have stepped in to restore order, but he seemed to think this was a good chance to let people vent their fury and remain silent. Thwack! Grey, blood trickling down his forehead, cried out, Ugh, why, Your Honor? Someone just threw a stone at me. Silence. No, you have to stop this. I haven't even been officially found guilty yet. I declare Grey Palm guilty. The judge cut him off and slammed the gavel. Grey collapsed in his seat, dazed, as if the sky had fallen on him. Please have mercy. I swear I'll live honestly now. Please forgive me. Shut up, you wretched scum. He's the Demon King. The Demon King reborn. Burn him now. Give me back my daughter. In a hellish uproar where up and down blurred together, Grey's pitiful sobs rang out. Neril folded her arms and smiled in satisfaction. If I had just killed Grey back then, none of his other crimes would have seen the light of day. People might have even pitied him. Yeah, probably. Thinking about that made me sick. I'm glad I listened to you. This really must have been the right answer. So, Neril scratched her cheek and turned slightly away from me. Thanks. Sure. I actually struggled a bit to say that, and you just answered right away? Were you waiting? Yep. You're not the type to let a thank you slide by half-heartedly. Talking like you've known me forever. I just smiled. Nero scowled at me. You really think you can become the hero? Yeah, but you won't. Heroes chosen by divine oracle have this glow about them, and the hero's mark appears. Well, she's not wrong. Before regression, I had doubted and doubted Kaled. But not once did I think, maybe he's not the hero because of that mark. The chosen hero gets a symbol on their forehead. Neryl said, so the first thing we need is a fake symbol. I'll have to find a good makeup artist. There should be some in the mercenary guild. That won't cut it. It might fool commoners or low-tier nobles, but the higher you go, the quicker they'll see through it. I'll make it for you. The mark. My eyes widened. Neryl continued. With my magic, I can fool anyone. Well, not the real hero, but that's your problem. Neryl, there's a lot more you need too. You've got to be able to wield the hero's sword, earn the spirit's recognition, and overcome the trials of past heroes, right? She stared off into the distance and added, you can't do all that alone. I'll help. And for some reason, my heart thumped. I started to wonder why, but before I could dwell on it, a screen popped up. You've earned 100 fame points. Your name echoes throughout the Drucker territory. All available points retrieved. Points needed to reach next level. 970/1000. Points expected from this event. 790. Neryl Slane now sees you as a man her eyes keep wandering to. What is this? What the hell, Mr. Trail? You're flustered. Your tone got weird. Ahem. Sorry. No, I get it. A man her eyes keep wandering to? Is this what I think it is? Is it that? You're the one with the weird tone now. I changed the subject. Anyway, bring up the map. Good idea. Time to fix your tone again, too. The map of the continent appeared on screen. The light that had only faintly glowed over Drucker territory now shone far more brightly. Quell territory was glowing as well. My fame was spreading across the land. I stared quietly at the map. What about Kaled's side? Let's see you. It's no joke. Last time, Kaled's fame, that is the black aura, was affecting 4 territories. But in less than 2 weeks, that number had increased by 1. Now the guy's influence reached across 5 territories. What's his total fame right now? It's still hard to get an exact figure. So level up quickly. Once you raise your level, you'll be able to check. I guess I'll have to. I once again examined the black aura. It wasn't just the size of the area, it was also the density of the glow. That suggested his fame must be quite high. Trail. The empire can be divided into a total of 40 territories. What? Are we having geography class now? Just listen. There's a mountain range called the Kaskart Mountains running horizontally across the center of the empire. It practically splits the empire in two. I pointed at the map with my chin. And by coincidence, or maybe not, it's almost perfectly divided, with 20 territories on each side of the mountains. I need to claim the northern half first. I have to hurry. Kaled's already way ahead. All right, so what's your plan now? What's your plan now? Right on cue, Neryl asked the question. Pretending to think for a moment, I opened my mouth. First, I need to spread my name a bit more. I figured. I still don't get how that's connected to becoming the hero, though. My plan is to travel through the northern regions first and slowly work my way down. Any idea where I might find some work? Not sure. I'm not some wandering mercenary, you know. I don't keep tabs on that kind of thing. It's fine. Truth is, I've already decided. You're kind of annoyingly smug, you know that? Ignoring her, I pulled a map out of my bag. It used to be one of my prized possessions before I met Trail, but compared to the digital map from earlier, it now looked embarrassingly crude. Do you finally understand my greatness? All right, we're currently here. Excuse me? Next, we're heading here, the Lior territory. Hey, Neryl tilted her head and asked, what's in this place? Nothing much. For now, you're talking like you can see the future. I casually shrugged. Anyone trying to make a living needs a few trump cards up their sleeve, right? You're the same. Neryl flinched and shot me a sideways glance. I thought it was strange how you listed off all those dirty secrets about the Baron and that gray bastard. Do you have some kind of power that lets you dig up people's secrets or something? Indeed, That is the power of my all-seeing eye. If only. Just think of it as insight built from long years of experience. Hey, listen to me. Whatever. But if you try digging into my secrets, you're dead. Would it kill you to acknowledge me a little? I'll be careful. I may be younger than you, but I'm not ready to die just yet. Now that we're on the subject, use honorifics. Yes, ma'am. Just talk normally. Will do. The rightful source is novelfire.net. And so, we bickered over nothing as we began, leaving Quelk territory. Behind us, the heat of the ongoing trial could still be felt. Once we had secured a wagon and were completely out of the territory, I suddenly heard Trail sniffle. Sniff. What now? Are you crying? Why? I'm sorry. From now on, I'll always stay humble. What weird guy. After Mide and Neril departed for the Lior territory, a visitor came to Baron Frank. Normally loud, Baron Frank couldn't raise his voice in front of this guest. One of the Empire's two swords. The vice-captain of the Holy Knights of Light had arrived, while the other sword, the Alcahad division, symbolized pure military force. The Holy Knights of Light were responsible for investigating and resolving unusual phenomena and incidents across the Empire. Their investigative authority came directly from the Emperor. No mere lord could challenge their authority. And this was the vice-captain. Baron Frank sipped his tea and looked at Vice-Captain Xenia Seed, a young blonde woman who looked barely over 20. She was considered the most brilliant talent in the Holy Knights' history. Baron Frank spoke. It's true there was a bit of unrest in my territory recently, but I didn't expect it to warrant an investigation by the Holy Knights. The incident happened only a few days ago. How did you arrive so quickly? Despite the slightly sarcastic tone in his voice, Xenia replied nonchalantly. Let's just say the Empire has some very fine horses. All right then, but still, why the urgency? I didn't think that trial would draw this much attention from the capital. No, I'm not interested in that matter. Excuse me? Weren't you here to investigate that scum Gray? Who's Gray? Actually, never mind. Don't answer. Like I said, I'm not here for that. Her indifferent tone made the Baron's brow twitch. This brat's getting cocky, giving a rookie like her lofty titles like God's agent. The Holy Knights sure love their exaggerations. If Mide had been there and heard the Baron's thoughts, he would have laughed until he cried. The woman before him, Xenia Seed. Before the regression, she had been Mide's comrade and a hero-level member of the Heroes Party. Clack. Xenia set down her teacup and continued speaking. The authority to investigate and judge matters within the territory lies with you, my lord. We only investigate what's considered unusual. For example, the Witch of Carnage. Frank's back stiffened. Surely you're not saying that which is in our territory? When the Witch of Carnage uses magic, she leaves behind a strong remains. It's so unique and thick that it's easily identifiable. Our Knight's Order has dispatched affiliated mages to every territory on the continent, and Quelk was no exception. Baron Frank's face twisted. That meant a spy from the capital had been openly operating in his territory. But Xenia spoke on, unconcerned. We received a report not long ago that the Witch of Carnage's mana had been detected. She's such a major figure that I had no choice but to come personally. Before I came to see you, I found traces of a battle in the open field north of the territory. Without a doubt, it was her doing. She fought someone. Fought the witch, did they? Whoever it was, I'll say a prayer for their soul. I'm not so sure. Xenia furrowed her delicate brow. It might actually be the opposite. Pardon, on the way here, I heard a rumor spreading through the territory. About Mide Mohan. Apparently, a great mercenary arrested a notorious criminal who had been tormenting the people. And they say there was a woman at Mide's side. This chapter is updated by novelfire.net. Frank recalled the woman who had stood behind Mide like a lifeless doll. That woman was the Witch of Carnage? A cold sweat ran down his back. Looks like you recognized the description. There was indeed a woman who accompanied Mide. Tell me more. Well, I never actually spoke with her. Mide led all the conversations while the woman simply listened. The witch did that. She's not the obedient type. I'm just telling you what I saw. It felt like Mide had full control over the situation. A glint of interest appeared in Xenia's eyes. After a bit more conversation, She realized she had nothing else to learn from the Baron and stood to leave. She found a quiet bench in the garden, sat down, and took something from her coat. It was a communication orb, a device developed by one of the heroes who appeared during the descent of the second Demon King, Archmage Ioriotics. Xenia brought the orb to her lips and spoke. "Father, no, I'm sorry. HM? Captain, I'm reporting in. No need to be so formal. You're still my daughter. That was a slip. I shouldn't have said that during official business." Fine. So, did you learn anything? Yes. As we suspected, it appears to be the work of the Witch of Carnage. I figured. Damn it, things were quiet for a while, and now this chaos. Xenia shook her head. Then, in a slightly quieter voice, she continued. I think it's a bit different this time. The Witch of Carnage wasn't alone. What? My impression is, well, I don't know if this term suits that witch, but it seems she has a companion. That's impossible. And not just any companion. Apparently, some lowlife caused a disturbance here in the territory, but the witch delegated everything related to the incident to her new companion. And that companion was... Go on. Mide Mohan. You may not know him well, Captain, but in the mercenary world, he's already reached the top. He's a formidable expert. There was silence on the other end, as if he were gathering his thoughts. Xenia waited a bit longer and then asked, What should I do? What happened to the lowlife? Another one of the witch's poor victims? No, and that's what's strange. Mide turned him over to the Lord and exposed all of his crimes. He was tried through formal procedures and is now imprisoned, though it seemed the trial had a personal grudge behind it. Still, it followed proper procedures? Yes. Even as she said it, Xenia couldn't quite believe it. Who was the Witch of Carnage? 30 years ago, even after being completely beaten down by her father, this very man on the other end of the call, she had continued to commit heinous crimes across the continent. A criminal whose name would be etched into human history. And now she'd gone and reported a petty criminal and been welcomed by the people? I don't understand it. Maybe she's finally repenting. Perhaps what happened with you changed her mentally. Made her think, I need to be humble. Dame, her father, noticed that she had accidentally called him father earlier, but chose not to mention it. Instead, he brought up something else. That can't be. That was 30 years ago. And as you know, for the past 30 years, Neril has committed atrocity after atrocity, brazenly. She did. Of course, that was a lie. A hidden deal between the Empire and Neril. The Empire promised her safety and compensation. In return, Neril accepted infamy under her name. Nearly all the atrocities attributed to Neril after that event 30 years ago were actually committed by the Empire. And leading that dark enterprise was the captain of the Holy Knights of Light, Xenia's father, Dame. The tragic part? Xenia didn't know any of that. As Dame listened to his daughter's report, he pondered. Why? The Empire gains a villain to carry the blame, and the witch gains safety and rewards. I thought it was a fair trade, so why would she have a change of heart? Is she trying to clear her name now? Did something happen to stir her feelings? That would be a problem. The puppet used to cover up the Empire's filth must not rebel. Meanwhile, Xenia asked, So what should I do now? For now, return to headquarters. That's when it happened. For the first time, Xenia's tone, until now full of respect and deference, changed. She spoke in a cold voice. I refuse. What? Oh, sorry. That came out wrong. I don't mean to refuse. I just want to ask why. Dame let out a low sigh. Xenia's tone earlier hadn't come from mere professional enthusiasm, and Dame understood exactly what she was thinking. But he pretended not to know. It's too dangerous. I'm strong. This part won't be on record, but I'll say it clearly. I'm stronger than you. Realizing she was getting emotional, Xenia tried her best to calm herself. Then she racked her brain. She needed a logical justification for why she couldn't return now. After a short while, she thought of something useful. Captain, we need to confirm something. As I mentioned, she has a companion now. We need to determine whether this Mide person is a benefit to Neril or to us. Based on what's happened so far, it looks like he benefits us, but who can say? I'll find out myself. I'll contact you after I locate the witch. Please send support then. Dame acknowledged his daughter's skills. He knew full well that Xenia could hold her own against Neril. And that was precisely the problem. With that upright personality, if she finds out about the secret contract between the Empire and the Witch, she'll cause a huge uproar. Especially if she finds out that that incident had nothing to do with Neril. After a moment of silence, Dame spoke. Even so, what if I order you to return? I'll probably resign from the Holy Knights of Light. That way, I wouldn't be obligated to follow Father's orders. What? I've been entrusted with the heavy responsibility of serving in the Holy Knights of Light. I just can't accept stepping back when we've finally discovered Neril's whereabouts after she's been missing for years. At his daughter's response, Dame instinctively realized that persuading her any further was impossible. There's no helping it. I'll have to give Neril a heads up first. He let out a sigh and said, in that case, swear to me here and now. Swear that you won't confront Neril on your own, even if you find her. That you'll contact me immediately. Of course. I swear, Captain. Good. Permission granted. If you need anything, let me know. Yes. Thank you. Just as the call was about to end, Xenia hesitated, then hurriedly blurted out, please don't record this either. You absolutely must not. I'm sorry for speaking so arrogantly earlier. Father, I still do, and always will, respect you deeply. That's all. Excuse me. Xenia abruptly ended the communication, almost like she was running away. She realized her face must have turned red. After lightly patting her cheeks to calm herself, she put the communication orb away. When she rose to her feet again, there was no trace left of a daughter who admired her father. What remained was only the face of the vice captain of the Holy Knights of Light, carrying out her duty. Neril seemed to talk a bit more now than she had before the regression. Not that she had become chatty or anything. Clatter, clatter. Inside the carriage heading for the Lior territory, Neril asked, who's the real hero? You said before that the real hero would appear later, properly, after receiving a divine revelation. And if my intuition's right, you already have a guess who it is, don't you? You're sharp. I shrugged. You wouldn't know him even if I told you, but it's a guy named Kaled. Kaled Wake. Word probably hasn't spread this far yet, but he's already pretty famous in the southwest of the Empire. He's got 5 territories locked down tightly. Neril didn't bother to ask how I knew that. She must have known I wouldn't answer even if she did. I continued. So yeah, I'm a bit anxious. The real hero I have to catch up to is already way ahead. I have to hit it big in the Lior estate. No. You're the real hero. Let's just call that Kale guy the fake hero between us. Got it. Strangely, my chest felt a little ticklish at that moment. I turned my head slightly, and so did Neril. For a while, we silently gazed out the carriage window. Seriously, you two are like moody teenagers. Then it happened. A faint bluish glow suddenly began to radiate from Neril's luggage. With a face like she'd been expecting it, she rummaged through her things and pulled out a communication orb. Dame Seed, captain of the Holy Knights of Light. Know him? Yeah, let's listen together. Pretend you're alone for now. Sigh. Haven't heard this bastard's voice in a while. As Neril gently touched the orb, a deep, middle-aged voice came through. Neril, Dame, long time no see. Not that I'm happy about it. I feel the same, so I'll be blunt. What the hell is going on in the Quelp territory? Already finished your investigation? Dame responded cautiously. Yes. For reference, the one who led the investigation is my own daughter. Xenia, was it? Well, you do seem to be stepping back from the front lines these days. Here's another reference. Xenia knows nothing about the contract between you and me. Neril let out a short laugh. What? Wanted to look like a saint to your daughter. Don't be cheeky. I was just stating the facts. In any case, since we found traces of you in the Quelp territory, the Holy Knights of Light had no choice but to investigate. Xenia will find you soon. So, just take it easy. You mean don't bring up the secret contract and comply quietly with the interrogation? No, you won't even meet her in the first place. I already told her to contact me immediately if she finds you. Dame lowered his voice. I'll be sending a subordinate who knows about her contract soon. But if Xenia tries to contact you on her own before they arrive, just play along for a bit. Do I really have to go along with that? If it was going to be such a mess, you shouldn't have sent your daughter in the first place. Just send another subordinate from the beginning. If she hadn't learned of your presence, maybe. But once she knew, I had no way to stop her. How could I possibly reject the vice captain of the Holy Knights wanting to pursue the Witch of Carnage? I nearly snorted at that. That's not it. What do you mean? I heard something before the regression. This pursuit of Xenia's is driven by personal feelings. So much so that even her captain's orders couldn't change her pursuit. Trail looked like he wanted to ask more, but before he could, Neryl spoke. Apparently, she was thinking the same thing I was. That's really all there is to it? My gut says otherwise. You don't need to know more. Huh, the little brat's really grown up. Don't take it the wrong way. I'm asking as a favor. If everything wraps up well, I'll reward you. Not really interested. Don't make me say it. Suddenly, Dame's tone turned cold. I'll make this very clear. If you tell Xenia about our secret contract, I'll burn that item I've been holding on to. Neryl's face hardened. You're quite fond of it, aren't you? Burning it would be unfortunate, wouldn't it? You bastard. So let's continue to maintain a cooperative relationship. Dame said that, then hung up without waiting for a reply. Neryl's mouth twitched. That son of a bitch. That item? Did he get something on you? Well, it did seem weird from the start. I couldn't imagine someone as free-spirited as you cutting a deal with the Empire just for safety or some reward. I waited for a reply, but Neryl's lips never opened. Then Trail suddenly spoke. Want to take a look? No, wait a minute. Was I meant to say, but the screen popped up first. Error. The secret between Neryl Slane and Dame Seed. This is classified as B rank. You must reach Eye of Omniscience level 3 to access it. Got nothing to say? A woman with many secrets is always attractive, you know. I ignored Trail's answer and fell into thought. A secret involving someone named Mayanerica was also B rank. If it's on the same level as Neryl's core secret, then whatever that item Dame has must be incredibly valuable. Just then, Neryl spoke. Sorry, I still can't tell you. Anyway, what's the reward? The reward Dame promised. I'm very interested in shiny things. Maybe realizing I was deliberately changing the subject, Neryl's expression softened. She answered in a light tone, playing along. A magpie, are you? Worse than that. It's just jewels and gold coins. And Dame is mistaken. I'm not so desperate for rewards anymore, because the person who was supposed to give the reward is already dead. Neryl seemed to be implying that. So that gravekeeper old man partnered with the Empire for a comfortable retirement? You really are quick on the uptake. Yeah, the butler's warehouse had piles of gold and silver higher than a person's height. He just stuffed it all in without spending a single coin. And you knew that and still kept accepting the rewards? I considered it the bare minimum atonement. I didn't bother asking what that meant. Neryl continued. Of course, all that treasure was stolen by Gray's gang. They all lived successful lives on the continent, huh? I always wondered how those pieces of trash made it big. Turns out they cashed in there. Gray's tool shop probably had the same story. She let out a light sigh. I scratched my head and asked, So, if Xenia shows up, are you going to go along with the interrogation willingly? I'd love to kick up a fuss, but that might mess with your path of the hero, right? I'll have to meet her to know for sure. Then meet her and decide. I'll do whatever you want. I opened my eyes wide in surprise, not expecting her to say that. Then our eyes met. We awkwardly turned our heads away at the same time. Trail chimed in. No way. You guys aren't going to stay like this forever, are you? What are you on about? Anyway, this next part is going to be really interesting. Xenia Seed, nicknamed the God's Agent. A holy knight who emits more divine power than most high-ranking priests. And most importantly, he continued in a subtle tone. She's your former party member. He was right. Xenia Seed was one of the members of the Heroes Party. The fourth person Kale successfully recruited. He currently has 3 heroes under his wing. In other words, the next target is Xenia. In other words, Kale hasn't gotten to her yet. This is your chance. Bring her over to your side. It's not that simple. Neryl and Xenia. The two of them had an absolutely horrible relationship. I recalled my memories from before the regression. Xenia was the fourth person Kale recruited, and Neril was the fifth. When they first met, Xenia treated Neril like a mortal enemy. Even said she'd leave the party if Neril joined. Well, one's a witch and the other's a holy knight. No, it's not just bad chemistry. There's a backstory between them. A backstory? Yeah. And the one who resolved that story was Kale himself. That was the moment Xenia truly came to believe in him as the hero. I stopped there and stared silently at Neril, who was now munching on an apple. What? Want one? Yeah. Here. 10 guilds. Okay. Just a sec. No, it's fine. I was just kidding. Don't actually pull out money. That's embarrassing. Flick. Neril tossed me an apple, and then, for some reason, bit into her own apple a bit more hastily than before. So what is the backstory? Anyway, in my current position, I can't afford to go against the capital. It's hard to resolve things between the two of them right now. What to do? Hey, I asked you what the backstory was. At the very least, I need to prevent them from going at each other's throats. Maybe if I tell Xenia I'll handle it later, she'll believe me. Hello? Are you ignoring me again? This text is hosted at N0ve, fire.net. Well, I'll do what I can. If I earn a lot of trust through this mission, it might work out somehow. I'm gonna cry. I really will, I swear. I could almost hear the sound of someone sniffing in sync with my sadness, though I was probably imagining it. As we neared the Lior territory, a piece of good news arrived. Ding, your level has increased. Level, slightly famous. Your name is spreading throughout the Drucker territory. All points retrieved. Your name is spreading throughout the Quelk territory. All points retrieved. Reputation points needed for next level. 1,760/20,000. All the points from the Quelk territory had been retrieved, and I had leveled up. That gave me 10 seconds of joy and 30 minutes of despair. Thanks to what Trail said next. Well done. Now that your level's gone up, you can see Kale's fame level in detail. Well, technically, you can see everyone's fame levels now. Show me. Right now. You sure you want to see it? You ready for this? I'm a so-called slightly famous person now. Show me without worry. With a solemn sound, Trail brought up the display. The usual continental map showed our respective domains in different colors. In the center of each domain, numbers appeared. Mide Mohan, 1,760. Kaled Wake, 20,450. Huh, this has to be a mistake. I accidentally said it out loud, and Neril tilted her head. What is? How do I explain this? It's like starving for days and finally getting a drumstick in your mouth, only to watch someone toss away a full roast turkey, saying they're too full. Neril didn't respond. She seemed to have given up trying to understand. Thanks to that, I had a bit of time to complain to Trail. What the hell has that bastard even been doing to be so damn famous? This might be the first time I've seen you yell. Huh, calm down. You started this playing hero thing several years before you. You can't help it if you had a different starting line. If it was going to be like this, they might as well have sent me back 10 years, not just 7. I'm sorry. Is sorry the right thing to say here? My sigh only deepened. The carriage arrived at the territory of Lior. As I paid the coachman, he spoke. But you folks, you're mercenaries, right? That's correct. Nope. Neril and I gave completely opposite answers. The coachman tilted his head, confused, then continued. If you're mercenaries, it won't be easy to find work around here. Sounds like a peaceful region. More like the whole town's full of lazybones. A town of lazybones. The coachman didn't say it to mock them. Around this time before my regression, Lior was practically a symbol of laziness. As if it were agreed upon, the townsfolk didn't even get out of bed until 10 a.m. Then they wrapped up their daily work around 4 p.m. and went home. And by 9 p.m., it was lights out. Their bizarre routine, like that of small children, had even become a running joke in neighboring territories. Neril spoke. I get it now. It's such a lazy town, there aren't even any mercenary requests. That's right. Ironically, this is the land governed by the Martial King. Who's that? When Neril asked, the coachman looked flabbergasted. I smoothly cut in. Please understand. This young lady was raised quite delicately. She doesn't know much of the world. Well, that explains it. Even her tone had the air of nobility. if I've been rude in any way. Not at all, so don't worry. We'll be going now. Take care. The coachman bowed a full 90 degrees, probably thinking I was the lady's bodyguard. Once he had left, Neril spoke. Young lady, huh? Has a nice ring to it. Get a grip. You get a grip. You're the one who got Rena to call you Big Brother. I ignored that and opened my mouth. Seriously, though, you really don't know who the Martial King is? You've had dealings with the Empire. You keep going on about the Empire, but to be precise, the only person I've dealt with is that bastard Dame Seed, captain of the Holy Knights of Light. It's not like we're close or anything. The only Imperial organization tracking me is the Holy Knights, right? So I only bothered learning about them. You should work on building some general knowledge from now on. Hearing that from the most nonsensical guy I've ever met is weirdly insulting. That's harsh, especially to someone as exemplary and reasonable as me. So anyway, who's this Martial King? Terskrine. If you rank the Empire's power players, he'd be around 10th. He's from this region, and about 10 years ago, he entered a martial tournament in the capital as the local lord's proxy and won. And not just one, it was an overwhelming victory. The Imperial Academy even tried to scout him, but he turned them down. He's deeply attached to his hometown, Lior. Despite my enthusiastic explanation, Neril looked completely uninterested. She glanced around instead. It was 2 p.m., a time when most people should be busy at work, but the territory was eerily silent, like a ghost town. Neril spoke in an intrigued voice. The coachman was right. Everyone really is a lazybones. If someone answers your question, try listening properly. I did listen. Then tell me the Martial King's name. Art Will Garen. Unbelievable. Not a single letter was right. Close enough. Sure. I gave up trying to explain. Neril asked, Anyway, where are we headed? How are we supposed to make a name for ourselves here? Let's go to the Mercenary Guild first. Huh? Didn't the coachman say there wouldn't be any work because everyone's so lazy? I smiled lightly and answered, If there isn't any, we'll just make some. Lior may be infamous now as a land of lazybones, but in a few years, it becomes known for something else entirely. One of the quests the so-called Hero Party received after it formed under Kale was here, in Lior. Wasn't the quest to kill the Demon King. Kale judged the Demon King too powerful. So instead of charging straight at him, he decided to tighten the party's bonds and level up through various quests around the continent. And the quest in Lior was what? I paused a moment, then answered, Kill the Martial King. What? What are you talking about? It's complicated. You'll see soon enough. Besides, there's something more urgent to deal with right now. I said that and stopped walking, looking up at the sky. Neril took a few more steps before turning back to look at me. What are you doing? Spacing out all of a sudden. You don't see it? I pointed to a spot in the sky. Neril squinted in the direction I was pointing. Something's flying? Isn't it just a bird? Your eyesight sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Must be nice to have good eyes. It's far from ordinary magic, so I get it. Seriously, what is it? Instead of answering, I pulled out a dagger. Then I bent my body backward, almost touching the ground with my hand. Neril recognized the pose and stepped back. Creak. The muscles in my right arm swelled to the point where the word bulging wasn't enough. And then, schwack, the dagger shot upward at a terrifying speed. I took a light breath and straightened my posture. Consider that a greeting. It's been a while, Xenia. Xenia watched as Mide and Neril entered the Mercenary Guild. Where is she watching from, you ask? From the sky, growling. She's surprised? It's okay now. She gently patted the back of a grill, the divine steed she was riding, calming it. This beast, which greatly resembled the legendary dragon, was one of the Empire's precious but useless treasures. It was capable of crossing the continent from end to end in just 10 days, an incredible speed, but no one had ever been permitted to ride it. The fact that no one had meant now someone could. Xenia Seed, vice captain of the Holy Knights of Light, she was a master capable of riding and controlling a grill, who had not appeared for 300 years. She pulled a communication orb from her bosom. Captain Father, call me one or the other. Don't combine them. Xenia's face turned red, but she quickly spoke with forced calm. I've found Neril. Or to be precise, I found Neril and Mide. They've entered the mercenary guild of the Lior territory. I see. I'll send backup. Until then, just observe them. You must not contact Neril recklessly. Remember my words. But, Captain, she cut Dame off with a slightly tense voice. I think I've been spotted. What? Mide suddenly stood in the middle of the road and pointed a dagger. No, he pointed directly at me. That's impossible. A grill is a divine beast. It doesn't use mana or anything like that. Not even the Witch of Carnage should be able to detect it. From hundreds of meters in the sky, how could anyone possibly notice? But Xenia was sure. It wasn't a witch. I said it was Mide who pointed at me. That's even more absurd. He's just a mercenary. As I've said, Mide isn't just any regular mercenary. All the more reason to be cautious. Return at once. Xenia? Xenia hesitated for a long while before finally speaking. He didn't run or hide after spotting me. He walked confidently into the guild. I think he's sure I won't stop them. I can't just go back like this. I'll confront him myself. Xenia, don't worry. I'm not going to fight. Ending communication. W8. Click. Xenia slipped the orb back into her clothes and glanced to the side. There lay a single dagger, calmly set down. This was a provocation, wasn't it? When that dagger grazed past her ear, she had felt chills over her entire body. It was incredible enough that he noticed a grill, but he even threw a dagger at it. And that dagger had disregarded the hundreds of meters of altitude and came flying like lightning. But the most surprising thing was, there was no killing intent. It wasn't thrown to kill. So he really lives up to the name, the Sword Master of No Killing. Xenia's curiosity was piqued. Why did he send that invitation? What does he want to say to her? Just for a moment, a very brief one, Xenia's thoughts had shifted. Neril was no longer the primary focus in her mind. Mide was, though she didn't realize it herself. Suddenly, I was reminded of one universal truth. Trail is noisy. Why the hell did you throw that? Are you out of your mind? Calm down. I heard Neril and Xenia don't get along. We're already busy building up a reputation in the Lior territory. Why did you go and invite trouble? That's exactly why. Right now, Xenia's head is probably filled with thoughts of Neril. Honestly, I'm impressed she didn't attack on sight. And I needed to shift some of that attention from Neril to me. Otherwise, how could I even get a word in? Trail seemed convinced, but still grumbled in his usual way. Still, throwing a dagger? That's one hell of a first impression. Well, the Xenia I know would probably find that interesting. Anyway, we'll see how it plays out. First, let's deal with the matter at hand. We were now facing the guild master of the Lior territory's mercenary guild. Since I'd shown him my proof of identity, he'd been rubbing his hands together like a fly on a feast. I never expected the famous sword master of No Killing to visit a backwater place like this. Please, speak comfortably. And how is this a backwater? In terms of land size, this territory ranks pretty high, doesn't it? The output of this vast land is dead last in the Empire. Everyone's too lazy to actually work. And the Lord of the Land just lets that slide? The Lord's the laziest of them all. He probably finds supervising too bothersome. At that, Neril chuckled softly. The guild master looked at her, as if just remembering something, and asked, "And this lady is—" I was about to answer, but Neril beat me to it. "A noble lady?" "What? That's how you introduced me to the coachman." I ignored her and responded to the guild master. "Just an acquaintance. Not a mercenary, so you don't have to mind her." "Got it. Anyway, I'm here today to ask for a favor. Anything you need. But may I spread the word that Mide has taken a request through our guild?" "That's fine by me." Once our little deal was struck, the guild master's expression turned serious. "Please tell me, among the requests registered in the guild, find one where I can encounter the Martial King." "And Martial King? You mean Lord Terskrine? Who's that?" "You mean Artwill Garen, the Martial King?" "Yes, Terskrine." Neril turned away, holding back her laughter. "We'll talk later." I'm not sure what you're thinking, but we don't have any requests related to him. I'm not looking for something submitted by him or requiring direct cooperation. I just need a request where I might encounter the Martial King." "Well, wait." He suddenly started rummaging through the pile of request forms, as if something came to mind. And then it happened. Zing! I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand on end and quickly looked toward the window. Neryl did the same. Whoa, that's a sharp killing intent. Looks like the guild master doesn't notice it. It's being aimed only at those it's meant for. They're controlling this thick intent very precisely. Definitely hero-level skill. Xenia, the dagger I threw had done its job. Even while she held hostility toward Neryl, she refrained from immediately arresting, interrogating, or attacking us. At the very least, she had developed a curiosity about me, enough not to act right away. At that moment, the completely oblivious and calm guild master spoke up. Did you know? This place may be called the land of the lazy now, but it used to be bustling 20 years ago. Really, about 20 years ago, an unexplained laziness started spreading through the land. Half a year later, the Lord submitted a request. Tap! He placed a very old, worn document on the table. Find and resolve the cause of the laziness spreading through the territory. The guild master spoke in a gloomy voice. It's a request that's remained unresolved for 20 whole years. If you accept this request, you'll likely be able to meet the Lord. And always by the Lord's side is the martial king, Lord Terse. I understand what you mean. I'll take the request. I'm sorry to dampen the mood right from the start, but this might stain your reputation, Sir Mide. In the past, I might have brushed that off, but not anymore. Reputation. Just that word made my body flinch. I carefully accepted the document and said, I'll have to go all in. Phew. I don't know what's going on, but all right. I'll send word. Thank you. How long do you think it'll take? 2 days should be enough. I nodded and asked another question. What exactly does the martial king do in this territory? He's the commander of the Lord's personal knights. But it's mostly an honorary title. He's just listed by name. His actual role is guarding the Lord from close quarters. If what you're saying is true, then an expert ranked among the top 10 in the Empire is guarding the Lord of this rural backwater. He first set foot on the path of the sword when he joined the Knight Order of this land. He must have deep ties to it. Doesn't seem like that's the real reason. Anyway, now that I gotten the gist, I stood from my seat. Understood. Let me know when preparations are ready. I'll be staying at the inn. But Neryl didn't stand with me. I motioned with my eyes, but she remained seated, gazing distantly out the window. Did I do something wrong to her? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. You can feel this weird vibe too, can't you? I scratched my head. Both Neryl and I had lived lives that made us sensitive to hostility. Maybe that's why she seemed unusually upset. This is so annoying. I've never even crossed paths with that woman before. So why is she picking a fight the moment we meet? No, even before that. There was a time. Never mind. It's nothing. Let's just get up. You're staying pretty calm even with all this pressure. Huh? Unless I'm mistaken, that woman seems to have already surpassed Dame. She should have. Dame is only ranked 3rd in the Empire. I see. Only 3rd ranked. Wait, that messes up the whole equation. Still talking to yourself, I see. Yeah, I developed that habit thanks to you constantly ignoring me. When did I ever ignore you? Aren't both Neryl and Xenia in the hero tier? But 30 years ago, when Dame and Neryl clashed, Neryl was almost killed, right? I never said that. I just repeated the rumors that said so. Trail went quiet for a moment, then asked, So that was part of the covert contract too? Yup. It had to look like everything was under perfect control for the people. Even if Neryl slipped away, the message was that the Holy Knights of Light are much stronger, so the public could rest easy. Phew, the world's just overflowing with lies. No wonder Idrio was so strong. His cryptic remark made me tilt my head. What's that supposed to mean? You'll see. Or maybe not. Doesn't matter. I pressed him a few more times, but Trail never opened his mouth again. That night, just as I was thinking about lying down, something slipped under the door. A letter. No, just a note. Tonight at 11, near the south gate. That's the shortest invitation I have ever seen. Or maybe it's a challenge. The source of this content is N0ve, fire.net. It's from Xenia, right? The inn staff may have delivered it, but there was no doubt who had written it. I grabbed my sword and stepped out. And there she was, Neryl, standing in the hallway. I had assumed she would be fast asleep by now. What, not sleeping? Got a lot on my mind. Still thinking about earlier? Nero looked out the window once. I've been going over it in my head, and I'm sure I didn't do anything to Xenia. But maybe I did something I didn't realize. That's not it, I answered firmly. Nero's blood-written list had many names, far more than the number of true culprits, but Xenia's name was nowhere to be found. Nero widened her eyes and asked, "How can you be so sure? Most of the horrors you've been blamed for were false charges you willingly took on. This is probably just another case of that. It's a matter of probability." Doesn't feel that way to me. Still, I hope you're right. I tilted my head. Not sure how this'll sound, but you never struck me as the kind of person to care about this stuff. I wasn't. But now, if my infamy affect you negatively, that's a problem. What? You said it yourself. You won't let me keep racking up infamy. Doesn't that mean the bad reputation I already have is an issue too? I'm not really sure, but I just don't like that idea. I was honestly stunned. Never imagined she would say something like that. Nero frowned at my surprised expression and said, "What's with that face?" Nothing. Anyway, going somewhere? Yeah. Did Xenia send an invitation or something? Strange. Nero stretched and added, "I don't need to tag along, right?" More like, "You shouldn't." Fair enough. Well, have fun. I'll head to bed. You could at least pretend to worry. I am meeting the vice captain of the Holy Knights of Light, you know. Nero laughed like she'd just heard the world's funniest joke. There are better people to worry about. I arrive at the meeting spot and scan the area. Then I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Golden hair and blue eyes. Except when dealing with Nero before the regression, Xenia usually wore a gentle expression. Whoosh. Tap. She tossed the dagger I'd thrown earlier into the air and caught it. And before any greeting or introduction, she said, "I'm returning this. Seek." A dagger imbued with a rather powerful aura comes flying. Tap. This chapter is updated by noelfire.net. I catch it between my index and middle fingers, and Xenia smiles slightly. Of course you caught it easily. You didn't give me a sheath, so I just threw it. Hope that's all right. It would have been, as long as you didn't throw it blade first. I wasn't aiming to kill you, just like you weren't earlier. Well, I was the one who provoked you first. It's fine, Mr. Mide Mohan. I see the rumors of the Swordmaster of no killing being underestimated were true after all. I give a light nod in thanks and ask, "So then, what brings you here today? You're Xenia's seed, right? You knew? Well, I suppose the Witch of Carnage must have told you. What's your relationship with Nero Slang?" "We're comrades." Xenia doesn't look particularly surprised. Maybe she expected this. Instead, a faint trace of contempt creeps into her expression. There's no need to go on about her infamy, is there? Especially for a freelance mercenary like you, who's probably heard it 1,000 times by now. Well, that's not wrong. Fine. Anyway, as of today, I want you to sever ties with her. Someone with your skills has far better options than sticking around with Nero. I don't even understand why you're doing mercenary work at your level. If you want, I could recommend you to the Central Capital. I keep a blank expression. Xenia studies me carefully and continues. Of course, you can't join the Holy Knights of Light without the ability to use divine power, but I could, for example, recommend you to Alcahad. I've heard those two organizations don't get along all that well. You're well informed. Still, I could at least write you a letter of recommendation. No thanks. I plan to stay with Nero. Her expression begins to vanish too. Why? Why go that far? I'm not talking about morals. I'm being practical. The witch is a target the Holy Knights of Light have been pursuing for decades, and you'll face us eventually. Just like you're facing me now. Of course, Xenia's words are a misunderstanding. As long as that secret agreement with Dame is in place, the Paladins won't genuinely oppose Nero. She's pushing this far. Wouldn't it be better to just tell her about the hidden contract? No. If I reveal the Holy Knight's biggest secret here, Xenia will go confront Dame, and Dame will start seriously watching me. And nothing. I'm supposed to become a hero, remember? Opposing the capital, especially the Holy Knights, would only create obstacles on my path. Even if I manage to hijack the Oracle event with Nero's help, if the Holy Knights declare it false, things could get complicated. At least until I reach the status of an undisputed hero within the Empire, I must avoid direct conflict with them. It's best to stay on good terms with anyone who holds influence in the Empire, not just the Holy Knights. I'll allow that logic for now. What's that supposed to mean? I thought you were just doing this because you hated seeing Dame burn something Neryl valued. Like I'd care that much about her personal life. If you say so. Instead of arguing with Trail, I say to Xenia, I'm not particularly afraid. Do you realize what you just said? You're saying you're not afraid of the Holy Knights of Light? Their political power, sure, that's intimidating. But if it comes to pure combat, I'm confident I can overpower them. Earlier, I said the Sword Master of no killing might be underestimated. But you might be overestimating yourself. I don't know. For reference, I'm stronger than Neryl. Xenia falls silent, lips tightly shut. I continue. You must have seen traces of our battle back in the Quelp territory. I won that fight. I feel a little guilty saying this, but let's go with it for now. Gulp. Even from here, I can see Xenia swallow hard. She slowly responds. Even so, I can't agree with what you said earlier. After all, my FA, the captain defeated Neryl too. That was a lie is what I almost say, but swallow the words. Neryl just agreed to count that as a loss. But if I say that to someone who respects Dame absolutely, like Xenia, she'd probably draw her sword on the spot. So I changed the subject. By the way, may I ask something too? No, not until you answer my question. Your attitude suggests this is more than official duty. Did the Witch of Carnage personally harm you in some way? Why even ask if you're going to talk like that? Xenia sighs, but answers without resistance. She was my friend. You're saying Neryl killed her? No, she simply disappeared. She was a holy knight like me. One day, while on a mission, she vanished without a trace. And the last place she was seen was soaked in the witch's mana. So, in accordance with the hidden contract, Neryl spread her mana around the scene to make sure the investigators would blame her. What was your friend's name? Why do you want to know? I want to ask Neryl about it. Xenia raises her eyebrows sharply. She looks furious, but still answers. Ophelia Mace. Go ahead and ask, though I doubt she'll tell you. Ophelia Mace. That name wasn't on Neryl's blood-written list, meaning she didn't commit a sin against her. But since there are so many names on that list, maybe I just forgot. And even if she didn't commit a crime, there could still be a secret. So I should check again. Tell me the secret between Neryl Slane and Ophelia Mace. Soon, a screen appears. You have used the Eye of Omniscience. Current level of the Eye of Omniscience. 2. You can view secrets up to grade C. Selected condition. The secret between Neryl Slane and Ophelia Mace. There are no relevant secrets. Viewing not possible, just as I expected. So how did the pre-regression Kale convince Xenia and make her accept this? No point in worrying about it. I don't need to follow that guy's path anyway. I speak. Let's do it this way, Xenia. Yes, I'm going to stay with Neryl, but I'll make sure she doesn't cause any more calamities. You think you can control that witch? You don't believe me, right? Then come find me at the inn I'm staying at in 2 days. We'll take care of this situation together. Xenia tilts her head. This situation? Yes. And if, after this is all over, you still think I can't keep her in check, you can take her away. You talk like you're giving permission. Wouldn't it be faster if I just arrest you and drag her off right now? Shrink. Xenia draws her sword. It's been a while since I've seen her signature weapon. The Holy Sword Caesar, forged by a god during the descent of the Second Demon King. Though it's known more for its numerous divine enchantments than its blade's sharpness. Well, she's clearly drawing it to attack. Of course, unlike with Neryl, I had no intention of fighting her. Well then, I'll be running away. What? I'll say goodbye in advance. See you in 2 days. Nonsense. Do you really think you can escape right in front of me? Before she even finished speaking, I pushed strength into my legs. Quick sprint. Ow. Name, please. The next moment, a tremendous burst of air slammed against my face. I saw Xenia's stunned face flash past me. And then, in a moment too brief to even measure, she swung her sword in my direction. Whoosh. but I was already about 500 meters away from that spot. Phew. I let out a breath and thought to myself, Caleb really was an idiot. I agree. Though agree with what? You agreed without even knowing? If it's about trashing that guy, I'll agree first and ask questions later. See, that's what I mean. I lifted my arm to show it. The end of my sleeve had been sliced off. No one had ever reacted to my quick sprint technique like this before. Before the regression, I had no idea Xenia was this good. Caleb always only asked her for defense and teleportation using a grill. He didn't even properly understand his own party members' capabilities. He never learned how to use the right person in the right place. Or maybe he thought it would be troublesome if she performed too well. If she ended up perfectly fine even after fighting the Demon King, that could have messed up the plan. I had to admit Trail had a point. Clack. When I got back to the inn, Neryl greeted me from a table on the first floor. Without a word, I sat across from her. Didn't you say you were going to sleep earlier? I woke up. I'm sensitive. If the pillow's not soft, I wake up easily. That's why, before the regression, you always set up a proper bed, even when camping outdoors. I didn't expect her to wait for me. Thinking that Neryl had surprised me several times today, I smiled lightly and said, You've changed a lot too. What are you talking about? Anyway, it's all wrapped up now, so let's get some rest. Xenia will be coming here the day after tomorrow. We've decided to work together on this. I briefly summarized the conversation I had with Xenia. Unsurprisingly, Neryl didn't seem to recognize the name Ophelia. So Dame killed his own subordinate? And even tried to pin it on me? Most likely. If I tell anyone about this, it'll blow up for both Dame and Xenia. That's why I'm planning to keep it a secret for now. Stirring things up could end with us making enemies of the entire Holy Knights of Light. Didn't think you'd be the type to fear something like that. I am. It could seriously damage my reputation. Those guys are geniuses at manipulating public opinion. Yeah, that's true. But honestly, I think it's more like... She trailed off. Then, after hesitating a bit, she asked, Is it because of me? Because you're afraid Dame might burn that item? She's saying the same thing Trail did. I was about to deny it, but Neryl spoke before I could, abruptly changing the subject a little awkwardly. Your sleeve's cut. That Xenia woman must be pretty skilled. She's definitely stronger than Dame. Well, obviously. Dame's weak as hell. For a second, I almost felt sorry for Dame. Schwing. Xenia only sheathed her sword 30 minutes after Mide had disappeared. That sword master of no killing had used some bizarre technique and had zipped past her at an unbelievable speed. She had swung her sword at the afterimage, but of course she didn't hit anything, though it had felt like something brushed against her blade. And when she came to her senses, he was completely out of her line of sight. All of those actions and reactions had occurred in just 0.5 seconds. And for a full 30 minutes, Xenia had been replaying that 0.5 seconds in her mind. What if I'd reacted the moment he began gathering strength in his legs? Could I have cut him then? She had asked herself that question multiple times, but the answer was always the same. I don't know. Tremble. She realized her right hand was shaking and grabbed it with her left. But it didn't help much. Her left hand was shaking too. For the first time, Xenia asked a different question out loud. Would Father have been able to cut him? This time, the answer came much more quickly. It wasn't I don't know. It was no way. She had already surpassed her father. She had no doubt about that. And if even she couldn't track that afterimage, how could her father possibly have cut him? Cage. Xenia bit her lip. She needed to find out. How Mide had become so absurdly powerful, and what exactly he was planning to do in this territory. By now, the existence of Neryl had completely vanished from her mind. 2 days later, the guild master came to the inn, saying preparations were complete. Since we were just eating breakfast, we offered him a meal. I've already eaten, so I'm fine. Besides, I have another appointment to get to. Is that so? Understood. It's already been arranged, so there shouldn't be any issues. But here, take this letter of introduction. Thank you. That helps a lot. Don't mention it. But, go ahead. When I reported to the Lord, the Martial King was also present. He looked rather uncomfortable. I probably misread it. Please don't mind it. No, you probably saw it right. The laziness of this territory. In other words, its lethargy. It was the Martial King who caused that. What? What do you mean by that? Well, just then, Neril, who was watching the guild master leave, spoke up. By the way, the bread here is terrible. Wait, too hard. Picky, aren't you? They actually make a much better black tea here. Let's wrap up breakfast and get going. What's the rush? I'm curious. What the hell are you up to? She was apparently quite serious. She stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. I'll go out first and get some air. Hurry up. She slowly approached the inn door. That's what happened. Bang! The door suddenly burst open, and since it opened inward, and Neril was standing right in front of it. In short, despite being a magical genius, Neril had terribly slow reflexes, and she got smacked by the door. Who heck? S is bynovel-fire.net. Let's pretend we didn't hear that. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect someone to be right there. The girl who entered bent her waist in a 90-degree bow, clearly at a loss. She radiated such sincere remorse that even the Witch of Carnage didn't blow up in anger. Instead, Neril rubbed her reddened forehead and let out a rather ominous chuckle. Ha ha! Hoo. Calm down. I am calm. Do I look excited to you? No, never mind. What a funny little girl. Who are you? The girl, Xenia, still couldn't straighten her back as she replied. I'm really sorry. I'll find a way to make it up to you. Looks like she doesn't even realize who she's apologizing to. An investigator apologizing to a criminal. This was going to be fun to watch. Neril seemed to have picked up on it and spoke again. I wasn't asking for an apology. I asked who you are. Since you didn't answer, let me guess. You're Xenia, right? Yes, I'm Xenia. Huh? If you know my name, then... Xenia straightened up. She looked at Neril's red forehead, then awkwardly stepped back. The Witch of Carnage. Ugh, I can't believe I apologized to you. Why? Want to take it back? No. Regardless of who you are, this was my fault. She bowed her head, but when she raised it again, her face barely concealed the hostility. Did Mr. Mide talk to you about my friend? You mean that little girl named Ophelia? At the mention of that name, Xenia clenched both fists. But unlike before, she didn't draw her sword. After taking a few deep breaths, she spoke. Yes. Where is she? Did you kill her, after all? Neril, bound by her position, simply stayed silent. Xenia waited a bit longer, then said, Sigh. Fine. Don't answer. One way or another, once this job is over, you'll die. No, fall into my hands. Oomph. You don't say kill, so I guess Dame raised you right. Don't speak my father's name so lightly. I'm old enough to call even Grandpa Dame by name, sweetie. I've noticed this before. Neril seems oddly proud of her age. She hates it when I call her ma'am, though. Anyway, the two of them arguing less than a minute after meeting is exactly what they were like before the regression. Shouldn't you stop them? Even pre-regression Kale couldn't manage those two. Not even that perfect hero could get them to cooperate. Giving up before even trying? I did not raise you this way. Yeah, well, you didn't raise me at all. I calmly sipped my milk and turned to Xenia. Would you like to join us for breakfast? The Lord was 55, technically not yet old enough to be considered elderly. But he slouched like a man 20 years older as he greeted us. And behind him, that must be the Martial King, Terse. The man standing behind the Lord with his hands behind his back. He did nothing, just stood there. But his presence was overwhelming. Even future heroes like Neril and Xenia couldn't ignore him. Feeling sidelined, the Lord awkwardly cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem. So, you intend to take the request? Yes, my lord. As I answered, I checked the list Terse had sinned against. Wow, haven't felt this kind of shock in a while. Sinned against Gert Brits and 2,103,340 others. Good thing I'd already seen Kale's blood script, where he had 148 million victims. Without that reference, my jaw might have dropped. How the hell? How can one person commit crimes against that many people? So you really can see the sins people have committed. Yeah, I can't see the actual crimes, just the number. Interesting ability. So how many sins does this so-called Martial King have? Over 2 million. Trail was silent for a moment. This one deserves a closer look. Agreed. The target's name is Gert Brits. Without another word, he activated his ability. This was the first time I got to see a grade C secret. Good thing I leveled up earlier, otherwise this would have been a problem. The screen flickered to black, and then an image began to play. It showed Marshal King Terse overlooking the territory from atop a high castle wall. I tilted my head. Doesn't seem like an old memory. His face looks just like now. Look in the upper right corner. HM? Oh. Unlike the previous visions granted by the Eye of Omniscience, this time, text appeared at the top right corner. December 10th, 1529, 7 a.m. It's showing the time now. That's another effect of leveling up. Helpful, right? Very. The Eye of Omniscience really is magnificent. Haha. Thanks. Why are you thanking me when I said the Eye is magnificent? Don't you think I've been getting treated a bit unfairly lately? In any case, I turned my attention back to the screen. December 10th, 1529, 7 a.m. That's this morning. In other words, this secret is about something the Marshal King did this very morning. He committed a C-grade secret just this morning? I tilted my head in confusion. And then, the Mercenary Guild is up to something useless again. Just in case, I'd better take more than usual today. Terse muttered that to himself, then pressed his index and middle fingers together and shoved them deep into his mouth. What the hell is he doing? Ugh, Yue. He gagged a few times and soon vomited something up. Covered in disgusting digestive fluids, what he pulled out was a red gemstone, roughly the size of 2 finger joints. What kind of insane ritual is this now? Though I mumbled that, I already had a suspicion. The man held the gem high in the air and shouted, "Come, grant me your strength again today. More power to me." The red gem began to glow. Moments later, across the territory, something like a summer heat haze began to rise. It floated upward into the sky, gathered together, and was absorbed into the gem. The Marshal King then casually wiped the gem off with his sleeve and swallowed it whole again. Phew! Been doing this for 20 years, and I still can't get used to it. He tapped his abdomen, as if checking that the gem stored in his stomach was still safely in place. Click! And with that, the vision ended. Trail spoke in a bewildered tone. I've seen all kinds of maniacs in my life, but that one's a first. What does that insane display have to do with this Gert Britz guy? Nothing. Gert was just one of many victims. Let's test it. I should look into some others. I randomly selected 10 names from the list written in blood and used the Eye of Omniscience. And every one of the 10 had the same vision as Gert. So then, Gert wasn't chosen because he suffered a particularly unique or terrible crime. The Marshal King Terse committed the same level of sin against everyone in the territory. What the hell are you saying? Don't you get it? Just like this morning, he committed the same crime against all 2 million residents of the territory. He stole their life force. Life force. Vitality, stamina, spirit, call it whatever you want. Anyway, this place became the land of the lazy because of that bastard Marshal King. And I'd already known this. What I didn't know was how he stole the territory's life force. Remember the quest from before aggression? The one that said to kill the Marshal King. Yeah. He took advantage of the chaos brought on by the Demon King of lies and deception and massacred every single person in the Lior territory. Back then, we only knew there were no survivors. We didn't know how they were all killed. He must have used that mysterious gem inside his gut to drain everyone's life force. In other words, he starved them to death. The Marshal King, who had stolen the life force of over 2 million people, had become monstrously powerful. So strong we couldn't even dream of capturing him alive. It took all of us attacking at once to barely bring him down. If Neril hadn't used her trump card, disintegration, we might have been the ones who died. Disintegration? Yeah, a spell that completely erases someone from head to toe, obliterates them from the world. It was Neril's hidden card. Anyway, because of that, we didn't even get a chance to examine his corpse, and the quest ended with that nagging mystery still unresolved, how he absorbed all that life force. Now it makes sense. He'd hidden his weapon inside his own body. What on earth is that gemstone? And why is the Marshal King doing something so insane? How are we supposed to stop him? My thoughts were a mess. And then, Lord, allow me to handle things from here. Sir Terse, you've been worn down in many ways lately. You accepted this request boldly, but in the end, they're just mercenaries. Hardly worth your time. At the Martial King's words, Neril scoffed. On the other hand, Xenia seemed quite flustered, perhaps unused to being treated like this. Realizing neither of them would give a proper response, I quickly opened my mouth. It saddens me to hear such words from the great Martial King I have always respected. This quest has gone unresolved for 20 years. It's nothing more than a long-winded definition of impossible. Don't give the Lord false hope. Lord Viscount, let us go. The Martial King, outrageously rude, jerked his chin toward the door, right in front of the Lord himself. And that told me everything I needed to know about their relationship. The Martial King's towering fame. The weakened, feeble Viscount. Terse had already become the true ruler of Lior territory. The Viscount glared at Terse, but lowered his gaze immediately under his what? Are you a barking dog? Expression. Ahem. I see. Very well then. I'll leave this to you. You may not. I calmly cut off the Lord's words. The Martial King's brow twitched. What did you say? I must apologize for one thing. Martial King. I lied to you. I've never respected you. The Lord and I were not finished speaking. If there's an unwelcome guest here, it's you. Would you kindly leave? Martial King Terse blinked, as if he couldn't understand what I'd just said. But it didn't take long for his thoughts to catch up. You bastard. His hand reached for the hilt of his sword, but he couldn't draw it. Calm down. Xenia was gently pressing down on the sword's hilt. SSSHHH. A chill-inducing silence settled over the room for a moment. Terse tried to draw his sword with force, while Xenia held it in place with her own strength. Even if it had been drained little by little, it was still 20 years' worth of stolen vitality. He was practically at half-hero level, and yet Xenia didn't break a sweat. In the end, it was Terse who let go of his sword first. You're no mere mercenary. Who knows? I don't know where the hell you came from, but I won't forget this. You'll pay for today's disrespect. Without so much as a glance at the Viscount, the Martial King turned and stormed out of the room. Neril puckered her lips, looking amused. I'm not interested in brainless sword fights, but the Martial King's presence just now wasn't a joke. You okay? Yes. As long as you're not around, I'm fine. That's a pretty creative answer. Ignoring Neril's raised eyebrow, Xenia glanced down at her own arm. It was trembling slightly. I asked, that was close, huh? Yes. I'd heard all about the Martial King's fearsome reputation, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. It's been a while since I had to use enough strength to strain my muscles. I was genuinely surprised, though not as surprised as I was by you the other day. Honestly, what surprises me more is that even with 20 years' worth of stolen vitality, Terse still couldn't overpower Xenia. I mean, Xenia might be at hero level, but still, is that really possible? Wait a second. Could it be? My brain starts spinning at a terrifying speed. What is it? Let me in on it. Something the Martial King said before he died in my last life just came to mind, as his body was torn apart by Neril's magic. Like a vengeful ghost saying its last words, he spat out one bitter line. TCH, if only I'd fully absorbed that power, you all would have been nothing. Classic villain exit line. I didn't get it at the time, but I think I do now. He never fully absorbed the power of the gem. The vitality he stole from people wasn't absorbed into his body. It was absorbed into the gem itself. Think about it. He pukes every morning and then swallows it back up like some kind of twisted ritual. Why else would he keep inserting and removing the gem from his body? He's not doing it because he likes it. He has to. That means the gem isn't fully transferring its power to him. In other words, there's still a gem full of the territory's stolen vitality lying dormant in his gut. Tempting, isn't it? Leaning back in my chair, I addressed the Viscount. Viscount, I have a request. The Lord, whose eyes had been darting like a scared scarecrow, flinched in surprise. Years of living under Terse's thumb must have made him forget his own rank and bloodline. What is it? First of all, this. Half of the job is done. What? The request was to find and resolve the cause of the laziness, right? I just identified the cause. So half the work is complete. And the cause is none other than the martial king Terse, who just stormed out of the room, all high and mighty. Thanks to his trickery, your people fell into lethargy and laziness. The Viscount looked at me like I had lost my mind. Neril stepped in to ask the question in his place. Do you have proof? There's a red gem of unknown origin inside his body. Every morning he vomits it up, uses it to absorb people's vitality, and then swallows it again. Been doing it for 20 years. A red gem? That absorbs vitality? Which is why everyone in this domain wakes up in the worst condition possible. But if we take care of the martial king, they'll all start getting healthy again. Xenia looked at me with a puzzled expression, as if wondering what gave me the confidence to rattle that off so easily. But Neril focused on something else entirely. A red gem that absorbs vitality. I think I know what that is. What? What is it? Not now. I'll tell you when we're alone. At the mention of alone, Xenia reacted. Why are you excluding me? Why shouldn't I exclude you? This is clearly an abnormal phenomenon affecting the entire territory. In my position, I can't just ignore such matters. As the vice captain of the Holy Knights of Light, the organization that oversees all supernatural phenomena in the Empire, her words had weight. Neril didn't seem to care in the slightest, but I took a different view. Let Xenia in too, Neril. What? We'll need her strength for what comes next. With that, I turned back to the Viscount. As you've heard. Heard what? I didn't understand a single word you people said. We'll take care of the martial king and restore your land's health. But to do that, we'll need something from you. What now? Host a duel between me and Terse. The Viscount, who'd been about to snap back, clamped his mouth shut. Neril and Xenia stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Do you even understand what you're saying? Yes. And Terse will be easy to convince. He seemed pretty mad at our party. Exactly. Which means he won't go easy. He won't duel. You'll be lucky if he doesn't try to kill you. I plan to live to 100 in good health, so it's fine. Huh. So the name Sword Master of No Killing was earned with your tongue. Huh? You really think a lowly mercenary like you can beat the Empire's 10th-ranked warrior? Yes. My short answer made the Viscount's face grow more serious. Tilting my head, I continued. Since I'm already being plenty rude, let me say one more thing. You seem to be quite afraid of the martial king. Am I wrong? No matter how strong he is, you're the Lord of Leor, aren't you? But to me, it looks like you've already handed all your authority over to him. Huh. So be it. My house ends with me anyway. Huh. I didn't press further, but instead, the Lord continued speaking, almost like he regretted it. It seemed he was finally letting out words he hadn't been able to say to anyone for a long time. My only son passed away 7 years ago. Everyone in this territory is lazy and lethargic, but he alone was the picture of health. You never tried to have another heir? After he died, everything just felt pointless. Rationally, I knew I should, but neither my mind nor body would cooperate. My son was deeply loved and trusted by all the people in the territory. If he were still alive, that martial king wouldn't have dared to act as he does now. The Lord awkwardly cleared his throat and shut his mouth, as if realizing he'd said too much. I crossed my arms and sank into thought for a moment. After a brief silence, I spoke. I understand. I'll look into that as well. What? Anyway, back to what I was saying. Please gather all the residents of the territory for the duel. Let's make it the biggest dueling tournament in the territory's history. And why go to such lengths? It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to raise my reputation. Only Neril understood what I meant. Her eyes sparkled as she said, That makes sense. If a mere mercenary defeats the martial king, the incident in Quelk territory will pale in comparison. At that, Xenia looked back and forth between Neril and me. Quelk? Reputation? I see now. You weren't doing this to bring justice or help people. It was just groundwork to boost your fame. Tell me I'm wrong. Neril replied dryly. You're right. And we're not even trying to hide it, so there's no need to interrogate us like that. TCH. I raised a hand to calm Xenia, then turned to the Lord. Read full story at novel.ir.net. When will the duel be held? I haven't said I would allow it yet. Then say it now. You insolent wretch. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you even know who you're speaking to? I sighed and glanced at Xenia. Miss Xenia, could you show that thing? What thing? Your identification badge. Why should I? Don't you want to see me fight the Martial King? You probably couldn't fully gauge my skills 2 days ago. But if my opponent is the Martial King, you'll get a better sense, slowly and thoroughly. Her eyes wavered. I recalled a memory from before my regression and gave her a final push. I'll buy you a meal. Let be known, I'm not doing this just for food. Xenia reached into her cloak. The Lord was still boiling with rage. I'll rip you all to pieces and feed you to the clink. Xenia tossed her badge onto the table, as if throwing it down. It bore the symbol of the vice captain of the Order of the Holy Knights of Light. During an official investigation, that badge represents the Emperor himself. The Lord's voice dropped immediately. Nero chuckled. Would you reconsider the dog food thing now? What did I say? Quite the quick change of attitude. No wonder he could still hold onto his title while serving next to the Martial King. The Lord agreed to hold the duel in 1 week. In the meantime, we stayed at the inn, spending a strangely cozy time getting to know one another. Mide, now that the badge has served its purpose, don't you think it's time to send her back? Great idea. Shall we go together? Miss Witch? Destination: the capital's underground prison. Did you get your dad's permission for that? What does the captain have to do with this? Don't yell. You're hurting my ears. The one whose ears hurt the most was me. I stepped in to mediate. That's enough. Let's get back to the main topic. Main topic? Yeah. Miss Xenia. I plan to become a hero. Both Neril and Xenia blinked in unison. After a brief moment, the older and more composed Neril recovered first and shouted, Are you insane? Why are you blurting that out? I wanted to rope Xenia in too. What? Of course her power is tempting, but more importantly, she's the one who commands a grill. Neril, who had been flustered, fell silent at my words. A grill as in, yeah, the divine chariot granted to humanity by the gods during the descent of the demon king of greed. Known as a grill, the chariot of the gods. So that's why you threw the daggers into the air out of nowhere. I get it now. Neril understood instantly. With a grill, which could traverse the continent in 10 days, and if Xenia could be persuaded to board us on it, it would be an immense help on my journey as a hero. Just as Neril fell silent, Xenia raised her voice as if to pick up the baton. A hero? Did I hear that right? Yes. The Demon King will soon descend upon the continent. I quickly explained the situation to her, just as I had to Neril. Xenia's reaction wasn't very different from Neril's either. If there was one difference, so there's already a true hero in the Southwest? That's right, Caled Wake. I've heard of him. Oh, even Neril's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, the capital is located a bit further south on the continent. It wouldn't be surprising if she'd heard rumors about Caled, who operates in the southern region. So the rumors haven't reached this far yet. Strictly speaking, it's not that I've merely heard of him. His name has practically been drilled into my ears. He's someone who's accomplished all sorts of good deeds and feats in the Southwest. Listing them all would make my mouth sore. If I hadn't been tracking the witch here, I would have met him in the capital by now. What? Cale did something incredible recently. I believe the captain even heard of it and invited him to the capital. I was supposed to attend that meeting too. So that's why, before the regression, Xenia became Cale's fourth companion around this time. Before the regression, Neril wreaked devastation upon Grey, and Dame must have carefully hidden the truth from his daughter. But this time, things escalated because I ended up clashing with her in a magical duel, making it impossible for Dame to hide the witch's appearance from Xenia. Thanks to that, instead of staying in the capital and meeting Caled, Xenia ended up tracking you and Neril. Yeah, I almost lost Xenia to Caled. Lucky me. Still, there was a strange admiration in Xenia's voice. As expected, she said what I anticipated. He must be a true hero. He helps simply because he wants to, without weighing gains or losses. Unlike someone like you, who stirs up incidents in pursuit of fame. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. I thought you were praising me for being strategic. Ugh. Anyway, I'll pretend I didn't hear that just now. That was an extremely problematic thing to say, and I already have enough to deal with. Her words were no different from outright rejection of my offer. I tried to persuade her further, but Neryl stopped me. It's no use talking now. Why not? Dame was pretty stubborn. Like father, like daughter. Xenia shot a glare at Neryl. Stop bringing up my father. Anyway, don't just brush it off. I wanted to talk about that red gem that Terse swallowed. The topic must have been too interesting. Xenia stopped being angry. Neryl spoke in a quiet voice. It's probably the gem of desolation. What? It wasn't that I didn't know what she meant. I just repeated it in disbelief. The gem of desolation. The core of the fourth demon king. The demon king of desolation. Just like the heart Kale drew out before the regression had been the core of the demon king of lies, Idria. If someone else had said it, I would have laughed it off as a joke. But the name of the Witch of Carnage wasn't so easily dismissed. I swallowed a sigh and muttered. No wonder it was tough, even with all of us combined. What do you mean? It's nothing. But how can you be so sure that gem is the gem of desolation? That was originally the demon king of desolation's power, wilting crops and plants, making people and livestock sick. All of it came from draining vitality. I get that much. But it sounded like you know the gem itself. Yeah, I mean no. No, she says. Well, guess I'll leave it at that. You're really just going to let that slide? She's clearly hiding something she doesn't want to say. Want me to use my eye of omniscience? No, I'm not going to pry into something she's deliberately hiding because she's my companion. As I said that last part, my chest stirred strangely. TCH, you're too soft. Trail sounded a bit annoyed, but didn't push any further. Just then, I heard murmuring from a table behind us. Did you hear? The Sword Master of No Killing and the Martial King are going to duel. Huh. Sword Master of No Killing, my foot. I used to think he was decent, but this time he's really crossed the line. Seriously, who does he think he is, challenging the Martial King? He's out of his mind. Just because he's a bit famous among mercenaries, he thinks he can go up against the Martial King. Well, they say he's kind of a celebrity in the nearby Quelk territory. Yeah, I heard he's made a name for himself. Is that why he got cocky? He's about to get a harsh reality check. That was the general tone of the conversations around us. Not just them. People all around were gathered in groups, gossiping and slandering me while singing praises of the Martial King. It seemed I was being resented for challenging the one local pride of this otherwise unimpressive region. Neryl asked, so they say. I just shrugged. Well, now I'm too scared to slice open the Martial King's belly. Heh, wait, slice open his belly. Yeah, I want that gem. I'm going to take it. Are you tossing away your title already? I'm not killing him. I'm just going to extract the gem from his stomach. People usually die when you do that. There's a pretty great paladin around here. Not quite a priest, but still. I'm sure he'll patch him up fast enough. I said that while looking at Xenia. She responded with an expression of exasperation. So you were planning to use me from the start, even back at that meeting 2 days ago. My desire for you to join us as a companion was sincere. Just think about it. You think I'd ever accept that? Honestly, just not arresting the witch here is already testing the limits of my patience. And now you want to put that terrifying gem of desolation in the hands of you and the Witch of Carnage? No way. Then all the more reason to come with us. You'll need to monitor us. Xenia bit her lip furiously before replying. All of that assumes you win against the Martial King. I'll decide after watching the duel. The technique you showed me 2 days ago was certainly impressive, but that alone doesn't guarantee victory. That was probably your trump card. Maybe I should copy Neryl's line. Yeah, no, all right, time to draw up a plan. First, I quietly called Neryl over without Xenia knowing. There are 2 goals this time, getting the gem of desolation and making a name for myself. Got it, but the 2 conflict, right? To get the gem, you'll have to slice open the Martial King's stomach. No way the people here would like that. Exactly. So I need to create a situation where even if I do something that brutal, the people here will find it understandable. Surprisingly, Neryl even crossed her arms and gave it serious thought. It was a rare sight, her racking her brain over someone else's matter. She didn't even notice me watching her as she muttered uncertainly. This isn't easy. I can't think of a way. It's fine. Just do what I ask. All right. What is it? So, I whispered in a low voice. Neril immediately understood what I meant. You're going to expose his dirty deeds during the duel? Right in front of all the gathered locals. That's right. Think you can do it? I didn't know a suitable spell, but something filthy enough that the locals will side with you. No, never mind. You'd find something like that easily. It looked like she was about to add, like you always do, but held back. Still, I was deeply grateful. This plan wouldn't be possible without her support. After she left the room, Trail's voice rang out. So what crime are you planning to expose exactly? That's what we'll find out now. Together. If Trail had a visible form, I imagined he'd be looking pale white. No way, right? Come on, no way. Don't joke around. Calm down. I already have a hunch. The Lord's son. Huh? Oh, you mean the one who was beloved by the people. That healthy son suddenly died. It's obvious his vitality was drained to the bone by the gem of desolation. The martial king is clearly aiming for the lordship. That's why he killed the Lord's heir, and now he's clinging close to the Lord, slowly choking him off, so he can't even consider producing another successor. In that case, wouldn't it be easier to just kill the Lord too? If the Lord dies without naming a successor, an investigation is guaranteed to come down from the capital. And if the Holy Knights of Light were to come and catch on to the strange situation in this territory, things would get troublesome. Ah, I see. So he's planning to make the Lord write his name in the will before killing him. Most likely. He's probably in the middle of that groundwork right now, but the Lord is holding out. He might not look it, but he's got quite a spine. Trail seemed convinced, and then, in a somewhat relieved tone, he continued. Anyway, if we just know the son's name, we can search for his secrets. Since he shares the same family name as the Lord, we won't have to comb through everything like with Gray. You were worried? Of course I was. One hell like that was enough. But here's the thing. The secret related to the Lord's son definitely involves the gem draining his vitality. And like I said before, I have no intention of exposing the gem to the world. So then, don't worry. I don't need to go through all 2 million. My blood script arranges sins in order of what the target most desperately wants to hide. And the sin the martial king fears being revealed the most is the act of draining vitality from the territory's people, starting with Gertbritz. I don't need to look at that one. Meaning, I just need to start from the bottom of the blood script and work my way up. Somewhere in there, I'll find a sin related to the young lord's death that doesn't reveal the gem of desolation. Excuse me? Once I find a suitable crime while going up from the bottom, I will stop there. Excuse me. Calm down and listen to me for a second. I would say within a few hundred, I'll probably hit bingo. A bit of effort and we're good. I continued in a gentle and sweet tone. Then let's do some overtime together. Fortunately for Trail, after 3 days of shutting myself in and digging through secrets, I finally found a satisfying sin. It's all burned out, completely white. You okay? How is it that we both pulled 3 all-nighters and you're perfectly fine? My record for staying awake without sleep is 2 weeks, you know. Monster. You're a monster. Aha. Come now. Why the oddly placed compliment? Anyway, time passed, and the day of the duel arrived. The duel was set to take place in the largest open space in the territory. People were packed so tightly there wasn't even room to step. At the center, I stood facing Terse. The Lord wore a sentimental expression, as if it had been a long time since his people had shown such passion. A soldier, acting as the temporary referee for the day, raised his voice. Today, this gathering was made by the challenge of Mide Mohan, the sword master of no killing. Whoa, no killing? What no killing? More like a moth throwing itself into fire. Kneel and beg while you still can. The referee cleared his throat and continued. Ahem. Mide Mohan has challenged the martial king, Terse Crine, and this duel is the result. Whoa, martial king, look over here. We always respect you. Please crush that reckless little mercenary for us. Well, the crowd's reaction is night and day. Neril tapped me on the shoulder. How's your condition? You haven't been sleeping these past few days. I haven't, but not because I'm nervous. I can't even imagine you being nervous anyway. So you're confident? Yeah, I'm sure I can win. What I'm more curious about is whether the plan will go smoothly. Don't worry. I'll do my best too. I nodded at her reassuring words. Meanwhile, Xenia had her arms crossed and was glaring at me. I'll cheer for you for now. Thank you. And since I'm cheering, let me give you one piece of advice. You should only use that unnamed technique at the final moment, when you're aiming for a decisive blow. It clearly puts a huge burden on your body. If you fail to take the martial king down with it, you'll be open to a quick counterattack. This lady is clearly misunderstanding something. I shrugged and spoke. I'm a top-grade mercenary. I know, and the only reason I'm a top-grade mercenary is because there's no grade higher. Xenia flinched at my words. S is bynofire.net. I continued calmly. In all my mercenary work, wandering from place to place, not once have I ever gone all out for a job. Even without doing so, everything just worked out smoothly. That's some excessive confidence. Well, just watch and see. Tap. I turned and walked up to stand before Terse. Good morning. Silence. I don't want to hear greetings from the likes of you. You're directing your anger at the wrong person. The woman behind me is the one who upset you, and it was you who brought her. I've spent the last week thoroughly investigating you. Tap. He rested his sheathed sword on his shoulder and spoke with relaxed confidence. I'll admit, anyone traveling with the Witch of Carnage and the vice captain of the Holy Knights of Light must be quite extraordinary. But you're still no match for me. Oh, I expected him to know about the Holy Knights, but even the Witch of Carnage? I never made that public. He must have deduced it from the residual mana left in the previous territory. I responded nonchalantly. Is that so? If you kneel and beg now, I might spare you. By any chance, do you remember the name Dwayne Marcrow? Stop. His smug expression froze solid. I glanced behind me. Neryl was continuously twirling her left hand back and forth. That magic, I remembered it. Sound adjustment magic. It amplifies desired sounds in specific locations and erases unnecessary ones elsewhere. Among Neryl's arsenal of destructive magic, this was a rare and practical spell. Our conversation, mine and Terse's, must now be booming like thunder to the gathered crowd. The horrified expressions of the audience proved it. On the other hand, the crowd's noisy murmuring didn't reach us at all. Click. Neryl gave me a thumbs up with her empty right hand. Feeling reassured more than anything else, I turned back and continued. About Dwayne Marcrow. You remember him, right? You. Shall I be a bit more specific? Not like anyone can hear us whispering here, anyway. The secret I had uncovered was so old there was no way to find physical proof. But in this world, nothing is more solid than a confession. Sure enough, Terse lowered his voice with a cautious look. How much do you know? Everything. Let's start with how you murdered the Lord's son, the young master, by some undisclosed method. I don't know the exact method, but during the young master's funeral, you locked yourself in a room alone and started laughing hysterically. You dismissed all your subordinates, but you let your guard down. Koha, finally dead. In the end, I had to do it myself. What a persistent bastard. But it's over now. This domain is mine. Terse's face twisted more disgustingly than ever. Regardless, I continued in a quiet tone. That's what you shouted, isn't it? Dwayne disobeyed your orders to come inform you that the Lord was looking for you, and he overheard that outburst. He tried to report it to the Lord immediately, but you caught him first and imprisoned him. After that, he was never seen again in the territory. I narrowed my eyes and asked in return, what did you do to Dwayne? That fool probably became food for wild beasts ages ago. Sneaking out at night and carrying a body that size wasn't easy. How did you find out about this? From here, I would have to bluff a bit. I licked my lips and spoke. Before you captured Wei, he had already told everything to one of the soldiers, someone he trusted. Don't worry, that soldier knew how to value his own life. After seeing his superior Dwayne meet such a senseless end at your hands, he fled the territory and became a mercenary. So that's how the story goes, huh? Terse nodded, seemingly convinced. Shing, the bastard slowly drew his sword. Unlike before, also drew a proper longsword and took a stance. No more fist fights or daggers. That man was a close friend of mine. For a long time, we fought side by side, trusting each other's backs. TCH, as if mercenaries know the meaning of camaraderie. Well, even he died during a mission eventually. Before he died, he told me, take revenge on the warlord who deceived people and killed the superior he once admired. Huh, so that's why you came to challenge me. No, that's all a lie. But it fits the picture well enough, doesn't it? I took one last glance at the spectators. They were no longer shocked, they were angry. They were venting their fury at Terse, who had stolen their beloved young master from them. Of course, not a single word of their shouting reached our ears. Neryl's magic is amazing as always, and your sneaky little schemes are just as amazing. Yeah, thanks for that. Huh. Anyway, I guess the interrogation and confession part is over. That guy's aura has changed. Clang. Terse pointed his sword at me and said, now I have one more reason to kill you. Who's killing whom? Even before the regression, when you stole the life force of 2 million people, you still couldn't kill me. Not that I plan to kill you, either. Boom. Boom boom. Xenia couldn't believe her eyes. It had only been a few minutes since she'd learned Terse's shocking secret. She thought nothing could surprise her more, but the duel playing out before her eyes now made even the Martial King's crimes seem trivial. I missed it. I actually missed it just now. That was already the third time. Though it wasn't as fast as the ridiculous technique he had used 2 days ago, and she could follow most of Mide's movements overall, she still lost sight of him 3 times. He blocked the Martial King's massive strike with a casual kick. She even heard the crunch of Terse's wrist breaking from where she stood. She'd seen up to that part, yet somehow missed the moment when the Martial King staggered back 5 steps, coughing blood. Graf, I'll kill you. Phew, that was a jolt. If killing with your voice were a thing, I'd be dead 100 times over by now. You bastard. I'll drop the formalities now, okay? Not that I'm asking for permission, so don't answer. Swish. Mide slashed his sword again. The Martial King flinched and blocked with his great sword across his body, but Mide twisted mid-charge like a salmon swimming upstream and cut into the man's side. Slash. Blood sprayed from his flank. 4th time. I missed how he landed that attack at the last moment again. Beads of cold sweat were forming on Xenia's forehead. Then Neryl spoke. I'm seeing that confirms it. He really was holding back 2 or 3 moves when we fought. You mean back in the Quelk territory? Yup. You're oddly calm about the fact he was going easy on you. I'm not like those hot-blooded warriors who cry about being underestimated and demand full strength. Mide's stronger than me, and he liked me, so he held back. I'm proud, honestly. Xenia bit her lip in silence. The duel was nearing its end. The Martial King staggered, drenched in blood. Mide approached him slowly and calmly. Xenia muttered without realizing it. I thought I could beat that Martial King too. But I couldn't have overwhelmed him like this. Just who is he? They say he's the next hero. Funny, right? I thought so too at first. But the more time I spent with him, the more I started to believe it. From, maybe he could really become a hero, she hesitated for a moment, then said with conviction, to if he isn't the hero, then who could be? Is that why you're with him? Forgetting everything you have done until now. Kid, that girl, Ophelia, never mind. I hope I get the chance to tell you about her someday. Xenia, annoyed by Neryl's evasive tone, snapped back. Still, Mide's way too calculating for a hero. And that's a bad thing. He's insanely strong and smart. That's basically your definition of a perfect hero, right? Xenia fell silent. Then a moment later, she whispered, so faintly even Neryl, standing beside her, couldn't hear it. That's certainly true. It was at that moment. You all. A scream, louder than any before, tore through the air. It came from the Martial King's throat, his voice trembling. Mide had sliced through the Martial King's abdomen cleanly with his sword. Xenia's expression turned into someone who had been caught off guard and taken a hit. He really did it. From the way I see it, you didn't seem all that intent on stopping him either. Don't you despise scum like the Martial King? Just like you despise me. Well, either way, it's too late now. Since it's come to this, join the act. I'm going to pull the gem of desolation out of his stomach. I'll handle concealing it from the spectators. You heal the warrior king. Why is Mide trying to heal him instead of killing him? Neryl simply shrugged. Well, some things don't change. Oh, so that's the gem of desolation. I spotted the glowing red gem inside the split-open stomach of the bastard. It was buried in partially digested food waste, but its presence was unmistakable. Enough gawking. Just take it out and close his stomach. The stench is horrendous. Wait, you can smell? Is that a problem? Follow current novels on novifire.net. Do you have taste, too? Yes. Is that a problem? Don't tell me you even need a bathroom. No, don't be ridiculous. Of course, Trail was always quick to deny anything inconvenient. In any case, I frowned as I reached into the bastard's stomach. The martial king foamed at the mouth and yelled, Go. What are you doing? Relax. Neryl's using illusion magic to hide this gruesome scene. How did you even know about this gem? I get told I'm pretty talented. Anyway, I think it would be best if you just passed out. Want help with that? I raised my hand to knock him out. Tap! But the martial king grabbed my arm. With a blazing glare, he shouted, I won't give it up. I can't give this to anyone. I was weak all my life. Born the youngest son of a lumberjack, but so frail I couldn't help the family at all. My father saw me as useless. My mother called me a failure openly. Everything changed when I got this gem. I started as a lowly guard, and I rose to lead the knights, became one of the top 10 strongest in the empire. This gem is my life. If you take it away... Shut up. Just pass out already. Thwack. I lightly struck the back of his neck. He stuck out his tongue and fainted. By then, Neryl and Xenia had come up behind me. Still not done? Hurry it up. Casting an illusion over an area this wide is no small feat. Sorry. Almost there. Ugh. The gem's all slippery with stomach acid. Harder to find than I thought. Xenia muttered anxiously. God, forgive me for taking part in this horror. While you're at it, could you include my name in the prayer? Just as a bonus. Oh, really? I seriously can't stand you. I get that a lot. Tap. At last, my fingers touched the gem. The moment I grasped it, VRRR, the gem suddenly began to vibrate violently. Ugh. Startled, I instinctively pulled back. The gem slipped from my hands, but it didn't fall. It hovered in midair, as if suspended by an invisible thread. Then, whoosh! It flew at Terce's chest faster than anyone could react. Wriggle, wriggle. The gem burrowed under Terce's skin. I recognized that sight. Damn it, isn't this just like that thing? Yeah, the false Demon King's core that fused with Kaled. It looks exactly the same, though there was one key difference. The Idria that possessed Kaled had a mind. She calmly mocked me, Kaled, and our companions. But this one has no such restraint. GRRGH. Terce growled like a beast, drooling. Get back. It's dangerous. At my shout, Neryl and Xenia leapt dozens of steps back from Terce. What is that thing? Then Neryl spoke gravely. He's going berserk. What? What? Whoever gave him the gem of desolation engraved a message into it. If someone other than Terce touches it, it must fuse with Terce and trigger a rampage. I didn't bother asking how she knew that. From our previous conversation, I already suspected Neryl had a deep connection to the fourth Demon King, the Demon King of Desolation. What mattered now was how we would deal with this. If he goes berserk, then... But my question didn't need an answer. Graph! With a boom, Terce stomped the ground. A mini-earthquake rippled outward. The ground cracked open, and even the spectators felt the shockwave. Huh, what's going on? Weren't they still dueling just now? Neryl clicked her tongue. The illusion's broken. He dispelled my magic with sheer force. Well, it's a result of 20 years of slowly gathering vitality from the people in his domain, all going off at once. What do you want to do? I recommend we run. I don't think anything short of a real hero could stop this. What are you talking about? I shrugged and replied, I'm a hero. Neryl and Xenia's expressions turned oddly complicated. Koogwagwang. At that moment, Terce suddenly kicked off the ground and launched himself into the air. The deranged man's target was the spectator's stance. Yuwa, the martial king's gone mad. Somebody help. Save me. Mommy wah. Damn it. I stood in front of the crowd, shielding them with my body. Calm down. Growling. Quang. A strike completely unlike any before slammed into my sword. He hadn't used any elaborate swordsmanship. He hit my sword with his bare fist, and that alone shattered my prized long sword to pieces. The impact traveled down the blade and burst the blood vessels in my hands. Mide, even for you, this is too dangerous. Yeah, seems like it. Jay, just wait. Just hang on a little longer. It was probably the first time I'd seen Neryl stammer. She frantically stomped her foot and unfolded a magic circle. I recognized the spell and cried out in horror. Hey, that's a disintegration spell. Huh? How do you know that? If you use that, this guy's gonna die. Don't tell me you're still trying to keep your reputation at a time like this. Just shut up. Let me think for a second. As I shouted, Tur swung a punch at me. I twisted out of the way in a hurry, but the gust from his punch tore my jacket and left my chest bloodied. Ah! His momentum carried him straight toward the spectator stands. If a regular person took that punch, their face would be pulverized. O divine being of the heavens, grant us your shield here and now. Suddenly, a translucent dome filled the entire audience area. It was Xenia. She had driven the sacred sword Caesar, symbol of the holy knights of light, into the ground and pressed her hands together in prayer. Phew! Thank goodness. Thank you, Xenia. Don't worry about the spectators. I've created the strongest shield I've ever made. Boom, boom, boom. As if to prove her point, Turs hammered the audience barrier with crazed fury, but the translucent wall didn't even ripple. Of course, the lack of physical damage didn't mean the mental trauma was prevented. Seeing a completely unhinged man pummeling the ground hard enough to shake the earth made some people literally wet themselves. Please save us. Lord Mide, please help us. We're sorry for our arrogance. Please forgive us. I don't care what happens to me. Just save my son. They pleaded desperately for salvation. Huh? Wait a second. Isn't this turning into a perfect stage for me? Are you seriously thinking about that right now? Prove me wrong. All right, let's do this. I raised my voice and shouted with strength. Everyone, remain calm. Lord Mide, I'll do whatever it takes. Please believe in me. A faint light of hope returned to the eyes of the despairing crowd. That hope seemed to resonate between them, multiplying, until it formed something massive. Sob, we believe you. We believe. Lord Mide, we beg you. I'll give you anything. Anything. Good. The mood's heating up just right. I turned to Neryl and said, Neryl, once again, no disintegration magic. I'm definitely getting answers later on how you know that. Stop that guy's movements. Just for 3 seconds, no, 2 seconds. TCH, I'll give it a shot. She began forming a hand sign I recognized. It was likely her signature restraining spell, Intangible Chains. Meanwhile, I drew a spare sword. I took a deep breath and readied my stance. Been a long time since I've used this technique. Oh, a special move? What's it called? Wait, don't say it. Cut what I want to cut. You said it. My signature move, cut what I want to cut, was something I developed for hostage rescue missions. Criminals always used hostages as human shields at the last second. So I created a technique that could slice only the enemy behind the hostage, without harming the hostage at all. Is that even possible? Strictly speaking, it's a technique that cuts even if I can't see the target. I use the feeling at the tip of the blade to let it glide past obstacles and only strike the intended target. Still sounds impossible. And yet I did it. You're a damn monster. Getting embarrassed now. Quit the compliments. All right, let's do this. Just in time, Neryl finished forming the seal. I'm ready. On 3, cast it. 3. Are you kidding me? She shouted and unleashed the spell. Black voids appeared around the Martial King. From within, shadowy chains shot out in all directions. They wrapped around Terse completely and held him tightly. GRGH. He twisted and struggled, but the chains didn't budge. Luckily, his arms were raised, leaving his chest wide open. Cut what I want to cut. I drew my sword. Swah. Time seemed to slow down. I focused completely on the feeling in my hands. Slice through the skin of his chest. Peel back the muscle. Leave the blood vessels untouched. There it is, the jewel, fused directly to his heart. Ignore the heart. Only cut the gem. With this technique, I can do it. Crack. I thought I heard something break. Time snapped back to normal. I sheathed my sword. Ching. G-G-H-H. And with that sound, the martial king staggered and collapsed flat to the ground. Xenia, start healing now. Yes. We rushed to Terce's side to check his condition. He was on the verge of death, but, oh God of the heavens, your servant begs your gentle touch. Xenia joined her hands and began her prayer. Slowly, color returned to his face. Of course, compared to Sarine, a member of the hero's party before regression, this healing was sluggish, but even Neril muttered in awe. You can save someone like that? Seriously? If this surprises you, you're in for a shock later. What's going to happen later? Nothing. Don't worry about it. Come to think of it, Kale's probably already recruited Sarine by now. Shame. Anyway, what about the gem? Xenia, can you sense the gem? It's probably shattered inside his chest. I was just about to say, I've stabilized his vitals, but we'll need to remove the jewel for a full recovery. All right, Neril, if you would. Without even needing a full explanation, Neril waved her hand. This text is hosted at Novel FireNet. There, I've obscured the disgusting view for now. Perfect. Gem extraction. Begin. The gem was cleanly split in two. When I saw the jewel inside that thing's stomach, it had been overflowing with energy, but now I couldn't feel a single trace of it. It was ruined. My item. While I was still in despair, Neril spoke up. Let me see that for a second. Huh. Give it here. I might be able to fix it. Oh, really? That would be amazing. I quickly handed the broken gem to Neril. She stared at me for a moment, then asked, Aren't you going to ask? Ask what? How I know about this? And how I might be able to fix it? Even if I asked, it's not like you'd answer. I respect my comrade's privacy. Humph. But you already know about my secret weapon, the disintegration magic. Other than that, I'm someone who respects privacy. Neril burst into laughter. I was originally going to grill you about how you knew, but now I don't feel like it. I'll tell you how I know about the Gem of Desolation someday. Eventually, before the regression. Even though we had spent all that time together, Neril had never shared a secret of this magnitude with me. She really had changed. As I stared at her, Neril raised her eyebrows. Why that look? Are you disappointed? No, just focus on fixing the jewel. Yeah, I feel like it's going to come in handy. Thanks. No need to say that. Not between us. I didn't mean that in a weird way. I didn't say anything. At that moment, Xenia, who was in the middle of prayer, grumbled in clear irritation. Can you two take that somewhere else? I'm trying to concentrate here. 3 days later, the incident concluded as follows. The Martial King poisoned the young lord, and when Dway discovered the truth, he killed him too. The Swordmaster of No Killing had been carrying out a mercenary mission with Dway's subordinate, and challenged the Martial King to a duel in order to fulfill the dying wish of his close friend. When cornered, the Martial King completely snapped and attacked, trying to take the territory's people as hostages. Finally, I, the Swordmaster of No Killing, completely subdued the deranged Martial King and locked him away in prison. That's a conclusion perfectly tailored to your taste. Very satisfying. Thanks to this outcome, Lord of Leor expressed his deep gratitude to me. He was a far cry from the man who had initially looked down on me. I don't know how I could ever thank you for this. Please, speak comfortably. I don't hold a title. No, it's not about status. I just believe this is the proper courtesy owed to someone who revealed the truth behind my child's death. Please, tell me if you need anything. Actually, how about settling down here? I'll give you the best land, free of charge. Even Neril and Xenia looked genuinely surprised by the generous offer. I gave a small laugh and shook my head. I'll have to decline. We'll be leaving soon anyway. I thought you'd say that. The kind of man who doesn't stay in one place. Yes, it might be rude to ask in return, but there's something I want to know. Go ahead. What will you do with the Martial King? At that, a flash of killing intent sparked in the hollow eyes of the Lord. I'm sorry, but as for that bastard's fate, of course, I have no intention of interfering. The Martial King committed grave crimes not just against you, but against everyone in this territory. I'd just like a chance to speak with him once. That's all I ask. Understood. That much I can allow. The Lord immediately summoned someone to guide us to the Martial King. Thanks to Xenia's healing, the Martial King barely survived, but after incurring the wrath of the Lord, all the muscles in his limbs were severed, and he was thrown into an underground prison. He hadn't had proper food for 3 days, and now he was skin and bones. His lips were cracked and dry, and streaks of white were showing in his hair. Creak. Thunk. Once the guard stepped aside, Neril spoke first. He looks completely different from just a few days ago. You could almost mistake him for someone else. He lost the power of the gem of desolation. Even so, he's a lot skinny. He said from the beginning that he had a weak body. If he had aged without the gem, this is probably how he would have looked. I removed the gag from his mouth. Terse looked up at me with hollow eyes, then let out a bitter laugh. Ha ha. What? Here to laugh at my misery? No, I'm not even interested enough to mock or pity you. You bastard. After doing this to me, that's all you have to say? I have a question. How did you get your hands on the gem of desolation? Though I asked the question, the person whose eyes gleamed the most was Neril. Of course, Xenia also looked serious, likely due to the implications for the Order of the Holy Light. But Neril's interest seemed more personal, like it was directly connected to her somehow. As expected, the Martial King didn't answer right away. Haha, like I'd ever tell you the gag. I crushed the severed muscle in his leg before he could finish. Oops. Misstep. Ah, cuh. Oops. I think I might misstep again. Wait. I'll talk. I'll tell you, just move your foot. I calmly stepped back. Such a refined gentleman. Didn't you use your eye of omniscience during the Gray case instead of torture? I didn't know the name of the one behind it then. And the names of culprit aren't written in your blood script. I can only see the names of the victims. Possessing the gem isn't a crime in itself, so no name shows up. We already confirmed that after pulling all-nighters for 3 days, remember? Ugh, don't bring that up again. Makes me want to throw up. Anyway, I said, now, explain in detail how you acquired the gem. Leave nothing out. Ugh, I went up into the mountains once to cut down the thickest tree in the land, hoping to contribute something to my household. But I slipped and fell off a cliff. Apparently accepting his fate, he kept talking. There, I met a woman. She gave me the jewel, told me to swallow it, and once a day, draw it out to absorb people's life energy. If I did that, I could become the strongest in the empire. A woman carrying the gem of desolation. She couldn't be ordinary. What did she look like? It was a casual question, but the Martial King's description made the hairs on my neck stand on end. She had purple hair. I'd never seen anything like it. And most of all, her eyes were completely empty. Nothing reflected in them at all. Strange as it sounds, I thought maybe those eyes could hold the whole world inside them. I had seen someone like that before. After a moment of steady breathing, I asked, "Do you know her name?" The Martial King nodded and replied. She said her name, Idria. I'm sure of it. It felt like my thoughts had come to a stop for a moment. The only reason I didn't shout out loud must be thanks to my experience being tossed around as a mercenary. Instead, I screamed internally. Idria, don't copy me. Is that really important right now? Idria isn't the Demon King I'm thinking of, right? Idria, the Demon King of lies and deception. After a moment of thought, I opened my mouth. With your eye of omniscience, can you uncover the Demon King's secrets too? Yeah, as long as the target has intelligence, it's basically possible. Great, I'm using the eye of omniscience. Oh, okay. Trail stuttered, but activated his ability for me. But, error. The secret between Terse Crine and Idria is classified as Grade A. Access requires Eye of Omniscience level 4 or higher. I had a feeling it wouldn't work. Trail looked visibly sad, so I tried to console him. Don't let it get to you. Not like this is the first time I've been disappointed. Was that supposed to be comforting? Anyway, why the hell is Idria's name coming up here? Don't tell me the Demon King has already descended at this point in time. I had subconsciously assumed the Demon King hadn't arrived yet. From what history records, the Demon King's descent and the Oracle happened simultaneously. So I figured the Demon King's appearance would coincide with the moment the Oracle descended and recognized Kaeld as the hero. But Idria already existed. Are they laying the groundwork already? Damn, with all that power and still such meticulous prep work. Maybe my expression was too grim. Xenia, now also looking serious, asked, Mr. Mide, what's wrong? Is it a name you recognize? It's a very famous one. Famous? Even I, who know all the bizarre happenings across the continent, have never heard it before. It will be famous in a few years. I simply shrugged and asked terse. Still hiding anything? Well, at this point, what's left to hide? In truth, there was a woman I loved. But she caught the Lord's eye, and they got engaged. So nothing else. Got it. Wait. At least let me finish. Not interested. You're not curious why I killed the young lord and plotted rebellion. Nope. That's the Lord's job to interrogate you for. Then, why even bother doing this to me? I thought you held a grudge. I tilted my head. Did I ever say I had a grudge? Why, you said it was to fulfill a comrade's dying wish. That doesn't mean I had a grudge. I honored his dying wish. That's all I needed to do. There wasn't even such a comrade to begin with. I casually walked out of the prison. Neril and Xenia hurried after me. Neril asked, I've never heard of anyone named Idria either. Who is it? No need to know just yet. You'll find out soon enough, playing hero like this. You're such a mysterious man. Charming, isn't it? If only you didn't talk. Neril shook her head in exasperation. Xenia looked deep in thought before asking, What will you do now? My business in the Lior territory is finished. I plan to head to the next destination. Why? You coming with me? Xenia opened her mouth to say something, then clamped it shut. It looked like she hadn't made up her mind yet. Since pushing her wouldn't help, I simply headed for the estate gates. That's when it happened. There he is. It's Sir Mide, the sword master of no killing. Wait, is he leaving already? Please wait. Just a moment. Suddenly, a large crowd began to gather around us. In their eyes was a deep sense of gratitude and admiration. Even I, who had seen it all, couldn't quite hide my surprise at the situation. As I stood, awkwardly surrounded, someone who appeared to be their representative stepped forward. Sir Mide, please forgive us. There's nothing that needs forgiving. The Marshalkin, no, that bastard Terse deceived us and murdered our beloved young lord. He even killed my subordinate to cover it up. Since Terse was arrested, we've all felt a surge of vitality in our bodies. Perhaps all this time, our laziness was because the young lord's soul was trying to convey his injustice. So that's the conclusion they reached. Well, it was a conclusion I had every reason to be thankful for. I nodded with a deeply sympathetic expression. I'm sure that's the case. From now on, we'll all work harder. The estate's harvests will increase, and this land will become as lively as it is vast. All thanks to you, Sir Mide. Hey, bring the gift. At the representative's command, another man grunted and dragged over a sack nearly the size of his torso. The clinking inside left no doubt it was filled with coins. Read complete version only at nofire.net. I blurted out without thinking. Oh my, I must take that. Calm down. Let go. I'm warning you nicely. Let go. I'm not holding you back. Just think before you grab it. Which choice will help your reputation more? Reputation's all about maximizing happiness for the most people. Remember? Can you see how much that sack's worth? If this much came from an already poor estate, they must have scraped together every last coin. GRRGH. I had never been more conflicted in my life. But in the end, I had to admit Trail was right. Even if I accepted the money, my fame would rise. But if I showed a more heroic image, I made my decision, holding back tears. I can't accept this. Neril smiled, as if she'd expected that. Xenia, on the other hand, looked at me like I'd said something utterly ridiculous. Sir Mide, please accept this token of our gratitude. No, I'm well aware of the Lior territory situation, and this is winter when work is hard to come by. Other estates might get by with the food they stored in summer and autumn, but your harvests haven't been that plentiful, have they? Since you were all, struggling with the young lord's grievance. The representative and the people of the estate grew teary. I clicked my tongue and continued. When that happens, isn't the very funding you're trying to give me your lifeline? You should use it to pay the merchants and buy food for the territory. Sniff. Lord Mide, I never imagined you were thinking about us to that extent. This is the hometown of one of my dearest friends. So it's practically my hometown, too. Boo-hoo. Please live well and healthily, for the sake of the young lord, too. That's all I wish from you. When I said that, the surroundings suddenly turned into a sea of cries. We said such harsh things. He really is amazing. Lord Mide is a hero. No, more than a hero. He might be a legendary warrior for myths. Yep, no doubt about it. Lord Mide is the hero. And at that moment, ding, you have gained 1,000 reputation points. Reputation points needed for next level. 760/20,000. Your name will echo throughout the territory of Lior. Total reputation points to be earned from this incident. 5,000. Your name is spreading through the Drucker territory. All points collected. Your name is spreading through the Quelk territory. All points collected. Neral Slane considers you a man perfect in both martial and scholarly pursuits. Xenia Seed sees you as someone stronger than her father. Ahem. A man perfect in both martial and scholarly pursuits? Is she actually complimenting you for the little trick you pulled to boost your fame? Looks like Neral had better judgment than I thought. I never noticed it before the regression. But more surprising is how Xenia thinks of me like that. It's only natural that Xenia knows I'm stronger than her father, Dame. She must realize that herself. Still, regardless of actual skill, in her mind, her father probably remains the strongest and greatest in the world. But she thinks I'm stronger than him? If I asked her to join me again now, it feels like I would get a very different answer this time. Just as we left the border of Lior territory with a carriage, Neral suddenly flicked something toward me as if she'd remembered something. Tap! I caught it. It was the gem of desolation. I fixed it. Really? You sure you didn't just find a different one that looks similar? What a weird way to give a compliment. It's just amazing. I can't even see the cracks where it was split in two. Don't worry, it's the real thing. So, how are you going to use it? Good question. I grabbed it since it's valuable, but I never really thought of a concrete use for it. Seeing my expression, Neral let out a small sigh. I figured. You just wanted to have it, didn't you? Yep. It was originally a gem that absorbs vitality, but I made a few tweaks during the repair. It now holds the collected life force of the people of Lior, gathered over 20 years by Terse. That's a massive amount of energy. Would have been a waste to let it rot. She continued like it was no big deal. So now it doesn't just absorb, it can release energy too. Release? Oh, yeah. It can function as a near-infinite energy source. Life force is basically a pool of potential. It can be transformed into anything. So an amplifier? Technically yes, but the way you said that made it sound cheap. Neral pouted slightly. I smiled gently and said, Thank you, Neral. Really? If not for you, I wouldn't even know how to use this. Actually, I probably couldn't have even gotten my hands on it. It's fine. I'll definitely repay you someday. When I become the hero. I said it's fine. I'm not really. She didn't finish her sentence out loud. Just move her lips. Neral probably had no idea, but I could read her lips just fine. I'm weak to being sincerely thanked like that. Keep doing it. She is starving for gratitude. Well, she has probably been cursed at her whole life. Even without that, this time she's more than earned my thanks 100 times over. I wrapped the gem in cloth and carefully tucked it into my coat. Then, I heard Xenia's voice. You're really going to keep that? Yes, I am. Ugh. But that's the core of the Demon King of Desolation. It's supposed to be held by the Holy Order of Light. Please overlook it this once. Even if you confiscate it now, if I become the hero, you'll have no choice but to return it to me. I could invoke the hero's name and demand it, for the purpose of opposing the Demon King. Is the Demon King really going to descend? Xenia asked in a cautious tone. Sorry, but the Demon King has already descended. I thought of Idria, who had handed the gem to Terse, and who even now must be scheming something somewhere on the continent. It's certain. I don't know what makes you so confident, but if that's true, it would be the 5th Demon King's descent in continental history. We were born into an unlucky age. That depends on how you look at it. Excuse me. I'll become the hero. And with Neryl here and you, Xenia, as my party members, you'll become heroes too. Together, we'll defeat the Demon King. Just like the heroes of the past 4 times. Your name will go down in history, Xenia. Xenia's eyes trembled. I'm not really interested in that kind of fame. That's fine. Even if you weren't, someone like you would stand at the front lines to face the Demon King anyway. Even if you had never met me. But since we have met, I'd like an answer now. Will you fight with us? Neryl crossed her legs with a slightly displeased look, but didn't interrupt. Someone who could control a grill and create a massive barrier large enough to protect an entire audience. Someone who could bring Terse back from the brink of death in perfect form. Neryl knew better than anyone what a powerful ally such a person would be. The problem was Xenia. The first time she met Neryl before the regression, she said if that woman joined, she would leave the party. How would she respond this time? Xenia hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. If I try to imprison this witch, you'll stop me, won't you? Neryl cut in. Could you even imprison me? I was asking Mr. Mide. But if I had to answer, I think it's possible. Oomph. Neryl only let out her usual nasal scoff, surprisingly not angry. I said, Neryl is already my companion. And if you spend more time with us, you'll realize she's not as vicious as the rumors say. But still, there are some truths behind the horrors attributed to Neryl that you don't know, Xenia. If we stay together, you'll find out eventually. It's still not the time to reveal Dame's corruption. There's also the matter of Neryl's item, but more than that, saying outright that Dame is a villain without any evidence might only distance Xenia, who deeply respect her father. After a brief pause, Xenia spoke. Which no, Miss Neryl. Let me ask you one thing. Ask away. Did you kill Ophelia? Before answering, Neryl glanced at me. I considered how best to respond, then gave a small nod, my way of expressing that I trusted her judgment completely. After a moment of thought, Neryl answered, I didn't kill her. Then she's alive. No, I just said I didn't kill her. What is that supposed to mean? She turned to me and asked, is she telling the truth? She just said it herself. Why ask me? I haven't even been traveling with Neryl that long. I want your judgment. You, who claim to be a hero. I didn't know what she meant by that. But still, I put on a serious expression and spoke clearly, word by word. Yes, I believe it's true. I saw it clearly. Xenia's expression softened in that instant. A face that said, at least I'm not traveling with someone who murdered my friend. In other words, she was placing her trust in my judgment. Xenia murmured, come to think of it, I never actually witnessed the scene myself. I only received a report that the witch's residue had been left behind. It could have been a misunderstanding, or maybe someone's deliberate interference. Her last words were surprisingly close to the truth, and I couldn't help being startled, though she likely hasn't yet considered that the someone could be her own father. To verify that, I need to stay close and observe the witch's character firsthand. From now on, I'll be joining you, as a form of surveillance. Thank you. I said surveillance. Yes, you're free to call it whatever you like if it helps you save face. Ugh, you're so irritating. And just like that, Xenia became a member of my party. With this, I had successfully recruited 2 heroes. If I could bring in one more, I'd have 3 party members just like Kaled. My heart pounded for no reason. That's when Neryl said to me, Mide, now that we're traveling together, let's make one thing clear. Why do you speak informally to me, but use honorifics with her? Aren't you older than Xenia? Xenia's brow twitched. There's nothing wrong with using honorifics when we respect each other's character. Is there? Respecting character? You called Mide calculating not long ago. I mean, he's a balance of brains and brawn. That's what I said. I agree with it, that's all. You never let anything slide, you brat. Oomph. My apologies, Granny. Gee, Granny. Calling Neryl Granny, when she freaks out even at being called Auntie, had a tremendous effect. I clapped my hands lightly and said, let me explain. Even when I worked as a mercenary, I always spoke casually with comrades I trusted. So, Xenia, I'd like to drop the formal speech with you too. Is that all right? To that, Trail let out a dry laugh. Seriously? No. I worked alone, remember? Now, every time you open your mouth, it's a lie. Even Idrio would weep. I was about to retort when Xenia, looking slightly surprised, said, "You think of me as a comrade you trust? Even though we've only known each other for a few days. We faced the Martial King together, didn't we? I believe I can entrust my back to you without worry." "All right, then go ahead. Speak comfortably." "I will. Let's get along, Xenia." Xenia nodded firmly. That's when Neryl's voice chimed in. "Oomph. Maybe it's better if we do use honorifics? If we respect each other's character, we should, right? What do you want from me?" I turned to Xenia. "By the way, you need to report to your father, right?" "To the captain. Same thing." "Anyway, yes. I do." "What?" "Slip my name into the report, would you? Mention that I'm being hailed as a hero in the territory of Lior." Xenia tilted her head. "I was going to anyway. But why specifically mention that?" I grinned. "Just laying a little groundwork." Dame buried his head in his hands after reading Xenia's report. What on earth is she talking about? Why would she want to travel with the Witch of Carnage? There was also the matter of Ophelia Mace, but beyond that, his daughter's nature was fundamentally incompatible with that witch. Unless there was some exceptional mediator. Ah, that's right. She did mention a mediator. Xenia had named that mediator, hero, Mide Mohan. To be precise, she hadn't called him a hero herself. She'd said that the people of Lior territory hailed him as one. Dame laughed in disbelief, then sneered. A mere mercenary, called a hero? But Xenia's unexpected reply was icy. Could a mere mercenary really defeat the Martial King? Mr. Mide didn't just win. He toyed with him. He's strong. Maybe even know, without a doubt. Xenia swallowed the words. Stronger than you, father. Thankfully, Dame failed to catch the implication. Regardless, his focus shifted elsewhere. Neryl is at least keeping her promise. Well, she would have no choice but to, wouldn't she? If that was the case, then he could afford to wait a little longer. After all, he had never managed to win an argument against Xenia once she started being stubborn like that. And to be honest, he wasn't really in a position to keep thinking things over any further. There was a guest waiting outside. Someone with such overwhelming fame that even the captain of the Holy Knight of Light felt uneasy about making them wait any longer. He called for his assistant and said, "Let him in." Understood. A moment later, the door opened and a man stepped in. He had his red hair tied back tightly. His features were rugged, but gave a kind impression. The man sat down across from Dame and spoke. "It's an honor to meet you. My name is Caled Wake. You've come a long way. I heard you accomplished a great feat in the Takir territory. I'm embarrassed. I didn't expect someone as renowned as you, Captain Dame, to request a meeting over something so small. No need to be modest. The unexplained epidemic in the Takir territory had even the capital worried. Of course, I had to meet the man who resolved it in a month." Dame looked quietly at Caled, the so-called hero of the South. Naturally, the report from his daughter flashed through his mind. "Mide, they say he's being called a hero in the Lior territory. If I were to compare him with Caled, you could call him the hero of the North." And just then, Caled suddenly opened his mouth with a strange expression. "Are you thinking about someone named Mide?" Dame was so shocked he shot up from his seat. "What? How do you know that name?" "I apologize. I overheard the name while waiting outside." "What? Impossible." This room was thoroughly soundproofed. Not just in the physical sense, materials blocking noise, and so on. As the captain's office, directly connected to the Empire's central intelligence, it was protected by various layers of magical soundproofing. The magic circles, designed by some of the Empire's most renowned mages, were embedded throughout the room. And he heard the conversation from outside, but unlike the flustered Dame, Caled simply scratched his head. He looked like nothing more than an innocent young man. I spoke out of turn. "If you know it was inappropriate, then tell me honestly. How did you hear it?" "As I said, magic doesn't really work on me." "Ha ha. In any case, you're saying there's someone named Mide in the Northern Continent, right? Seems like he's been doing some amazing things too." Dame sat back down in his chair and replied in a cautious voice. "He defeated the Martial King. So yes, you could say it's amazing. He also exposed the foul deeds that Marshal King committed behind the scenes. Still, he hasn't achieved as much as you have. So your daughter was assigned to keep an eye on Mide. You know my daughter too? Haha. She's just as famous as you are, Captain. Lady Xenia, after all. Caleb left something unsaid. She was originally the one I intended to make my fourth companion, which is why he used Dame's invitation as an excuse to come to the capital. And now, Mide had scooped her up? Just what kind of bastard was this Mide? Caleb lightly tapped the armrest of his chair with his index finger. So far, everything had gone according to plan. Google search novelfire.net. He had already gathered 3 hero-class companions, and Caleb himself was steadily walking the path to becoming a true hero. But at this moment, for the first time, I think I've run into an obstacle. Caleb's eyes grew deeper. Dame continued chatting on, and Caleb replied casually. But in truth, Dame had already vanished from his thoughts. Much later, Caleb made up his mind. I'll have offense go meet this Mide. While en route to our next destination, I asked Trail to check on the current situation. Fame points needed to level up. 7,760/20,000. Your name is echoing across the Drucker territory. All points collected. Your name is echoing across the Quelk territory. All points collected. Your name is echoing across the Lior territory. All point collected. I've been waiting for this moment. Map. Sure. Trail responded a bit sarcastically and projected the continental map onto the screen. It had been hard holding back from looking. Why hold back? You could have asked to see it any time. I wanted to wait until I had collected all the points from Lior. I folded my arms and smiled in satisfaction. My influence in the northern continent had spread significantly. Lior territory had a wide area, sure, but even accounting for that, the growth was impressive. Looks like my reputation is starting to spread into other territories too. Yeah, good momentum. But compared to Caleb, Trail suddenly sounded discouraged. Caleb's black fog hadn't expanded much compared to last time. Sure, it had grown somewhat, but it looked like that came from natural word of mouth rather than him actively doing anything new. Is this guy not working or what? If he's not working, that's good news for us. Show me the numbers. Just a sec. Mide Mohan, cumulative fame, 7,760. Caleb Wake, cumulative fame, 20,980. If I remembered right, Caleb's fame last time was 20,450. Yep, he's been sitting on his hands. Thanks to that, the gap between us had shrunk significantly. You're acting like you knew this would happen. I had to make a move. Couldn't be sure it would work, though. Let's hear it. Xenia said she was originally supposed to meet Caleb together with Dame in the capital. In other words, he's there now, and probably had a meeting with Dame. I had asked Xenia to report my achievements to Dame. So now Caleb likely knows about you through Dame. Yeah, didn't expect it to go this smoothly, though. But why would you want to make yourself known? You just made him wary. So simple-minded. Take that back. I'm complex. Is that really the right word? In any case, I shrugged and explained. Caleb may look simple, but he's actually extremely cautious. Just look at how he deceived the entire continent. And he probably never even considered that someone else might be walking the same path he is. If I know him, he'll prioritize investigating me over starting anything new. Huh, so you intentionally steered him in that direction? By having Xenia report to Dame? I nodded. Right. It's important for me to catch up quickly, but it's just as important to keep him from widening the gap. Still, he knows about you now. You sure it's worth the risk? I figured it was a risk I had to take. And even if he knows, he's not the type to just fly over here and challenge me head on. He'll probably send someone to scout first. And if he does send someone to scout, one name comes to mind. If Caleb sends offense, that would be ideal. That guy is at least someone you can talk to. How far had we ridden by carriage? Suddenly, Neryl asked, Isn't it about time you told us? Your next little scheme. Though it was Neryl who asked the question, Xenia also had the gleam of a curious child in her eyes. Just as I was about to respond, nay, with a startled noise, the carriage came to a sudden stop. Xenia and I managed to brace ourselves in time. Thud. Neryl, on the other hand, had her face planted into the cushion on the opposite seat. Russell. She rose as if nothing had happened and calmly returned to her seat. Crossing her legs, she repeated, "Isn't it about time you told us? Your next little scheme. All right. Let's just pretend we didn't see that. Of course I'll tell you. But first, let's find out what made the carriage stop. I have a feeling it's related." Excuse me. What's going on? I knocked on the small door leading to the driver's seat. It slid open, and the coachman answered. "Apologies. There's a rather long procession coming from the other side." "What? They look like merchants." "I'll check it out." "Hey there." The coachman stopped one of the passing travelers and asked where they were all rushing off to. About 10 minutes later, he returned, his face pale. "Es, sirs. My apologies, but I must turn back as well. You only need to pay half the fare." "No, even a quarter will do." "What on earth happened?" "There's a war." "A war?" Everyone turned to stare at me. I scratched my head and gave an awkward grin. "Well, isn't that a coincidence? This empire, having once unified the continent, had no external enemies besides the Demon King. In other words, it had no need for war with outsiders. So when someone says war in the empire, it refers to conflicts between the empire's own divided 40 territories, territorial wars. We managed to convince the coachman to keep going with some additional payment. Then we organized the information he had given us. A territorial war between the Avis and Kitur territories. No need to worry too much. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Xenia spoke in a casual tone. It's not like the Empire has no history of territorial wars. But usually, the disputes get settled by the capital. Alcahad, right? Mr. Mide, you really do know everything. Xenia explained. The Empire had two swords, the Holy Knights of Light and the Special Division, Alcahad. The Holy Knights of Light focused on tracking and monitoring abnormal phenomena, like the Witch of Carnage, while Alcahad handled everything involving authority and force. In a case like this, Alcahad's local commander will definitely step in. The one in charge of the Avis region should be, that would be Dirk Kyle. You know him? Not personally, but I've memorized the names of all key personnel from our rival factions. Apparently, there is always some quiet rivalry between the Holy Knights and Alcahad. Neril asked, so if they step in, what exactly do they do? Word is that the Lord of Avis started the war. But no one just wakes up one day and goes, I want that land. There must have been some justification. Alcahad investigates what that justification is and tries to mediate. 9 times out of 10, their intervention resolves things. And the one time it doesn't. If even Alcahad agrees the justification is valid, then nothing can be done. The safety lock comes off, so to speak. And the Emperor just watches his lords fight like rabid dogs. Xenia replied with a shrug, not bothering to defend the system. This empire started as a small southern kingdom that conquered the continent by force. Initially, power was centralized, but over time, the lords gradually reclaimed their freedom. So now the central authority's powerless? Not just powerless, apathetic. Unless something shakes the entire empire, if the justification is solid, they won't interfere. At most, they'll clean up afterward. That explained most of the situation. Neril turned her head around to face me. So, what exactly do you plan to do with this mess to milk fame out of it? Could you put it more gracefully? Say I intend to make a name for myself. You're the famous sword master of no killing, aren't you? For any normal mercenary, war's a golden opportunity for fame. But for you, it's the worst setting. Whoever gave me that stupid title, I swear I'll find them. And when I do, I'll make sure they get a nickname just as ridiculous. Something like Fairy of Joy. I'm not going there to fight in the war. The fastest way to gain fame is by bringing the greatest happiness to the greatest number. Think about it. Who suffers most in a territorial war? The common folk, already struggling, and now forced onto battlefields. They're the biggest victims. Neril and Xenia looked at each other. Both seemed to realize what I was getting at. So what you're saying is, yeah, I smiled and said, I'm going to stop the war. The territorial war between Avis and Kitur had actually happened around this time, before my regression. Back then, Alcahad failed to mediate. Avis's justification had been too solid. Those filthy Kitur bastards lost my daughter, and they're being completely uncooperative with the investigation. They're clearly hiding something. That was the reason. The Lord of Avis, Count Tobira de Maine, had married off his only daughter, Ariana, to the Couture territory. A political marriage meant to foster harmony between the two regions. The source of this content is noelfire.net. That much was typical. I looked into it briefly. That Ariana girl went missing. After arriving in the Avis territory, we focused first on gathering information. That evening, at a table in a tavern that also served as an inn, Nero reported, 5 months ago, Ariana went on a picnic with some maids. None of them returned. Couture searched as much as they could, but when nothing turned up, they finally notified Count Tobira. And, well, he lost his mind. Of course he would. She was his only daughter, precious enough to bear any burden. Xenia picked up the explanation. So he said he'd send his own forces to investigate. And the Couture territory refused, right? Yes, understandably so. The troops Count Tobira wanted to send were far too large for a mere investigation. No one wants armed men entering their land, no matter the reason. So Tobira took their refusal as proof they were hiding something. Xenia nodded. The picture lined up, and in fact, everything so far matched what I had known before the regression. At that time, the war did break out and ended in Count Tobira's victory. Couture territory was taken over by Avis. So what now? Well, I only came here with the goal of stopping the war. But I don't have enough information. As expected, it's time for this body to step forward. Sure, but didn't you say last time you're going to be more humble? Hearing about humility from you is like hearing a cow go woof. Anyway, the Eye of Omniscience is great and all, but there's no need to pry into the secrets of random passersby. I definitely need to meet the Lord. Count Tobira? Yeah, from what I saw on the way here, tensions are already on the verge of exploding. All the young men have been drafted. None were in the villages, and the women and elderly are drowning in sighs and tears. In other words, it's a risky situation. With things already this far along, they can't just stop over something trivial. That's why I need to meet the one who started all this. Check his face. Check his blood script. Then find a secret heavy enough to make him abandon the war. Pressure? No, persuade him with it. How should we meet him? Should we ask the mercenary guild master to mediate, like we did with Lior? There's someone better. We both turned to look at Xenia. She wrapped her arms protectively around the ID badge on her chest. This isn't something meant to be used for this kind of thing. I'll buy you a meal. Mr. Mide, you said the same thing last time. Do I look like someone who can be swayed by a single meal? I'll buy you 2. And no matter how many times you offer, 3 meals. It's not about the food. You know that, right? Of course I do. It's something I've always heard, even before the regression. As expected, Xenia's ID badge was an unbeatable weapon. We got an audience with the Lord in less than a day after making the request. Count Tobira of Avis territory. For a man preparing such a massive war, he was shockingly obese and vile, guilty of crimes against Ariana, Domain, and 187 others. The first name floating in his blood script, the sin he most wanted to hide, was, incredibly, related to the very daughter who had supposedly gone missing in Couture territory. Sigh. Even without the Eye of Omniscience, I can pretty much guess the situation. Yeah. In no way. Count Tobira nodded. A year ago, a massive mana stone vein was discovered deep in the mountains of Couture. I sent you into that wretched snake of a family precisely to gain even a fraction of the unimaginable profits from that mine. I had guessed as much. But as expected, the Lord of Couture won't even tolerate someone placing a single spoon at his table. Ariana bit her lip. So you're going to steal it? By kidnapping me, pinning the blame on Couture, and using that as your reason for war. The Count nodded quickly. Ariana was so shocked that her mouth simply gaped open without a word. But a moment later, sharp as ever, she wrung out a piece of logic like squeezing a soaked cloth and protested. Father, what on earth are you thinking? His Majesty the Emperor would never allow something like this. You know the procedure required to initiate a territorial war, don't you? Well, Alka had. Exactly. And the head of the Alcahad branch in this region has long maintained a good relationship with me. His name is Deert Kyle. I've already spoken with him. Deert will report to the capital that my cause is flawless and that I have more than enough justification to go to war. Now, even the color had drained from Ariena's face. Don't tell me. You agreed to give him a share of the mine's profits? Well, it's a bit more complicated, but if we're simplifying things, yes. In an organization like Alcahad, where discipline is everything, Deert stands out. He's a man who prioritizes personal gain. A blessing for our domain, really? No, it's a curse. If a just man had been the branch head, this war could never have happened. Are you saying you oppose your father's grand undertaking? Ariena, perhaps saddened that such an obvious truth needed to be spoken aloud, answered in a low and a sad voice. Of course I do. Even setting everything else aside, can you even win this war? I've observed Kitur territory for years. Their military strength, the quality of their weapons, there's nothing inferior to ours. Gambling always comes with risk. And the risk here isn't your head. It's the lives of the people and the soldiers. Enough with the righteous talk. I thought marriage would have matured you a little, but you're just the same. Ariena bit her lip. The Count, as if losing interest, stood from his seat. Our internal analysis suggests it'll take around 5 months for Alcahad to confirm our justification and for the capital to give its approval. Until then, it'll be inconvenient, but you'll have to live here. I'll assign you a few maids. Don't lie to me. What? Even if the justification is sound and the war breaks out, and even if you win, if it's discovered that I, the spark of this war, am still alive, who knows what consequences might follow? I'll be stuck here for at least a decade, maybe the rest of my life. Am I wrong? Seeing Ariena shout boldly, the Count smiled with satisfaction. He had kidnapped and imprisoned his daughter, and now spoke casually of never letting her leave again. You are sharp. It would have been better if you remained ignorant, clinging to false hope. Father, even keeping you alive was a difficult decision. If I'm being honest, I'm still considering it. If you speak again and disturb me, I might change my mind. Ariena staggered back in shock. The Count stared at her coldly, then turned his back. This war is a golden opportunity to double or even triple the land and wealth of our domain. Anyone who tries to ruin that will die by my hand. You are no exception. What happened to Setlia? Who? Setlia. My nanny. The one who was sold with me to Kitur territory. She was with me on the picnic when I was kidnapped. The Count chuckled. That woman. Yes, that was her name. Don't really know. All I heard was that anyone who resisted during the kidnapping was slaughtered. SL slaughtered. Come to think of it, there was an old woman who clung to you with all her might. I suppose she died, didn't she? Grit. Ariena's clenched teeth were visible. The Count surely saw it too, but he left without a care. Click. The vision ended there. Time resumed its natural course, and the people before my eyes continued their conversation. I calmly observed the scene, organizing my thoughts. So he kidnapped his daughter and killed her nanny just to manufacture justification. And it worked. Since the war did happen in the previous timeline and the Avis domain won, then this won't be too hard. If I just find that Ariena person and get her to testify to her father's crimes, it's all over. With that realization, a sense of relief washed over me. All that remained now was finding the warehouse-like house that had appeared in the vision. As I leaned back comfortably in my chair, Count Tobira's voice rang out. So, you said you came from the Holy Order of Light? Xenia answered as our representative. Yes, Count. Thank you for meeting with us on such short notice. I wouldn't say I came willingly. It's just that your group's reputation precedes you. I couldn't afford to ignore it. He continued, his belly jiggling with his words. So even if I sound a bit harsh, I ask for your understanding. We understand. I keep my ears open, you see. I've heard the vice captain came here to track down the Witch of Carnage. Also heard you appeared recently in Lior territory for a duel with a martial king. And that man in the back, you must be the sword master of no killing. I nodded without resistance. Yes. The reason we've come today is... Hold on. Yes. Let me speak first, before we get into your side of things. The Count turned his gaze to Xenia. Listen carefully, Vice Captain Xenia. Go ahead. You've probably come after hearing rumors of the territorial war. And I know your group monitors and investigates unusual events across the Empire. But in this case, I must tell you, you have no authority. The cause, plans, and post-war arrangements have all been discussed with Deert, the head of Alcahad's Northeast branch. Everything has been reported to the capital through proper channels. I folded my arms quietly. The Count glanced briefly at me before continuing. And as it happens, today is the very day I'm expecting the capital's response from Deert. He'll be arriving shortly. So I'd prefer to hear your story after he arrives. Surely even the Holy Order of Light needs a fair witness present. No? I could guess what he was plotting. He wanted to lean on Deert's authority, his partner in crime, to pressure us into backing down. Neril whispered beside me. What do you want to do? Let's wait. Judging by how he's acting, he's not going to say a word until Deert arrives anyway. Besides, I needed to meet this Deert myself, to examine the blood script etched into him. If I could uncover the secrets of his blood script, I could shake him from top to bottom and get him to spill everything. It would be far less risky than threatening a feudal lord. Honestly, if it weren't for the Count's invitation, I had planned to find Deert myself. So in a twisted way, I was almost grateful for this courtesy. Xenia, though not aware of our conversation, seemed to read our expressions and nodded decisively. Very well. That will spare us from repeating ourselves later. Much appreciated. Deert should arrive within the hour. Would you care for some tea in the meantime? Neril quickly responded. Do you have black tea? The Count looked at her with a baffled expression at such a distinctly Neril-like manner of speaking. He must have thought he misheard. But Neril merely shrugged, as if she couldn't understand what the fuss was about, and said to me, Seems like there isn't any. Deert had already received word 3 hours ago and was hurriedly gathering documents. Damn it, acting all high and mighty just because they're the Holy Knights of Light. This was never under their jurisdiction to begin with. He had heard the rumors about Xenia too, that she was highly skilled and a strong candidate for the next captain, but strictly speaking, this was an overreach. Of course, Deert was hardly in a position to talk, having committed the greatest overreach of all, but he had a rather unique brain structure that let him interpret everything in a way most convenient to himself. Once he judged that he had gathered enough documents to convince Xenia, to some extent, he stepped out without delay. Climbing into a carriage, he told the coachman, To the Count's residence. Yes, sir. Right away. Inside the jostling carriage, Deert went over the documents one last time. How much time had passed? Feeling that this should be enough, he leaned back against the seat. Who? I'm exhausted. Sure sounds like it. But if I think about the rewards I'll get when I return, this little hardship now is worth it. If Count Tobira can just secure the mine veins. Deert tilted his head in confusion. Who just responded? He quickly looked across from him. He could have sworn he'd been alone when the carriage set off. But sitting there, comfortably, as if he'd been riding along from the very beginning, was a young man with light brown hair. The impression he gave could be summed up in one word. Ordinary. Deert didn't receive any particular impression from the man in front of him. Not handsome, not ugly, not unpleasant, not charming, nothing. A face that provoked no feeling whatsoever. The kind of man you could clink glasses with for 3 hours and forget you ever met within 10 minutes. That was why Deert's reaction came a beat late. The source of this content is novelfire.net. Who are you? I rented this carriage. The man laced his fingers together and said, Deert Kyle, you're the Northern Branch Chief of Alcahad, right? You spent a full day gathering information. Tire me out. I just want to check a few last things. So, if you'd cooperate, that'd be nice. You bastard. Deert tried to call out to the coachman at once. But he couldn't. Before he realized it, the man had already covered his mouth. MMPH. Let's go over it. The Lord here kidnapped and imprisoned his own daughter to fabricate a justification for war. You went along with the plan, turned a blind eye, and reported to the capital that war was imminent. And got it approved, right? And this morning, the vice captain of the Holy Knights of Light visited, and the Lord told you to rush over. So, right now, Xenia must be at the Count's residence. MMPH, and the so-called hero of the North, Mide, is probably there too, since she joined his party. Naturally, Deert didn't answer. His mouth was covered. How could he? But the man stared directly into Deert's eyes, then nodded, as if confirming something. Thought so. Very honest eyes you've got. MMPH. All right, last question. This one I really don't know, so I need you to answer it directly. I'll loosen your mouth a little. Don't shout. The man lifted his index and middle fingers slightly. And of course, Deert immediately screamed at the top of his lungs. Coachman, stop the carriage now. Where is Lady Ariana? Coachman, can't you hear me? Tick. Suddenly, there was a faint tearing sound. Deert stared blankly at something that had floated up past his head and fallen to the floor. It was unmistakably a finger. The first knuckle of his index finger. The lady? See, Coachman, please stop the tick. This time, he saw it even more clearly. The man hadn't used any terrifying torture device to sever Deert's fingers. He had simply flicked them like a child skipping stones. And with that, the first knuckle of his middle finger went flying through the air. The lady? Ugh. The weapon shop near the domain's entrance, you underneath it. It's sponsored by the Lord. Oh, so he didn't hide her in a prison or the deep mountains, but boldly kept her inside the territory. No wonder we couldn't find her. Guess I'm getting rusty. Spare me. The man slowly shook his head. And then, in the next moment, thunk! A dagger sank deep into Deert's throat. His body trembled violently, then went still. The man pulled out the dagger and wiped the blade clean. Then he reached under the carriage seat and began fiddling with something. Soon, with a clunk, the floor beneath the back seat dropped open. He stuffed Deert's body into the compartment and sealed it shut before calling out to the coachman. It's done. Thanks for your cooperation. The coachman shook his head and replied, No thanks needed. If it's a request from Bright Death Offense, I'll always oblige. The Alcahad Northeastern Branch Chief's office. Offense, disguised as Deert, was there. It was to take care of some basic tasks in place of Deert, who had already become one of the dead. Of course, he wasn't here for a smooth transition of power within the Alcahad organization. It was simply because it would be problematic if Deert's absence was discovered during the 1 week he was supposed to remain in the territory. After finishing the work roughly assigned to him, Offense stood up, intending to go see Ariana. That was when it happened. Whine. A bluish light flared from within his robes. It must be Kale. Sure enough, when he pulled out the communication orb, a familiar voice rang out. Offense. Mr. Kale, to what do I owe the pleasure? I just couldn't resist. The report I heard this morning was far too interesting. You said you want to meet Mide, right? What kind of guy is he? Offense scratched his head. He was a man who saw through my disguise at a glance. I met him while disguised as the Alcahad branch chief, but he challenged me to a bet, said he would find Ariana within a week, and in return, asked that we postpone the war. He figured you out? What do you mean? He didn't say it outright, but he made a point of calling me Deert and stared straight into my eyes. You know how much I can read from a person's expression. Kale didn't doubt that in the slightest. Ironically, despite his keen insight, Offense had failed to grasp the most important secret, that Kale was deceiving everyone on the continent. He's a dangerous man. I agree. What should I do? I'm not particularly fond of war, but I can't just sit by and let someone who'll get in my way grow unchecked. So, at the very least, we can't let Mide find Ariana. I'll kill the woman right after this call. Kale was satisfied. Unlike his two other companions, Offense was someone who understood these kinds of grimy conversations without needing things spelled out. That was precisely why Kale had sent him for this job. I'm counting on you. Just make sure the war breaks out, then return. Huh, since you sent me this far, wouldn't it be better to kill Mide too? That would be rational, yes, but that guy has the Witch of Carnage and the vice captain of the Holy Knights with him. Especially that Xenia, God's agent. They do have intimidating reputations. But if it's an assassination, I'm confident. I don't doubt that. What I'm worried about is what comes after the assassination. Offense understood what he meant. You mean there could be fallout? Exactly. If Dame really does cherish his daughter like his own life, he would mobilize everything to find a culprit. Even so, Offense didn't believe he'd be discovered. But as he had always felt, Caled was a very cautious man. Besides, I've started to need you again. It's time we moved. We've stayed in the capital long enough. Understood. Thanks as always. Click. The communication ended. Offense smirked and put the orb away. Guess I'll kill her right away then. He did feel a bit sorry for the woman named Ariana and her tragic fate, but being unfortunate didn't mean you gotta live. That was when, knock knock. Along with the knock, he heard voices outside. What's the point of knocking? Just break it down. Your violent tendencies really know no bounds. It was Mide and Neryl's voices. Offense tensed, but soon covered it with calm and opened the door. What is it? I don't recall making an appointment. Greetings. I was doing well until I saw you two. Sorry, but I'm busy. Please leave. Naturally, neither of them budged an inch. Feeling a slight sense of urgency, Offense looked past them. How did you even get in here? Wasn't anyone stopping you? I put them to sleep. I think we all know who each other is, so let's skip the introductions. Offense hadn't felt his hair stand on end like this in a long time. Getting through these two head-on won't be easy. Then maybe the window. It was the third floor, but he could leap directly to the neighboring rooftop. He let out a quiet sigh and turned. Step, step. The distance to the window looked miles long. Well, whatever this is, come in for now. At least let me offer some tea. He said this casually, as though he was just opening the window to let in air. However, BZZZZT, TCH. Smoke rose from his hand. For a brief moment, incomprehensible letters flickered in the air and vanished. And then a new voice, one that hadn't been there earlier, spoke. I'm a bit late. But not too late, right? You do realize those two sentences contradict each other, yes? Neryl, you're being unusually hostile today. You did call me Grandma earlier. I told you I didn't mean it like that. The new arrival was Xenia. She had likely cast a divine spell, one of the prison types, which had burned his hand. From the looks of it, it wasn't just the window, but the entire building that had been turned into a prison. At this point, Offense had no choice but to acknowledge he had been exposed. Mide spoke. You're not an easy man to get a conversation with. But I suppose to earn some time with someone like you, this much trouble is only fair. Do you know who I am? Sure. Offense Dake. The man with the ludicrous alias Bright Death, right? I think it's better than Swordmaster of No Killing, at least. Mide shifted the topic. Anyway, since we know why you're wearing Deert's face and what you're plotting, let's skip straight to business. Don't get cocky. I'll admit it's impressive you saw through me, but there's no way you could know my goal from just that. Offense had spoken confidently, but the next thing Mide said made him contort his face. Weren't you hired by Kale? Weren't you hired by Kale? When I said that, Offense's face twisted in a scowl. The enemy's fluster is my joy. I was quietly enjoying that when Trail had to rain on my parade. You know, you're kind of childish sometimes. I prefer to think of it as keeping my innocence intact. That's a weird way to interpret that. I ignored him and focused. I was recalling a memory from before the regression. Specifically, a conversation I'd had with Offense when I was part of the Heroes Party. It was on the night we had just completed a major quest and were celebrating. I was pretty drunk for once, drinking the beer, when Offense sat down in the empty seat across from me. Mide, even on a day like this, you're still acting all cool and aloof. I was just sitting comfortably, but then again, I'm the kind of person who looks good doing nothing. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Anyway, I wanted to ask you something. Can't promise I'll answer, but go ahead. It's about the hero. Offense gestured with his chin. Caled was over there, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile as the party members praised him. You don't seem to like Caled very much. Yeah, not even trying to hide it. You don't seem all that fond of him either. It's like you're only together because you have to be. Like a guild master and a mercenary in a transaction. I've seen that look on a lot of faces. You really are sharp as ever. Gulp. Offense took a sip of his drink and spoke. But don't get me wrong. Sure, that's how it started, but now I genuinely trust and follow him. Is that so? Caled promised to defeat the Demon King, return to the Imperial capital, and use his fame as a hero to grant my wish. Wish? You have one of those. Why wouldn't I? Offense's smile turned a little bitter. Everyone wants to find their origin. By origin, you mean? I want to know what my parents looked like. What kind of people just tossed me in front of an assassin's guild and vanished? With your skills, you should have been able to investigate that on your own. You think I haven't tried? But I guess they weren't anyone notable. Nothing ever came up in the intel networks. I thought for a moment before replying. You're planning to use the magic circle under the Imperial capital, aren't you? Yeah. That ultra-wide-range search magic circle that can find out even the color of everyone's underwear from last night. A masterpiece of beyond Irenica. Do you even have a mage capable of operating that thing? Our dear witch said she would help out. At that, I thought of Neril, who wasn't present. She had bluntly said such gatherings made her uncomfortable and had already gone upstairs. How'd you convince her? She's not exactly the type to grant favors easily. I was surprised too, but she agreed almost instantly, as soon as she heard it was a magic circle made by Beyond. This text is hosted at novel_fired.net. But none of this matters unless that stingy, fussy emperor gives us access to the circle. Still, if it's Kaled, the hero who defeated the Demon King, he might pull it off. By then, I had already lost interest in the conversation. Before the regression, all I could think about was quickly dealing with the Demon King, disbanding this uncomfortable party, and enjoying retirement. Right. Good luck with that. Kaled's a good guy. He accepted someone like me without judgment and is doing his best to fulfill my wish. I get it. So try to get along with him, would you? Why can't you trust him? What did I say back then? All right. Because he looks like someone with a lot of sins. I stopped reminiscing. Offense looked like he had, "I'm nervous," written across his forehead. Still, he did his best to sound calm. Let's go one by one. First, how did you know my true identity? My skills have nothing to do with magic or holy power. Let's just say I have a good eye. That answers a little. What? You discriminating now? You let Kaled get away with the same thing, didn't you? At that, Offense's pupils dilated sharply. Wait. You already knew Kaled before all this. Judging from your reaction, I was right. He figured out your skills too, didn't he? But he didn't say anything. What a hero. Can't even be honest with his own comrades. Neril and Xenia both let out dry chuckles. Says the guy who's worse about that. Come to think of it, why haven't we asked you anything yet? There's plenty we should be questioning. He's so shameless. I don't even feel like asking anymore. True. Lately, those two had been agreeing with each other more often, but only when they were mocking me, which gave me mixed feelings. I came here today with 2 requests. Receiving requests from both the Witch of Carnage and the God's Agent. How could I possibly say no? Thanks. First, don't report this conversation to Kaled. I don't want him seeing me as a threat just yet. And if I refuse? Almost as if she'd been waiting, Neril casually cracked her wrist. Didn't you say you couldn't possibly say no? The magic flaring from her hand was more than enough to kill Offense 10 times over. Sure, he probably had some hidden techniques left, but using them in front of us in time was a whole different matter. And the second, don't kill Lady Ariana. You're smart enough to know what I mean. It's fine if you hide her well enough that I can't find her. But don't flip the whole table just because you think you'll lose the bet. That, I won't tolerate. And if I refuse that one, is Xenia going to crack her wrist this time? He sneered, but I shook my head. I'll give you a reward instead. Huh, let's hear it then. I'll grant your wish. You look like someone with a wish. Huh, that's a new way to describe a face. At first, Offense seemed to think I was joking and let out a short laugh. But when he saw how deadly serious my expression was, his face hardened. He asked cautiously, "What do you know?" I shrugged my shoulders. I'm thinking maybe the reason you sided with Kaled is because you wanted something in return. For someone as skilled as you, if it's a wish you couldn't achieve on your own, it must be something quite out of reach. Like something you can't even approach without borrowing a hero's name. Maybe? Cold sweat ran down his face. He studied my face closely and then spoke in a low voice. I can read a lot from facial expressions and eyes. Based on that, I get the feeling you already know what my wish is, and you're just circling around it. That's how it seems to me. Think what you like. The only person I've ever told that wish to is Kaled. Are you monitoring everyone in our party? Or something? You've seen for yourself that Kale has bizarre abilities that defy human understanding. That's what being a hero is like. Don't try to understand. Just accept it. Heh. So what you're saying is, you're a hero too. Yeah. Unlike Kale, I'm not a fake. I'm the real deal. Pohaha. He let out a forced laugh, as if trying to shake off his fear and doubt. I ignored him and went on. Anyway, if I become the hero and defeat the Demon King, I could grant your wish. Wouldn't it be better to join hands with me than cling to hopeless Kale? Not that I expect you to decide right here and now. I'm not telling you to abandon Kale immediately and come to me. Just fulfill those 2 requests I made earlier. I could practically see Offense's brain working. At this point in time, he hadn't been in Kale's party for long. Unlike in the previous timeline, his trust in Kale probably wasn't very strong yet. Maybe that's why my heroic words were able to shake his heart a little. I dug deeper into that gap. Well, this current situation could be a good test. If I manage to rescue Ariana from your hands, wouldn't that prove I'm capable? I would be stealing away someone protected by the bright death, after all. He stayed silent, but from his expression, I caught a faint sign of agreement. Offense might be overwhelming when it comes to reading people through their expressions and eyes, but it's not like I'm completely incapable of doing the same. Just so you know, this time I'm going to use every bit of my skill to hide Ariana. You'd better. That way, I'll have a proper stage to show off my own abilities. Fine, I won't kill her, and I'll delay reporting this to Kale for now. Appreciate it. And my calm response, Offense bit his lip. Then he said, let me make one thing clear. The assassinations known to the public are less than 10% of my total. I deliberately left traces only for those that needed to be known. How impressive. In other words, the other 90%? Not even corpses were found. Got that? I'll be hiding Ariana using the same methods I used to hide those bodies. If you still manage to find her, I'll acknowledge it, that you're superior to Kale. A satisfying answer. We wrapped up our pleasant little conversation and returned to the inn. Neryl asked, so what are we supposed to do now? We need to find Ariana. Yeah, no kidding. But do you really think Offense is going to leave any openings that easily? Don't worry. I've got a secret weapon. So many secret weapons. Neryl's tone was laced with mischief. This time, Xenia asked, then let me ask properly. What are we supposed to do? There will be a stage prepared for the 2 of you soon enough. Until then, why not take a stroll to deepen your bond as teammates? Neryl and Xenia blinked in unison. Oh, all right. Let's go, Mide. No. You and Xenia go together. Where should we go? I passed by the central fountain earlier, and it looked pretty nice. Stop trying to escape reality. Neryl's eyebrows shot up. Seriously? You're really making me wander around with this brat. Neryl, thank you. What for? For saying exactly what I wanted to. I waved my hands to calm the 2 down. Anyway, I'm going to hole up in my room for a while now. I need to prepare for the operation. Don't call me until I come out. Then I hope you 2 have a good time. When I see you again, I expect you to be close enough to be doing clapping games together. With that, I went upstairs. Behind me, Neryl and Xenia were whispering. Phew, what do you make of what he just said? Yeah. How? Is he even a proper response to that question? Yeah. Is you the only word you know? Yeah. You're an idiot, aren't you? No. Wow. They're already getting along. Click. As I closed the door behind me, Trail jumped in. Hold it. I think I have seen this pattern before. I'm telling you now. I refuse, even if you beat me to death. Calm down. Take a deep breath first. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. All right, let's get started. I said no. It wasn't even spoken aloud, but my eardrums rang like he had shouted in them. I rubbed one of my ears. Relax. I'm not trying to look through dozens or hundreds of secrets like last time. I just want to check the ones between Ariana and Offense. Huh. Do those 2 even have a shared secret? Ariana was kidnapped by the Assassin Guild, not by Offense, right? Well, yeah, but whatever. Just check it first, will you? I'm not asking to look through a whole crowd like with Gray or the Marshal King. Grumble fine. I guess that much is all right. Click. Soon, the screen appeared. Current level of the Eye of Omniscience. 2. Secrets of up to C grade are viewable. Chosen criteria. Secrets between Offense Dake and Ariana Domain. As expected, nothing yet. Yeah, nothing. It'll show up soon enough. Hey, think about it. Offense said he's going to hide Ariana using some method. That moment, a secret will be born between them, right? I need to figure out what method he's using to hide her so I can prepare a countermeasure. Huh. The screen started shaking a little. You could have said you were using the bathroom or something. It's trembling from shock and horror. The screen is trembling? That's how it shows emotion now. So what you're saying is, yup, I grinned. I'll be making viewing attempts continuously, 24 hours a day from now on. Keep the screen up at all times. You're breaking our agreement. I only said I wouldn't look at multiple people's secrets. Sir, let's reconsider. Wouldn't it be more efficient to check only when you sense something suspicious? Still switching to honorifics when things go bad, I see. I've only got a week, you know. I need to start the operation the moment I find out the secret. Trail wailed. Wawea. A secret finally formed between Offense and Ariana 33 hours into the round-the-clock monitoring. Current level of the Eye of Omniscience. 2. Secrets of up to C grade are viewable. Chosen criteria, secrets between Offense Dake and Ariana domain. Oh, a secret just about hiding Ariana perfectly rated all the way up to C grade? Offense must really be betting everything on this. The world is full of beauty. Come back. Yes, life truly is beautiful. This won't do. Maybe I should take a look around on my own first. On screen, Ariana was still lying face down on the bed, her arms and legs bound. Creak, the door opened, and someone stepped inside. It was Offense. Not Offense wearing Deert's face, but the real Offense. Still such an ordinary face. Feels like I'd forget at the moment I turn around. Oh, you're back. I came to my senses after puking a few times. I glanced at the time in the top right corner of the screen. Roughly 10 minutes earlier. On screen, Offense opened his mouth. I'll remove your gag. Please don't scream suddenly. He slowly removed Ariana's gag. As expected, Ariana was quite a clever woman. Content originally comes from NOV3YOU'LLFIRE.net. Instead of lashing out or struggling, she calmed her breathing and spoke. Who are you? You were sent by my father, weren't you? He finally decided to just kill me, didn't he? Offense allowed a soft sigh. Regrettable to meet under such circumstances. I can't help but pity your situation. To answer your question, there's no intention to kill you. You'll just need to disappear from the world for a week. I already am disappeared, if you ask me. I'm somewhere even deeper than here. A place where neither Mide nor anyone else in the world can reach you. Ariana didn't seem to understand what he meant. No, she did understand. Mide? You mean Sir Mide Mohan, the sword master of no killing. Oh, I didn't expect even a noble lady like yourself to know the name. I heard the stories from Quelk and Lior. What he has done is being called the return of a hero. So he's coming here now, isn't he? To destroy my father's vile schemes, to stop the war, and to save me. Well, that's technically true, but why does it make my chest ache like this? So you do have a conscience left. I'm tearing up over here. I ignored the voice and kept watching the screen. Offense shrugged and said, he's got a few hidden motives too. But if you're just looking at the surface, you're right. Sir Mide even defeated the Martial King, the Empire's 10th strongest. You'd best stop what you're doing and let me go while you still can. Sigh, or how about this? Whoever you are, if you let me go now, I'll give you half the gold and jewels from the territory's treasury. Even Offense couldn't help but look surprised at that. His eyes widened as he replied, You speak as though you have the right to make that offer. But aren't you already married off? You really think I can return to the Couture state after all this? Even if we manage to prevent war, my husband's family and mine are already enemies. Luckily or unluckily, I haven't had a child yet. Even so, offering half the treasury is a wild exaggeration. Count Tobira wouldn't allow it. He doesn't need to. I allow it. Anyone else hearing that might have laughed. But neither Offense nor I did. Because we realized what Ariana's words meant. Are you saying, yes, I'm going to overthrow my father and become the lord of this land? You're planning a rebellion? I am. Because he's committed an unforgivable sin. Well, I can understand being upset about your current situation. It's only natural to resent your father. That's not the only reason. Grit. Ariana ground her teeth. My nanny was with me when the assassins kidnapped me. Your nanny? Setlia. Setlia Rice. She raised me from when I was a baby. She died, trying to protect me. Tears welled up in Ariana's eyes. As she quickly wiped them away, Offense said something unexpected. Ah, the old woman, you mean? She's alive. Ariana flinched in shock and blurted out. She's alive? But there's no way they'd leave a witness alive. I heard it directly from a guild member posing as a coachman here. He said it was the guild master's order. What? After all, the Lord might suddenly turn his back on the guild. They needed a bit of insurance. Ah, so they kept her alive as a witness who knows of my father's schemes. Very sharp. For the first time, a flicker of life returned to Ariana's face. Practically clinging to him, she cried out to Offense. Let me see her. Now, that's enough. The conversation ends here. Just stay hidden in the shadows for 1 week. What? If all goes well in a week, I'll let you meet her. That's when it happened. The darkness in the room suddenly seemed to deepen, especially under the bed where Ariana lay. Huh? WH what? Slide? Ariana, and everything in the room was sucked into that shadow. Like someone falling into a swamp, she flailed, but she couldn't escape the shadow. What the hell is that? Was that Offense's trump card? But he never used it. Not even once before I returned. Not even in the final battle against that Demon King. Please, don't kill me. I told you, this isn't to kill you. Is my face really that untrustworthy? Your face is more than untrustworthy. It's just entirely forgettable. Swoosh. And just like that, Ariana vanished without a trace from the world. Click. The footage cut off right there. The screen disappeared, but neither trail nor I made a single sound of pain. To lighten the heavy atmosphere, I stretched deliberately. Crack! My entire body screamed. Come to think of it, I've been staring at the screen without changing posture once for a full 33 hours. Your trashy tenacity never fails to amaze me. Thanks. There you go again, only hearing what you want to hear. Trail allowed a sigh. Anyway, that technique... No, can you even call that a technique? No. Assassin skills are called sorcery. For mercenaries, it's technique. For paladins, it's divine arts. For mages, it's magic. It's the same idea. Still, I didn't expect that kind of sorcery to exist. That's not the real surprise. Before regression, Offense never once used that sorcery in front of us. It might seem like a small thing, but it's actually huge. It means he kept that trump card hidden even during the battle with the Demon King. Maybe he thought he could win without using shadow sorcery? I mean, you guys did push the Demon King of Lies to the brink of death. Even if it turned out to be a misconception, why hide your ace in the final battle? That was the last fight anyway. Maybe Offense never truly trusted Kale. Trail quietly drew in a sharp breath. I mean, look at the situation. Doesn't it seem that way? If Kale hadn't kept his promise, maybe Offense planned to use that trump card to pressure him into honoring it. But he told you he genuinely believed in Kale, didn't he? He lied. Truthfully, it was always hard to read emotions from that guy's face. His expressions gave nothing away. If that theory's true, then Offense wasn't just some ordinary guy either. None of our party members were ordinary. Every last one of them was a weirdo. Maybe, just maybe, but still maybe, the other heroes in the party had their own doubts about Kale deep in their hearts, whether they realized it or not. If that's true, there might be a lot of openings to exploit. I set that idea aside for the time being. Anyway, shall we head down? We need to talk with Neryl and Xenia. I went downstairs. The two of them were just walking into the inn, arms full of shopping bags like they'd come back from a market run. You some kind of black tea maniac, Neryl. How many bundles did you buy? Better than you buying beef, lamb, chicken, and pork like you're stocking a butcher shop. What? Why? If our trip drags on, of course we'll need meat. We'll need tea too. And could you take a step back? I'm not that close to you. About 100 meters should do. Did those two just go shopping together? Before the regression, Kale explained the backstory involving those two, but it only barely justified them being in the same party. Not that they ever got along. They're still bickering now, but it's better from the pre-regression vibe of, once we kill the Demon King, you're next. You two seem to be getting along. Shut up. Please shut up. Yes, ma'am. Anyway, take a seat. I got a rough plan. Wait. Before that, we need to address something. Let's hear it. Nero looked unusually serious, so I straightened up too. This idiot bought so much meat, it won't all fit in the carriage. Who are you calling an idiot? We either separate from Xenia or reduce her appetite. The former seems more realistic. My stuff is bulky and heavy, but Nero's stuff costs a fortune. If we think about our financial situation, I'd say it's better if you sit this one out. Seriously? I quickly sorted out the situation. I pulled a money pouch from deep in my always-carried bag and scattered a handful on the table. Clink. Huh. Gold coins. It's money I saved up from my days as a top-tier mercenary. We won't have financial issues for the duration of this trip, so don't worry. I got it. And if carrying meets the issue, let's just buy our own wagon. A big, sturdy one with a cargo hold. I was planning to get one eventually, since our party keeps growing. That sound good to you, Nero? Awaya. All right. Now you two shake hands. The last line was a joke, but for some reason, they actually clasped hands like they were under a spell. Should I push it a little further? Now, play pat cake. They finally came to their senses and glared daggers at me. Pity. We decided to look for the coachman first. More precisely, the coachman who was actually a member of the Assassin's Guild in disguise. He was the one offense had mentioned during the conversation with Ariana. Sure, coachman was probably just a cover for gathering information, but officially, he'd be registered with some transportation guild. After scouring the area for about a full day, we finally found a promising suspect. Above his head, glowing in blood-red script, was Setlia Rice. That was Ariana's nanny's name. All right, tell me the secret between that coachman and Setlia. Have you lost your touch? You need the coachman's name too. Not falling for it, huh? The fact that you thought I would is what's ridiculous. No choice. We casually picked a destination, a neighboring territory, and selected a wagon and coachman. The man flinched slightly when he saw us. But maybe he didn't think his identity had been compromised, because he quickly smiled and let us aboard. Just before closing the wagon door, he said, "Well then, have a pleasant journey. We'll be off shortly." Before that, sir. Yes. Why don't you ride with us for a bit? I said get in. I grabbed him by the collar and shoved him into the wagon. Thud. As Xenia shut the door, the coachman, realizing the situation, had already pulled a dagger from his coat. Click. So I've been found out. How's offense doing? You bastards. I figured you'd barge in looking for the lady any day now. And here you are wasting time chatting. We are looking for her. Through you. Huh. You think I'm going to talk? What joke? I'm a top-tier assassin of the guild. Nero looked at me. She seemed to be asking, can I? I nodded lightly. You should just give up and leave. You can't stop this war. Trying to rescue the girl is utterly pointless. Boo. His voice slurred, and finally stopped as his whole body froze stiff. I saw Nero release her spell gestures. I cast 2 spells. Paintra and Bind. The second one freezes the body to prevent resistance. The first amplifies pain 5-fold. Perfect. I'm terrible at torture, so I was wondering how to get him talking. Huh. Nero let out a short laugh in agreement. I scratched my head and glanced at Xenia. This might be unpleasant for a paladin to see. You okay? I gave up on that kind of thing the moment I decided to travel with you. Oh, thanks. Still, I'll do my job. If the torture ends up damaging him too much, I'll heal him. You can go back to torturing him afterward, but you won't stop me from healing him, okay? You do realize it's even more brutal, right? I slowly drew the dagger he had been holding. Then, waving it back and forth in front of his eyes, I said, "All right, follow this dagger with your eyes. Move them left if you don't intend to answer. Move them right if you're ready to talk. Keep them still in the center, and I'll just start torturing you right away. First question, what's your name?" His eyes moved to the right. Clink. I stabbed a dagger into his right knee. Twisting it left and right, I asked, "What's your name?" His eyes flicked to the right again. This time, I stabbed the dagger into his left knee. "What's your name?" His eyes moved to the right once more. "You're pretty stubborn. Mide. Wait a second." I turned around. Nero and Xenia were giving me awkward smiles. Didn't you say to look right if you intend to answer? Ah, my bad. Newest update provided by novelfire.net. The coachman's name was Hans Duck. Using the Eye of Omniscience, I confirmed the secret between Hans and Setlia. And thanks to that, I was able to find out where Setlia was being held. Of course, I couldn't reveal the Eye of Omniscience, so I had to threaten the coachman to convince Neril and Xenia. Tell me where you've hidden Miss Setlia. Neril tilted her head. Who's Setlia? Ariena's nanny. You know her personally? Of course not. Then how do you know her name? Don't say it's a secret. It's a Essie. Too slow. I just shrugged. Neril and Xenia let out a synchronized sigh. Then let me change the question. Why are you trying to find a nanny who has absolutely nothing to do with this situation? To make Lady Ariena owe me. She seems to care a lot about her nanny. If I save the nanny too, she'll be even more grateful than if I just saved her alone. Uh-huh. So you're trying to boost your reputation that way. That too. I trailed off. From what I recalled of Ariena's conversation with Offense, she seemed pretty determined to overthrow her father. If she ends up becoming the Lord, and I've done her an enormous favor she can never repay, it'll definitely come in handy someday. I said to Hans, So, where's Ms. Setlia? Hans, drenched in cold sweat, told us where the nanny was being kept. Neril wasn't particularly interested, while Xenia let out a relieved sigh. Even in these small moments, the difference in their personalities was amusing. I spoke again. All right, next. Wait, I don't know either. I don't know where or how Offense hid Ariena. He kicked everyone out saying he wanted to speak with her alone. And when the conversation ended, she was just gone. I knew from the Eye of Omniscience that Hans was telling the truth, but obviously, Neril and Xenia weren't convinced. Neril clasped her hands together. Maybe we should have multiplied the pain tenfold. Gaia, please, I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. I nodded calmly. I believe you. Believe, huh? You believe me? You're the one who asked us to believe you. Why are you so surprised? Anyway, get some rest. Thud. I lightly struck the back of his neck, and the first-class assassin collapsed without any resistance. Xenia looked half dumbfounded as she asked, You seriously believe what he said? Faith is the most important virtue for a paladin. Hey, that's supposed to be my line. Offense hit Ariena inside a shadow. Freeze. Both Neril and Xenia stopped in their tracks. I explained roughly what I had seen through the Eye of Omniscience. At first, they seemed more curious about how I knew this, but by the time I was finished, they didn't have the luxury to care about something so trivial. Neril clicked her tongue. Hiding someone in a shadow. I don't know any magic like that. Assassin sorcery tends to be creepy, and shadow sorcery is one of the worst. Anyway, if it's not magic, I probably can't detect it. So what do we do now? I fell into thought. A plausible theory came to mind. He didn't hide her in darkness. He hid her in a shadow. What if Offense sees darkness and shadows as two separate things? Think about it. Offense is called the Bright Death. He always kills in broad daylight. That wasn't just for show. It was easier for him to operate in the bright midday when shadows are long and distinct. In other words, he's less effective at night. Quite the contradiction for an assassin. That means tonight is our opportunity. Xenia folded her arms and muttered, Just because it's night doesn't mean there are no shadows. Tonight's a new moon. Moonlight isn't the only thing that casts shadows. The Lord's manor and the walls are full of torches, and the townsfolk will have lamps or candles in their homes. Shadows can appear anywhere. I looked to Neril as if to say your turn to respond. She frowned and muttered, What? What now? Can you cast darkness over the entire territory? A perfect darkness without a single shadow. There's no magic that convenient. Not so sure. I've seen too much before my regression to just nod and accept that. I think that magic could do it. Neril tilted her head. Then her eyes widened. That magic, element erasure magic. It was one of Neril's trump cards, along with disintegration magic. A grand spell that completely erases one of the so-called 4 great elements, earth, fire, water, or air, within a designated area. Originally developed by Ioreotics in his later years to suppress fires or stop floods, but in true Witch of Carnage fashion, Neril frequently used it for attacks. Neril pretended not to know. That spell has been lost since Ioreotics' time, but you could probably pull it off. Ack, how do you even know that? Anyway, that spell will work, right? Just erase all the fire in the domain. It's a dark night without a moon. If we get rid of all artificial light, we can cover the domain in complete darkness. Hey, you're telling me to use element erasure on the entire domain of this size? Do I look like Odix to you? More than that. I smiled slightly. Don't compare some Odix to you. Even if you put it that way, impossible things are still impossible. Even with this? Tick. I flicked something to her. Gem of Desolation. A limitless amplifier that had steadily accumulated the vital energy of the domain's residents for 20 years. Looking at Neril's dazed expression, I said, "You explained it yourself, remember? This thing is a cluster of potential that can be converted into anything. Obviously, it can be turned into mana. You're right. With this, I could." Neril nodded blankly. Holding the gem in both hands, as if it were something precious, she held it to her chest. Xenia, looking vaguely dissatisfied, spoke up. "So what should I do?" To which Neril responded, "Eat meat. It's what you're best at." I was asking Mr. Mide. I answered for him. Neril was wrong. Of course, Xenia had a role too. You're going to be the one who actually locates Ariina. Huh. Neril's job is to eliminate the shadows. Once they're gone, Ariina will appear again. You find her and tell me where she is. I'll extract her. My tone implied that I fully expected Xenia to be able to do it. Neril scoffed, but Xenia's expression turned serious. "Mr. Mide, do you know something?" "About what?" "No, never mind." "All right, I'll handle locating Ariina." Neril looked puzzled. "Tonight's the new moon, and it's cloudy. Not even starlight. On top of that, I'll erase the fire element to make it completely dark in the domain. It'll be pitch black, can't even see your own arm. And you're saying you'll find Ariina in that?" "Yes. It's not like Neril is the only one with a trump card." TCH. Why the tongue click? What? Those two really have grown closer. Good to see as a leader. Trail interjected. "They look close to you?" "Seriously?" I ignored him and said, "The Ariina rescue mission is ready, then. Let's carry out tonight." "Got it. All right, then let's warm up a bit during the day." Both tilted their heads in confusion. I continued nonchalantly, "Let's go rescue Setlia." Rescuing Setlia was laughably easy. She was imprisoned in the basement of the Assassin Guild's headquarters, though the sign out front disguised it as an herb shop. The guild master was guarding her. The conversation with the guild master was too trivial to mention. "Huh, you managed to find this place. It'll be your grave." Hugh heck. Wham. Crash. "Didn't I say I'd skip this part?" "Oh, when did you?" "I said I'd skip it." "Oh, yes. Please do." Just as I was intimidating the guild master, Neril and Xenia came down the stairs, casually dusting off their hands. "Everything's taken care of outside, too." "That's her?" "Setlia? Looks like it. She's in a pretty weakened state." "Xenia, please." Xenia nodded and stepped forward. "O divine God of the heavens, I beseech your merciful touch." A warm light spread into Setlia. Xenia had once brought a nearly dead Martial King back to life. A little exhaustion was nothing for her. Soon, Setlia opened her eyes. They widened with shock. As I undid her gag, I said, "Please remain calm. We're allies of Lady Ariina." "What? You were her nanny, weren't you? Please come with us." Teeth the child. "No, the lady, is she safe?" I felt something off for a moment. Did she almost say child just now? I heard it too. I looked above Setlia's head. She had only ever sinned against 3 people, a rare, kind-hearted woman. And Ariina's name wasn't among those 3. Element Erasure Magic. It was one of Neril's trump cards, along with Disintegration Magic. A grand spell that completely erases one of the so-called 4 great elements, earth, fire, water, or air, within a designated area. Originally developed by Ioreotics in his later years to suppress fires or stop floods, but in true Witch of Carnage fashion, Neril frequently used it for attacks. Neril pretended not to know. That spell has been lost since Iori Odix's time, but you could probably pull it off. Ack, how do you even know that? Anyway, that spell will work, right? Just erase all the fire in the domain. It's a dark night without a moon. If we get rid of all artificial light, we can cover the domain in complete darkness. Hey, you're telling me to use element erasure on the entire domain of this size? Do I look like Odix to you? More than that. I smiled slightly. Don't compare some Odix to you. Even if you put it that way, impossible things are still impossible. Even with this? Tick. I flicked something to her. Gem of Desolation. A limitless amplifier that had steadily accumulated the vital energy of the domain's residents for 20 years. Looking at Neryl's dazed expression, I said, "You explained it yourself, remember? This thing is a cluster of potential that can be converted into anything. Obviously, it can be turned into mana. You're right. With this, I could." Neryl nodded blankly. Holding the gem in both hands as if it were something precious, she held it to her chest. Xenia, looking vaguely dissatisfied, spoke up. "So what should I do?" To which Neryl responded, "Eat meat. It's what you're best at." I was asking Mr. Mide. I answered for him. Neryl was wrong. Of course, Xenia had a role too. You're going to be the one who actually locates Ariina. Neryl's job is to eliminate the shadows. Once they're gone, Ariina will appear again. You find her and tell me where she is. I'll extract her. My tone implied that I fully expected Xenia to be able to do it. Neryl scoffed, but Xenia's expression turned serious. "Mr. Mide, do you know something?" "About what?" "No, never mind." "All right, I'll handle locating Ariina." Neryl looked puzzled. "Tonight's the new moon, and it's cloudy. Not even starlight. On top of that, I'll erase the fire element to make it completely dark in the domain. It'll be pitch black. Can't even see your own arm. And you're saying you'll find Ariina in that?" "Yes. It's not like Neryl is the only one with a trump card." TCH. Why the tongue click? What? Those two really have grown closer. Good to see as a leader. Trail interjected. "They look close to you?" "Seriously?" I ignored him and said, "The Ariina rescue mission is ready. Then, let's carry it out tonight." "Got it. All right, then let's warm up a bit during the day." Both tilted their heads in confusion. I continued nonchalantly, "Let's go rescue Setlia." Rescuing Setlia was laughably easy. She was imprisoned in the basement of the Assassin Guild's headquarters, though the sign out front disguised it as an herb shop. The guild master was guarding her. The conversation with the guild master was too trivial to mention. You managed to find this place. It'll be your grave." "Q heck." Wham. Crash. "Didn't I say I'd skip this part?" "Oh, when did you?" "I said I'd skip it." "Oh, yes. Please do." Just as I was intimidating the guild master, Neryl and Xenia came down the stairs, casually dusting off their hands. "Everything's taken care of outside, too." "That's her?" "Setlia?" "Looks like it. She's in a pretty weakened state." "Xenia, please." Xenia nodded and stepped forward. "O divine God of the heavens, I beseech your merciful touch." A warm light spread into Setlia. Xenia had once brought a nearly dead Martial King back to life. A little exhaustion was nothing for her. Soon, Setlia opened her eyes. They widened with shock. As I undid her gag, I said, "Please remain calm. We're allies of Lady Ariina." "What? You were her nanny, weren't you? Please come with us." Teach the child. "No, the lady, is she safe?" I felt something off for a moment. Did she almost say child just now? I heard it too. I looked above Setlia's head. She had only ever sinned against 3 people, a rare, kind-hearted woman, and Ariina's name wasn't among those 3. Still, just because her name isn't in the blood writing doesn't mean there are no secrets. Show me the secrets between Setlia and Ariina. All right, soon, Trail used the Eye of Omniscience. While viewing this screen, time stopped, giving me plenty of time to absorb the truth between Setlia and Ariina. A little later, I spoke to Setlia. "We haven't yet determined the lady's whereabouts." "Oh, I see. Don't worry. We'll definitely find your daughter and bring her back safely." Setlia nodded absent-mindedly. Then, realizing what I'd said, she looked up in a panic. Neryl and Xenia were staring at me with keen interest. "D daughter?" I'm just a nanny. That's what people have been told. Seems the Count doesn't even remember your name. What a dreadful husband. Wait just a moment. It's all right. Not my place to meddle. But still, I whispered to her, as if in passing. Lady Ariana suits the position far more than a scumbag like the Count. Suits it? What does? The lordship of this land. Setlia fell silent. Whether that silence was agreement or not, I'd find out eventually. Clap. Suddenly, Neryl clapped her hands. She whispered softly, just loud enough for me to hear. You're planning to install Ariana as the lord by force. So she'll become your powerful backer later. Correct. Night fell. Xenia lay against the sky. It sounded like an odd expression, but it wasn't wrong. She was lying several hundred meters above the ground. Because she was on the back of a grill, the divine carriage. A grill. I must know, right? About my ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to find Ariana in this pitch-black darkness. Grr. You. What is with that guy? Are all heroes like this? KRRK. My common sense is falling apart more and more each day, especially because of Miss Neryl. Spin. She turned from gazing up at the sky and flopped down on a grill's back. No matter how I look at it, that old lady doesn't seem like a bad person. I must be crazy, right? GRRRGH. Maybe it's just me, but lately it feels like we've gotten kind of close. Don't you dare tell Miss Neryl I said that. This is our little secret. That was when it happened. Suddenly, someone's voice came from her hand. Hey, what are you doing? Gek, you throwing up? Motion sickness? And Miss Neryl? You were listening. Listening to what? So she didn't hear it. Xenia let out a deep sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart. It's nothing. I just got startled because the communication orb turned on by itself. I turned it on. At this distance, it's easy for me to forcibly activate the other person's orb. Timing is everything in this operation, and I can't have you spacing out and missing the moment. Xenia grumbled inwardly. Humph. So much for getting close. She's still just as mean. Still, work was work. I'm ready. Good. Then let's begin. True darkness began to fall across the territory. It was already a moonless, starless night. Now, all the flames that had been burning throughout the domain were being erased one by one. The guards' torches went out, campfires died, and even the candles inside the houses flickered out. Perfect darkness engulfed the Avis territory in just 5 minutes. Xenia swallowed hard. To erase all elemental flames over an area this big, even if she's borrowing the power of the gem, Miss Neryl is seriously impressive. Of course, it wasn't something she would ever say out loud, even in death. Confirmed. I'll begin as well. I'm logging off now. That took more out of me than I thought. You did great. You too. Good work. Click. The orb deactivated. Xenia would probably never know that Neryl had activated the communication orb long before she spoke, and that her face had flushed just slightly red. Xenia gently stroked Agrill's mane and spoke. Okay, Agrill, we need to find someone. I'll share your vision. Ta! In the next moment, Xenia could see more than what human eyes allowed. The world seen by Agrill, the chariot of the gods, was vastly different from what humans could perceive, and the person chosen by Agrill, with Agrill's permission, could share that vision. Even a faraway target could be zoomed in on as if it were right in front of her. No darkness could block Agrill's vision. No obstacle could escape his sight. It was like gazing into a transparent crystal orb. Man-made buildings and walls. Natural caves or the leaves in a forest. Deep underground and inside pits. Xenia could see through them all. Because it had been a while since she last used shared vision, a wave of nausea surged through her. But she clenched her focus and began to scan every part of the estate. Around 26 years old, wavy brown hair. A light pink dress, all tattered with the edge torn. A small laugh escaped her. If Mide could describe Ariana's current appearance, that specifically without ever having met her, he probably could have found her without her or Neryl's help at all. Maybe Mide is giving us a chance to play our part too. He did say the fame of his companions would benefit him as well. But was that really all? As she pondered it, Xenia answered herself. This chapter is upped at by Novel Firenet. That's just the kind of person he is. Mide is a good man. Soon, she took out the communication orb and attempted to connect to Mide. Mr. Mide, I found her. Offense first grew suspicious when every source of light in the room went out. And when his own flint failed to produce even a spark, that suspicion turned to certainty. Element erasure magic. The Witch of Carnage was this powerful. He'd heard about that great spell supposedly developed by Ioriotics. But to think a mage in the current era could actually cast it. No, that's not even the most surprising part. Mide had extinguished every flame in the estate. Why? Why would he do that? Does he know about my ability? My shadow sorcery. Drip. Cold sweat ran vividly down his back, making his skin crawl. And then, huff, huff. Where am I? With all light gone, shadows disappeared. And naturally, Offense's sorcery was broken along with them. In the room he'd just been alone in, another person's breathing began to echo. It was Ariana. Is someone there? Where am I? Where's my nanny? Offense hesitated. If it were for Kale's sake, he should kill this woman right now. But could Kale really order the Emperor to activate the Grand Search Magic Circle? Could he even defeat the Demon King in the first place? No. The guy really... Is he even a hero? There can't be two heroes. If Kale is a hero, Mide isn't. But if Mide is the hero instead? Having trouble deciding? At that moment, there were now 3 sets of breathing in the room. Having trouble deciding? Offense, answer my question after a few seconds. Mide. Thankfully, that answer allowed me to pinpoint his location and posture. In this darkness, that information was as precious as gold. Idiot. You just gave that bastard priceless information too. Offense is an assassin. If you sensed him, you should assume he sensed you too. Well, I'm confident I can win if we fight. In this darkness, just as I was about to reply, a woman's voice rang out. Mide? The sword master of no killing, Sir Mide. Lady Ariana, is that you? Why, yes. I'm Ariana. Please save me. Of course. That's why I came. Shing. At that moment, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed through the darkness. Offense spoke. Lady Ariana, do not move. Ugh, I don't think I've ever been this on edge in my life. My senses are razor sharp. If I feel any presence that isn't Mide or me, I'll cut it down without hesitation. I could practically see Ariana trembling in fear. Then Offense addressed me. Did you know about my ability? Yeah, it's a remarkable technique. No need to ask how, I suppose. You'll just say that's what heroes do, right? Yep. Are you finally taking me seriously? Think Kale could do the same as I did. Drop your weapon quietly. Then lend me a hand. I'm planning to kill the Demon King, but I'm short on manpower. Ha ha ha. A low chuckle reached my ears. I tried to assassinate Kale. Some bigwig felt threatened by the man who called himself a hero and won the people's trust. I got the job from them. Now, that was a secret I hadn't known even before the regression. My ears perked up with involuntary curiosity. But I failed. Failed, even with that shadow sorcery. No, that sorcery requires me to first visually confirm the target's shadow. I start by observing the shadow from afar before activating the spell. It was at that very stage that I locked eyes with Kale. He smiled and waved at me. I suppressed a groan. Needless to say, Offense must have been completely hidden, using every ounce of his assassin's skill. Yet Kale saw right through it, through the concealment of a hero-tier assassin. As expected, say what you will about Kale's personality, but his skill is real. Offense continued. At that moment, I felt a strong curiosity toward Kale. I wanted to fight him head-on, not with shadow sorcery. That's quite the absurd notion for an assassin. I admit it. It was the first time I felt such an impulse. He let out a light laugh. Anyway, we had a big fight. You lost, didn't you? Yeah, he's terrifyingly strong. Another light laugh echoed, but then it stopped cold. Are you as strong as that? Try me and see. With those words, I swiftly drew my sword and swung. Clang, clang, clang. Though I couldn't see in the darkness, something clashed with my blade and scattered to the ground. It was the little star, a throwing weapon often carried by assassins. He had launched it straight at my head without making a sound. Offense spoke again. Lady Ariana, you're under the bed, correct? Why, yes. Well, it would be advantageous for me if you died in the crossfire, but if that happened, Mide would probably take my head. He seems to think highly of you. Ariana seemed to quietly crawl onto the bed. But then, unexpectedly, she said something strange. He won't kill you. What? The sword master of no killing. No, wait, that's not right. The hero doesn't harm people. We haven't even properly seen each other's faces yet. And she's saying this? I appreciate the sentiment, I guess. Soon, her presence disappeared. Offense gave a soft laugh and said to me, "Popular, aren't you?" I smiled back and replied, "Just another day in the life." Foolish clink. As the battle began, Offense started launching his throwing weapons in earnest. I had no idea how he did it, but the little stars that should have come from the front kept changing trajectory mid-air. Ta! I jumped to the side. Tadadak! The sound of projectiles embedding in the floor echoed in my ears. Quit messing around with these toys and come at me head-on. The only reply was the sharp whistling of a projectile cutting through the air. I hurriedly twisted my body to the side. That one was close, so close that it tore my collar as it flew past. No response. He's probably going all in on hiding his position now. Exactly. So you shut up too. Why are you giving away your own position? I was trying to bait him into attacking. If I know the direction of the weapons, I can figure out where he is. Reckless. Seems like it. And pointless too. The projectiles were coming from every direction. Either he was controlling their trajectories, or he was constantly shifting his position. Given what I remember from before the regression, the latter is more likely. Despite me listening this closely, there's not a single sound of footsteps as he moves. Unreal. He didn't earn the title Bright Death for nothing. And then, whoosh! This time, the projectile's direction was bizarre. From above. Startled, I threw myself to the ground. Boom! Crackle! A tiny weapon, no bigger than 2 knuckles, smashed into the floor with terrifying force. But what shocked me wasn't the power, it was the direction. How the hell did you aim for the top of my head? Are you stuck to the ceiling or something? I didn't expect a response, but surprisingly, Offense answered. Can't tell you. That's how I make my living. But I will say this. What is it? I don't know how you're dodging my attacks in this darkness. It's like watching a circus act. I sincerely want to compliment you, but I'm running low on spare little stars. So I think it's time I make my move. You're saying all this out loud? This isn't some honorable knight's duel. I don't want to kill you. That made me go silent. Offense continued. I still haven't decided between you and Kaled. So let's do this. Come with me to meet Kaled. And then, between the two of you, settle who the real hero is. Whether it's a war of words, fists, or gambling, whatever you like. So you're saying you'll side with whoever wins. Childish. To me, it's a very serious matter. What if I refuse? Refusing would mean you're afraid of Kaled. And in that case, I won't hesitate to kill you. I smirked. Then I lowered my blade and bent my right knee. I distributed an equal amount of force between my right arm and leg. This technique had such a long setup time that I rarely used it in real combat, but thanks for giving me the time. I'll tell you something too. I'm about to use a technique. Better be careful. Oh, hiding something, are we? Plenty. I'm just pulling out one of them. I don't want to kill you, either. So if you want to live, you'd better run straight to the bed where Lady Ariana is. I'm planning to cut down everything except that spot. SSSSSSH. An overwhelming silence filled the room for a moment. Let's see you try. In less time than it takes to blink. Suddenly, from all directions, front, back, left, right, above, and below, hundreds of little stars shot toward me simultaneously. With my senses razor sharp, I could tell they were all targeting my head. So you're coming at me with quantity? Then I'll respond with quantity too. Quantity? You're facing hundreds of stars, and you have only one sword. Not if I use this technique. What technique? No, don't say it. Ridiculously intense slashing. Ugh. One of the requests I had taken before involved fighting against overwhelming odds. Facing many enemies at once isn't hard. The issue was that the job had a time limit. So I developed a technique that could cut down hundreds of enemies in one go. That's what ridiculously intense slashing is. Fuhush. Kagong. I swung my sword at such high speed it stirred the air like wind. In the time it would normally take a swordsman to draw and sheath their blade once, I slashed 211 times. And in each path my sword traveled, little stars were deflected and dropped to the ground. What is this? It's like the entire room is filled with swords. Thanks. Is this one of your secret techniques? Wall of blades or something? Ridiculously intense slashing. Sigh. I even gave it a proper name. Slosh. One of the many swords that had neutralized the little stars now flew toward a fence. GUH. Impossible. The source of this content is novelfire.net. Offense had taken my warning seriously. Without worrying about pride or appearances, he flung himself toward the bed. Where he'd just been standing, a sonic boom from my sword rang through the air, burning the ears. SSSSS, SSSHHH. When the technique ended, only silence remained. My limbs are throbbing like crazy. It had been a while since I last used this technique. Huff, huff. I could hear Offense breathing heavily. Someone of his caliber wouldn't be out of breath just from running to the bed. So I asked, "Shaken up, are you? Got anything left?" Ha ha ha. Clang. The sound of metal clattering to the floor rang out. He dropped the rest of his concealed weapons. I lost. Take the lady. I gave a small smile and pulled out a communication orb. I contacted Neril. Neril, it's over. Please cancel the spell. That ended quicker than I thought. I've undone it. Thanks. I'll see you at the inn in a bit. Let Xenia know too. Okay. I put the orb away and lit the room. Offense was sprawled on the bed like a fish on a cutting board. And beneath the bed, Lady Ariana was trembling under a blanket. I spoke to her. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Mide. Offense did not return to the inn with me. As I supported Ariana, he spoke. When all this is wrapped up, let's meet again. I want to see how you handle this to the end. I want to compare you with Kaled. See what sets you apart. Suit yourself. You know where I'm staying. Yeah. How long do you think it'll take? Kaled's been pestering me to return, so the sooner I confirm things, the better. 2 days at most. Enjoy the show from the best seat in the house. Offense nodded and took his leave. Once the ominous presence of the assassin disappeared, Ariana's legs gave out in relief. Are you all right? Sorry. I suddenly leaned on you. After all you've been through, that kind of reaction is more admirable than anything. Lean on me as much as you need. Ariana blushed and leaned against me. As we walked quietly, she asked, "When is my faith, Count Tobira, planning to start the war?" I asked him for a week to find you. We got about 3 days left. I see. Then we need to hurry. She bit her lip tightly. If he seizes the mine in the Kitur territory, of course the value of the Avis estate will skyrocket. Everyone knows that. But if it were me, I wouldn't have chosen a war that drives innocent people to death just to gain riches. I'd have found another way. I'd have made even greater wealth through different means. I believe you would have. Stop. She halted at my response. When she looked up at me, her eyes were full of tension. As if testing me, she asked, "What do you mean I would have? What can I even do?" Well, that's something you should discuss with your mother. We've rescued Lady Setlia too. She's waiting at the inn right now. Ariana's mouth fell open in shock. I kept talking. The Count dallied with a maid while his wife was still alive. Whether it was misfortune or fortune, the Countess passed away while recovering from childbirth. If it were me, I would have confessed my sins and sought forgiveness. But I suppose he didn't want it known that he fooled around with another woman while his wife was ill. So he kept it buried to the end. Ariana's lips trembled. How do you know all that? I have wide feet and sharp ears, you could say. We've arrived. As the door of the inn opened, someone ran out immediately. It was Setlia. She rushed forward and hugged Ariana tightly, sobbing. "HRK, my lady, you've returned safely. Nanny, I'm sorry. I was right there and I couldn't do a thing. MMH. No, don't say that. I'm just really happy you're safe." Tears welled up in Ariana's eyes as well. From behind, Xenia and Neril came out. Sniffling, Xenia turned to me and asked, "What about Offense?" He said he wants to stay and watch until everything's wrapped up. Said we'll meet again after it's all taken care of. He's playing hard to get. It's fine. Honestly, I didn't think he'd join our party right away anyway. It's better that he takes his time and acts with caution. Yeah, I shook my head like it was nothing. This time, Nero spoke up. By the way, about that wrapping up, what exactly do you plan to do? Sure, if we let people know Ariana is safe, that'll stop the war. But do you really think the Count will announce that she's unharmed? He's hell-bent on starting a war. Though she addressed the question to me. Xenia, Ariana, and Setlia were all looking at me as well. I scratched my head and turned to Ariana first. I do have an idea in mind. But if we go through with it, the Count's dignity will be utterly shredded and trampled. Are you all right with that? Setlia hurried to respond. Grip. But Ariana took her hand and shook her head. Then she stepped forward and took a deep breath. It's all right. I'll take full responsibility. Please, crush his pride. Sounds like you've made up your mind. Yes. I no longer want to call that man my father. Setlia flinched visibly. I smiled gently and nodded. Even just this incident would deal a critical blow to the Count, but let me give you some extra help. Yes. We'll carry out the plan the morning after tomorrow. And until then, I'll dig up and deliver every last one of the Count's crimes and corrupt dealings. For a lady with grand ambition, there's no weapon greater. At that, Trail reacted in horror. Hey, no way. Of course, having a weapon doesn't guarantee victory. How you wield it in the right place at the right time, that's up to you, my lady. No, this isn't right. I object to this plan. You can do it. You're a wise one. After all, he's not listening. Fine. I'll just enjoy the ride. Resolve hardened in Ariana's expression. She wiped the tears from her eyes and stood tall, her back straight. You're more politically savvy than I expected, hero. I just picked things up from what I see and hear. All right, let's do as you suggested. Within a year. No, within 6 months, I'll overthrow the Count and take his place. I'll be counting on it. A strange fire lit up in her eyes. Could you stay by my side during those 6 months? I'm sorry, but I don't think that'll be possible. I have to visit other territories as well. Hee. I figured. You're not the kind of person someone like me could tie down. But I do have one request. Please, come visit this land again someday. When you do, I'll welcome you as its rightful lord. She was no longer someone who could be called a noble's daughter or young lady. She already carried the dignity of a true lord. I gave a respectful bow and replied, I'll be sure to do that. Just then, Trail's voice echoed in my mind. All right, let's have ourselves a fun little overtime shift. What got into this guy all of a sudden? Thanks to Trail's tireless efforts, I managed to secure all the secrets involving the Count's Bloodscript associates. I organized the information and handed it over to Ariana. Surprisingly, she didn't seem too shocked. These are more or less what I'd suspected. Truly impressive. No, the impressive one is you, hero. I don't know how you uncovered all this from within a single room. They don't call me a hero for nothing. I meant it as a joke, but Ariana took it seriously. I see. A hero really is someone beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The records in the history books weren't exaggerations at all. But I think you're even greater than the 4 heroes of legend, Mr. Mide. Ahem. Thank you for the compliment. I had received plenty of praise in my life. But this was the first time I'd been praised as a hero, and I could feel my face getting warm. Neril and Xenia whispered to each other. I've never seen that expression on him before. Guess he was really starved for someone to call him hero. Should we start calling him that too? He'd get smug in no time. I'm not doing it. Yeah, he'd probably start flaring his nostrils too. We've been in sync lately. Totally. Why is it that the only time they get along is when they're making fun of me? I brushed a hand over my face and changed the topic. Anyway, if we want those scandals and crimes to really make an impact, we have to start by letting the world know Lady Ariana is safe. Ah, yes. You said you had something in mind for that, right? What should we do? Instead of answering, I turned to Xenia. Let me ride a grill. I'm talking to you, Xenia. Don't look around. What's a grill? Seriously? I mean, a grill is a divine beast. The chariot of the gods. She doesn't let just anyone ride her, you know? She protested, but it didn't work on me. I still remembered the time before regression when I'd ridden a grill with my party across the continent. We can't just try to get on like it's nothing. You need to convince a grill first. She's been out of shape lately, So we can't go over capacity. You've only ever ridden alone. How would you know what her capacity is? Just give it a shot at least. Ack, what if she gets mad? Despite grumbling, she agreed to try. Neril, clearly excited at the prospect of riding a legendary beast, spoke with shining eyes. I'm all for it, but why does it have to be a grill? Everything I do is to increase my fame. Is it okay to say that so openly in front of a noble woman? She had a point. As I reflected on that a little, Ariana quickly responded. Fame must be quite the virtue for you, hero. There's nothing wrong with using the best means to get what you want. I plan to do the same. You're really good at putting a positive spin on whatever I do. I've held back because you're the hero's comrade, but I'll say it now. I have no intention of looking down on you just because you're a noble. But frankly, you seem much younger than I am, so please show a little more respect. Apparently, Ariana didn't know Neril was the infamous Witch of Carnage. With Neril's temper, she's probably going to snap. I quickly tried to intervene, but Neril suddenly twitched her lips and said, "Content originally comes from novelfire.net. I really look that young." Thanks. You're actually kind of nice. What was that? Count Tobira had a bad feeling. Deert, the branch chief of Alcahad, was nowhere to be seen. There wasn't much use for him now, with the expedition only a day away, but the absence of that greedy bastard made him uneasy rather than relieved. Tobira looked down from the castle wall at his army lined up in formation. From above, they looked solid, like a force of warriors each worth 100 men. But in reality, the talk circulating among the troops was anything but that of a mighty army. Ugh, dragged into war at my age. Damn it, it's almost time to sow the fields. What's the Lord thinking? Shoo, keep your mouth shut if you don't want to lose your head. Honestly, if it's to find Lady Ariana, I'd do anything. She was such a lovely person. Did they really hide her in Kitur? Something about it doesn't sit right. If only the hero would show up and solve everything. The hero, huh? Speaking of which, I heard a rumor. That's how it went. By noon, all preparations for deployment were complete. Everyone stood seriously, wearing expressions that seemed to beg someone to tell them this wasn't real. Then, hey, what is that? A soldier suddenly pointed to the sky. It was a textbook case of broken discipline, but no one could blame him, because a beast had appeared in the sky where he pointed. A grill, the chariot of the gods. Most commoners didn't even know such a creature existed, so the soldiers interpreted its appearance as some sort of omen. It's a monster, a demon beast. For something like that to appear right before we march out, we're doomed. Doomed, I tell you. Mommy, I was going to propose to my girl after this battle. Shut up, man. You're going to jinx it. Then it happened. A deep voice echoed from atop the mysterious beast. It was my voice, amplified by narrow sound magic. Everyone, please. There's no need to worry. Gasp. There is no need for you to fight. You don't have to kill anyone. Today, all of you will return to your homes. I will make sure of it. I paused for dramatic effect, then spoke again with firm conviction. I, Mide Mohan, give you my word. After my speech, I turned around atop a grill. Neril, Xenia, and Ariana were riding with me. The other two were expected, but Ariana remaining composed at this height was a real surprise. Lady Ariana, I've laid the groundwork, set the mood appropriately. Are you ready? Lady Ariana? Trail commented. Looks like she fainted with her eyes open. So she wasn't composed after all. I grabbed her shoulder and gave her a gentle shake, a bit rudely. Apologies. Timing is everything right now. I'll accept punishment for the rudeness later. And no, it's fine. I should apologize. I've never been this high up before. Understand. Shall we begin? Yes. She took my hand and slowly stood up atop a grill. Neril frowned a little, for some reason. That's quite the gentlemanly escort. I'm a bit of a gentleman. Sure you are. Anyway, let's get started. Fly magic, please. Okay. She began casting the spell. Meanwhile, I turned to Xenia. Make us shine with holy radiance, will you? This really isn't what divine power is supposed to be used for, but somehow it feels just right. All right, great. I led Ariana to the edge of a grill's back. Time to begin. The descent of the hero. I said to Ariina. Then let's take one more step forward. Ugh. Why yes. There's no need to force yourself to look down. Just keep your eyes straight ahead. I will. If your fear still won't settle, then please trust me. Ariina looked up at me. Would I really let you die, my lady? Strangely enough, her trembling stopped at those words. She took a deep breath and smiled. All right, I believe you. Thank you. Let's go. Swoosh. Just like that, we stepped out into the air. Nero cast her spell right on time. Flying, as though invisible stairs were laid before us, we quite literally walked through the sky. And from behind us, O heavenly God, reveal your radiant brilliance here. Whoosh, a dazzling light enveloped us. That's right, we were putting on the very image of divine descent, wrapped in light from above, telling the Count, the man who orchestrated all this, that Ariina had returned safely would only have temporary impact, but revealing her return in front of thousands of assembled soldiers, and in such a scene that would be remembered for generations, would leave no room for doubt. The mystical appearance was just the finishing touch. As expected, below us, the reaction was exactly what I'd hoped for. Wah, it's Lady Ariina. The man next to her? It's the sword master of no killing, Mide Mohan. The lady is being escorted by the sword master himself. She's safe. Thank goodness. With every step we took, we descended a little closer to the ground. The soldiers, as if it had been rehearsed, stepped back and cleared a wide space for us. Soon after, Ariina and I finally touched down. Phew. Ariina shuddered slightly, her tension finally releasing, but she quickly regained her posture and raised her voice. Everyone, I know your hearts must have been troubled at the thought of being dragged into war. You were probably weighed down by thoughts of the families you left at home, and a hardship that would surely follow the war's end. You don't need to worry anymore. There will be no war. I've returned, haven't I? Whoa. All of this was thanks to the hero, Sir Mide. He found me and protected me. Sir Mide, on behalf of all the people of this land, I thank you. She hadn't discussed this with me beforehand, but Ariina bowed her head to me as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I quickly bowed back and answered in a heroic tone. Please, I only acted because my heart ached at the thought of meaningless bloodshed. It was the cries and sorrow of the people that moved me. Sir Mide, I learned much through saving the lady. Who else could love the people of this land as she does? In saving her, I believe I've saved the very future of this territory. Anyone with a political mind would have understood the hidden message in my words. The soldiers stirred slightly at first, but soon a unified chorus of voices rose up. He's right. Lady Ariina is the future of Avis. Thank you for returning safely, my lady. Thanks to the hero as well. Please, this way. Just look our way once. Long live the hero. Long live Lady Ariina. Their cheers echoed across the entire territory. The cries lasted nearly 20 minutes. I enjoyed the heated atmosphere and thought to myself, the source of this content is novelfire.net. Oh ho ho, I can hear my fame rising. Trail chimed in joyfully. Yes, that late-night overtime fatigue is melting away. After the uproar died down, we finally had an audience with Count Tobira. He looked as if he'd aged 10 years, slumped in his chair. I lifted the corner of my mouth and said, I've kept my promise, Count. I brought the lady back safely. Humph. I see. I thank you for that. I only did what had to be done. I'd also like to greet Branch Chief Deert. Do you know where he might be? The Count didn't catch the sarcasm in my tone. Looking genuinely curious, he replied, I'm not sure. I haven't heard from him in days. I see. In any case, your task is complete. I'll see that you're rewarded appropriately, so you may go. That's when it happened. Clack. Ariina stepped forward and spoke. Count. Ariina. Forgive me. In the chaos, I didn't even greet you properly. I'm truly glad you've returned safely. So am I. And to celebrate that return, I have one question. Go ahead. Her voice was soft and calm as she continued. How long do you plan to keep that heavy ass of yours in that chair? A suffocating silence blanketed the room. The Count blinked, unsure if he'd heard her correctly. Ariana went on. Get up. That chair doesn't look sturdy enough to support your weight anyway. Why you? What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? You're still saying things like that? Clearly, your mind has suffered from your ordeal. Guards, is no one there? Take Ariana away. Right now. But no one came. The Count tilted his head in confusion and raised his voice again. Isn't anyone out there? There isn't. I asked them to leave. What? I informed them early on that my abduction and the war preparations began with your schemes. The Count's face turned pale. And that's not all. 2 hours. That's how long it took for the commotion outside to settle before I stood before you. In that short time, I successfully won over quite a few people. Easier than I thought, especially with this. Ariana reached in her clothes and pulled something out. It was the document I'd written, listing all of the Count's crimes. This is a copy. Feel free to read it. She tossed it toward him. The Count turned ghostly white the moment he read the first line. Ariana continued. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Sure, no one's entirely clean, but this is excessive. Why, you wench? Don't tell me you're after my seat. Who knows? Rather than me aiming for it, it seems people are lifting me up to it. So many have already turned their backs on you. As an enemy, you're just full of openings. At that, Ariana turned toward us. Everyone, I'm sorry, but could you give us a moment? I'd like to have a private conversation with the Count. I scratched my head. Will you be all right? Yes. You've done more than enough, hero. From here on, it's my burden to bear. Understood. Sir Hero. Swoosh. She approached me, and in a whisper only I could hear, she said, although I don't know all the details of your grand plan, Hero, there's one thing I can tell you. If I take control of this place, I'll become a strong supporter of yours. A supporter? Yes. I'm sure your fame will reach the capital soon enough, but it's still quite far, isn't it? If you ever need anything, just contact me. I'll synchronize my communication orb with yours. Oh, that was exactly what I wanted to hear. The plan worked. Yeah, thank goodness. Kale has already extended his reach to the capital. Of course, I'll have to break into that territory someday too, but until then, I needed someone solid at my back. It was then. Ding. You have gained 2,000 fame points. Fame points required for next level. 9/760/20,000. Your name will begin to echo throughout the Avis territory. Total fame points to be gained from this incident. 8,000. Your name is now spreading through the Drucker territory. All points collected. Your name is now spreading through the Quelp territory. All points collected. Your name is now spreading through the Lior territory. All points collected. Neryl Slane now sees you as a man with fatal charm. Xenia Seed now sees you as a man who's bound to be popular. Ariana Domain now sees you as a man she wants but can't have it. This round of evaluations feels heavily skewed in one direction. Light has finally found its way to you after 34 years. Congratulations. I told you, it's been 27. Same thing. Basically your whole life. No, it's not. Don't exaggerate. Are you sure? Place your hand on your chest and think carefully. Instead of putting my hand on my chest, I looked over at Neryl and Xenia. If I don't manage my expression, I think the corners of my lips might twitch. Gotta stay alert. Well then, we'll be on our way. Yeah, take care, miss. At Neryl's farewell, Ariana gave a small bow. Yes, I'm sorry for making a fuss about age last time. Not at all. I actually liked it. This time, Xenia spoke up. May the blessings of the gods guide your path. Foo-foo. Thank you. Though I think I've already received a better blessing. With those words, Ariana gave me a subtle glance. TL, isn't she married? We quickly turned away. Just as the door shut with a click, Ariana's voice rang out. Well then, shall we start with something light? First of all, the numbers in the tax report to the capital look quite suspicious. Ariana, let's talk this out calmly. We are talking. Or should I bring Mother into this too? Phew. Scary woman. Neryl chuckled and said, I didn't expect her to be so gutsy. It's hard to believe she was trembling atop a grill. She's always been incredibly capable. I just gave her the chance to use it. At that, Xenia grumbled. By the way, A grill said this was the last time. Don't expect me to persuade it again. I'm serious. I'm counting on you again. Ugh, did you even hear what I just said? Now that I think of it, I heard the pheasant dishes around here are amazing. Should we try them before leaving the territory? Xenia clamped her mouth shut. That's supposed to be really expensive, you know. Well, as you know, I've had a bit of money. 3 times? 5. 4. Fine. 4. Too easy. While we were tearing into a hearty pheasant dinner, a guest requested to join our table. Even before we could respond, he plopped into a chair. Oh, is this the local specialty? Looks delicious. Slide. Xenia quietly pulled the dish toward us. The guest, offense, clicked his tongue awkwardly. I don't know how to eat meat, you know. Not as well as I do. Was that a boast? This was part of my deal with Mr. Mide. You can buy your own. Offense let out a chuckle, then glanced at me and said, even among hero parties, yours feels quite different from the other one. At those words, Neryl and Xenia straightened up. Neryl spoke. You mean Kaled? Kaled Wake. He's just playing hero, trying to copy Mide. Honestly, considering who appeared first, it's more like Mide's the one copying Kaled. This guy's the real hero. I'll make sure of that. Offense's eyes sparkled with interest. Yeah, definitely a different vibe from the other party. Specifically how? Well, the others are like Kaled fanboys, if I had to put it bluntly. Kaled will take care of everything. They just stare at his mouth, waiting for orders. I guess I was like that too. Sure, Mide is the core of your group too, but I can feel that each of you has your own role, your own drive to contribute. There's more humanity here, you could say. Kaled definitely had that quality. He was so exceptional that he ended up soaking up all the praise and reverence. Back before my regression, the other heroes in his party basically existed to make him shine. I said, so, are you saying you were deeply moved by me? I could never say it that way, but this much I can say. I watched closely how you wrap things up here. It was dazzling, literally and figuratively. I doubt there's a more brilliant way to build fame. Don't know why, but Kaled was obsessed with fame too. Still, the way you go about it feels far more refined. He paused for a moment. Then, meeting my gaze head-on, he added, at the very least, I think your way is more befitting of a true hero. Nailed it. Just in case, I asked Trail to bring up my status screen. And sure enough, it read, Offense Dake now sees you as more heroic than Kaled. Offense sees me as someone more heroic than Kaled. I worked hard to keep the corners of my lips from curling up. At that moment, Offense opened his mouth. But I can't join your party just yet. Neryl frowned. How do you come to that conclusion from this conversation? To be precise, your leader won't agree. The source of this content is ovalfire.net. Looks like I have the upper hand when it comes to scheming. What do you think, Mide? Am I right? As expected of Offense. I inwardly admired him as I spoke. If Offense doesn't go back, Kaled will become even more wary of me. He'll think Offense was recruited. And then he'll decide there's no point in further scouting and try to resolve things by force. In other words, he'll come looking for me. That's even better. This is your chance to settle things with him once and for all. If you can't do it, I'll kill him for you. I shook my head. Then, putting my hands together calmly, I said, if I kill that guy, the reputation he's built up until now will negatively affect me. That's when Trail spoke in awe, almost shouting. Whoa, you were thinking that far ahead. I nodded and spoke. To the people in the southern continent, Kaled is an undisputed hero. But from their perspective, if someone named Mide, whom they've never even heard of, kills Kaled, what do you think will happen? They'll hate you. It won't just be dislike. They'll completely turn their backs on me. Kaled and I are in opposition in every way, but we share one common goal: to attain unparalleled, unmatched fame on the continent. Conquering only the North isn't enough. One day, I must make my name known in the South, too. If I take care of Hero Kaled now, that journey will be stopped from the very start. Suddenly, Neryl asked, doesn't the same apply to Kaled? If he kills you, wouldn't all the Northerners turn their backs on him? Yeah, but there's still a big gap in reputation between me and him. From his perspective, even if he temporarily loses the North's favor, he can recover over time. So for him, it's a move worth taking. but I'm not at that level yet. In other words, if I'm to face Kale, it should be when my fame is at least equal to or greater than his. Otherwise, it'll be a bad move. That's why we have to send offense back peacefully right now. Offense gave a small laugh. Well, I hadn't thought things through that deeply. I just felt like now wasn't the time for Mide and Kale to clash. So, what exactly do I need to do? Go back to Kale. Tell him Mide wasn't a big deal. Say you barely managed to prevent a war, but he didn't make much of an impression on the people of the territory. Will he really buy that? I think he'll suspect that I've betrayed him. Then we need to set something up so he can't doubt you. In fact, I'd already thought of something. Kale is a cautious person, but that caution has a weakness. He's many times more suspicious than others. But precisely because of that, once his suspicion is lifted, he tends to overtrust his own judgment. Tell him you eavesdropped on our conversation. The topic was the hero's sword. What? You know, the hero's sword. It's probably stored in the tomb of the fourth hero, Padania Brook, right? Here's the report. Mide said that in order to become a hero, he absolutely needs the hero's sword, but it's in Padania's tomb, so it's quite troublesome. Since the tomb is in the south, Kale will interfere. Something like that. I don't get it at all. Are you saying that report will really fool Kale? Of course. To be recognized as a true hero, or in Trail's words, to achieve unmatched fame, there are a few required events. The most important, naturally, is the Oracle. Not as vital as the Oracle, but still crucial, is the hero's sword. The hero's sword is the sword used by the 4 past heroes to defeat the Demon King, and the custom is to keep it in the tomb of the last hero. Naturally, I assumed Kale had retrieved it from the tomb of the 4th hero, Padania Brook. But I recall the conversation from before my regression. It happened one night before the regression. While staying at an inn during a quest, I was just about to sleep. Knock, knock. Even before I heard the knock, I knew from the footsteps outside who had come. I'm sleeping. Kale, if that's true, you just had a very bizarre sleep talk. What brings you here in the middle of the night? Our dear hero Kale had come to visit me. First, how about you open the door? With a light sigh, I opened the door. He waltzed into my room with his usual confidence and spoke. Tomorrow's a free day with no special plans, right? So, I figured we could chat late into the night. Chat all you want. With someone else, no? It's been a while since you joined the party, but our conversations have always been quite meaningless. Let's talk seriously for once. He sat down with a thud on a chair. I scratched my head and sighed. What kind of serious talk? For example, how about we each share a secret? You don't seem to trust me at all. Didn't you say on the first day I joined the party that we shouldn't dig into each other's pasts? That's why I haven't even asked who Bayan Coons is. Kale shook his head. I'm not asking to uncover any deep, dark secrets. But at this rate, I think you'll become an obstacle to the party's harmony. Blunt, aren't you? I figured you'd prefer that. Don't worry, I'm not saying I'll kick you out. He slid into the seat beside me. No matter what you think of me, I acknowledge your skills. You're definitely the strongest in the party after me. You ever consider I might be stronger than you? That'd be a bit arrogant. PFF, all right then. Let's each share one secret. You first. Kale smiled gently and began. Well, it's hardly a secret. It's something I found out during a quest before you joined, so the other party members probably know already. No one told me. That's because it's obvious you don't trust your comrades. Who'd bother sharing personal stuff with someone like that? Flawless logic. Can't argue with that. Kale said, Anyway, would you accept this level of thing as a secret? Sure, I'll accept it. Now tell me. This isn't the hero's sword. He casually tapped his sword. I couldn't help but open my mouth. What? There was a quest to retrieve the hero's sword from Padania's tomb before you joined. We completed it successfully, but quickly realized this isn't the real hero's sword. What are you talking about? The custom is to enshrine it in the last hero's tomb, but it wasn't there. Seriously, I have no idea how it happened. So sometime soon, I'll be going to find the real hero's sword. You'll be joining me then, so I'm telling you now under the excuse of sharing a secret. That's enough for you, right? A moment of silence passed. I stared into Kale's seemingly innocent eyes. Then I had a sudden flash of insight. Kale said, Now, It's your turn to share, ISR. Hold on a second. I think I just found out a bigger secret of yours. One of the major requirements to become a hero is the hero's sword. But you showed no tension when you said this one's a fake. And when you said you'd go find the real one someday, you had a weird sense of certainty. It was like you were saying, I knew from the start the Toon's sword was fake, and I know where the real one is. Kale's expression hardened. Leaning back against the chair, I continued speaking. Do you have some kind of ability that no one else knows about? Like, say, you can see the path to becoming a hero? In that moment, a terrifying killing intent swept through the room, so intense it made every hair on my body stand on end. Bang! The door burst open, and people rushed in. Our fellow hero party members. Kaled, that killing intent just now. What happened? Why are you two acting like this? Mide, I told you to try and get along with Kaled. It's nothing big. I'm just going to head back and sleep. Kaled quickly suppressed his killing intent and addressed everyone. Sorry, just a slight disagreement. If that happens twice, someone's going to have a heart attack. Haha, seriously, my bad. Go on now, all of you. We've still got more to talk about. Too bad. Not happening. I got up from my seat. I'm going to sleep. Everyone out. Mide, we're not done talking. All right. You mean my secret? Keep it to yourself, all right? The truth is, I leaned in and whispered into his ear about a bit of athlete's foot. The way his face contorted in disgust just then. Now that was a sight worth remembering. Oh, so that happened. Please don't interrupt my memories. Being able to see the path to becoming a hero. Now, that's interesting. It's not certain, just my speculation. But thinking back on Kaled's reaction, his killing intent, it's not the absolute answer, but it's damn close. If you look at it differently, it's actually obvious. The guy killed the real hero, buying coons, and deceived the entire continent, posing as a hero from start to finish. That's not something a normal person could pull off. That's no joke. Trail's voice took on a serious tone. But I didn't see it that way. Nothing to worry about. Maybe I was clueless before regression, but now I have the overwhelming advantage. How can you be so relaxed when your enemy might see the path to becoming a hero? Because I have. Never mind. I cut myself off. But Trail hit the nail on the head. Ah. Yeah, you've got me by your side. Finally appreciated my worth, huh? Why is this the only time your instincts are sharp? I'm always sharp, especially when it comes to sniffing out overtime work. Right, sure. Well, he's not wrong. I'm only saying this once. I scratch my head. I'm genuinely grateful for a lot of things. Thanks, seriously. Fuck. Pick one, gratitude or swearing. Fuck. Go with gratitude. I let out a small chuckle and looked at a fence. He was still looking at me, clearly wanting an explanation. Kaled has some strange ability. He can see the path to becoming a hero. It's just a guess, of course. I don't know exactly how it works. But how else do you explain it? A nobody who suddenly gets hailed as the Southern hero in just a few years. Hearing that from a Northern hero makes it a lot more convincing. I shrugged. Anyway, that means he probably already knows. The hero's sword in the tomb of Padania is a fake. This time, everyone looked shocked. Xenia slammed her hands on the table. You're saying it's fake? The hero's sword and the tombs of the past heroes are among the Empire's most heavily guarded sites. I don't know the details either. Mide, you sure know a lot of things, but also not a lot of things. That's what makes us human, our imperfections. Wow. Going philosophical all of a sudden, Xenia leaned back, calming down a little. Nero spoke up. I get now. I see what you're aiming for. Kaled knows the sword in the tomb of Padania is fake. But you're going to make him believe that you don't know it's fake. That's the plan, right? As expected, Nero caught on quick. I nodded, and offense chimed in. So when someone he's suspicious of seems clearly beneath him, he'll let his guard down. Exactly. Kaled's cautious and quick to doubt, but once he drops suspicion, he won't pay attention to me for a while. That's when I'll make my move and rise up. You've really got his personality figured out, even from this far away. Well, I am pretty great. I brought my hands together and spoke earnestly. Offense. Think you can help me out? He gave a shrug. You haven't even said what you want me to do. You already know, don't you? Take this. I handed him a communication orb. It connects directly to us. Oh ho, you want me to be your spy? Only to the extent that Kale doesn't notice. Nothing too risky. It'd be great if you could report on his weaknesses, secrets, or his next move. And if possible, find out who Bayan Coons really is. I almost said it, but held back. That's Khaled's core secret. Even before and after aggression, I never figured it out. There's no way offense could, and I can't have him put himself at risk trying. If possible, never mind. Forget it. You're making me curious. I said forget it. Let's just eat. At that, Xenia responded. She pushed the plate she had pulled toward herself earlier back across the table. Since we're allies now, I'll give you this. Thanks, I appreciate it. I trust you understand what a big gesture of trust this is. Offense tilted his head. Pheasant meat? My next target territory was a bit far, and based on my memories from before the regression, I had to hurry a little to make it on time. Official source is novel fire net. So, we paid the coachman extra and we're riding through the night. Sorry, we're in a bit of a rush. Haha, it's fine. The horses are strong, and the carriage is sturdy, so it's not too tiring. When we left the Avis territory, we bought the finest and most expensive horses and carriage available there. In short, we'd purchased a custom carriage for the Mide party. Neryl spoke. The coachman must be having a hard time. Why don't we just ride a grill instead? Xenia quickly responded. We agreed to only ask a grill for help when it's absolutely necessary. Are we short on meat? That's not it. I answered Neryl in Xenia's place. A grill is fundamentally dangerous to ride for anyone without divine power. That's the chariot granted only to the holy knight hero of the past. Other than Xenia or Saran, who was my comrade before the regression, no one in our party had divine power. Neryl replied. I was fine, though. I mean, it's dangerous for a grill, not you. If people without divine power keep riding it, a grill will eventually lose all its original abilities. That much should be in the history books. Of course, Xenia could infuse it with divine power again, so it wouldn't be a huge problem, but even her divine power wasn't infinite, so we needed to conserve it. Perhaps Neryl remembered, as she turned to look out the window and acted as if she lost interest. That's why even before the regression, we avoided riding a grill unless it was absolutely necessary or for something truly special. Xenia gave me a slight nod, as if to thank me for backing her up. Then she said to Neryl in a teasing tone, if you're that worried about the coachman, then you should take the reins yourself. I don't know how to drive a horse. Really? Then what did you do for 200 years? No, never mind. Saying all that and then pretending you didn't say it is pointless, you know? I waved my hand to mediate. Still, the coachman needs work too. Most guild transporters who don't own their own carriage are poorly paid. Besides, if our party members are busy holding the reins, we won't be able to discuss our future plans in depth. So, you're saying you'll tell us about the next plan? That's right. Just then, a bluish light glowed from within my cloak. A message at midnight. I had a good guess who it was from. As expected, it was offense. Hope I'm not contacting you too late at night. It's fine. We're on the move too. Busy, huh? Well, I suppose you should be. Offense lowered his voice. Khaled is almost at the fourth hero's tomb. To look for the fake hero's sword, you mean? Fight. I was wondering why he'd bother going for it, even knowing it's fake, but I've come up with a theory. He was probably thinking the same as I was. Xenia asked him instead. What theory? Mide and Khaled always move to boost their fame. That fake sword must be a tool to raise Khaled's reputation, Miss Pheasant. Who's a pheasant? Why am I a pheasant? My guess is Khaled will report to some high-ranking figure that the sword is a fake. I nodded. If it's a high-ranking figure, it must be the Emperor. Yeah, in the Empire, the emergence of a hero is a top priority for the royal family. They'd be deeply concerned about whether he's a true hero when the divine oracle will come and when to announce it publicly across the continent. Naturally, so Khaled is probably trying to win the Emperor's favor by revealing the sword is fake. I'm sure of it. Offense asked in a slightly amused tone. You figured all that out and still sound relaxed. You said you were rushing somewhere, didn't you? Yeah, I'm on my way to do something that'll make revealing a fake sword look like child's play. Now I'm curious. No need to tell me now. I'll hear it later. Sure. But once again, be careful. Don't worry. Click. The communication ended. Neryl smiled for some reason. That kid's definitely on our side now. Honestly, I had considered the possibility of him turning on us later. It must be that he was moved by my capability and character. Look at him say that without a single change in expression. Anyway, just a second. I called Trail. What now? I was just about to sleep. So you do sleep, huh? Except for using the bathroom, I do everything. Whatever. Show me the screen. Yeah. Reputation points needed for next level. 17,760/20,000. Your name echoes across the Drucker territory. All point collected. Your name echoes across the Quelk territory. All points collected. Your name echoes across the Lior territory. All points collected. Your name echoes across the Avis territory. All points collected. I had recovered all the points from Avis as well. Next, I asked the map. The northern part of the continent was now pretty well marked with our influence. Meanwhile, Kale was still lagging behind. Here are the exact numbers. Mide Mohan, 17,760. Kaled Wake, 21,090. Nice. I rubbed my hands together and grinned. If I pull this off cleanly, I'll overtake him. That number's going down. Just then, Neryl spoke. So what exactly are you planning to do in the next territory? Rhaenys? You know how famous Rhaenys is, right? Of course. It's the birthplace of the second hero in continental history, Lepia Odgar, the one who defeated the Demon King of Greed. Lepia Odgar. She was the only female among the 4 heroes in history, a legend who had supposedly reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Rhaenys was the territory where she had been born and raised. But that wasn't what I meant. As expected of someone from the old days, you only remember the old news. Xenia calling me grandma is more than enough. I didn't call you grandma this time, though. Anyway, there are 2 famous figures from Rhaenys. One is Lepia Odgar, like you said. The other, I dug up a faint memory, is Mariana Ein, the Empire's greatest necromancer. Mariana? Never heard that name. Not surprising, since Neryl hadn't even heard of the martial king Terse. Mariana is a master of necromancy. You know what necromancers are, right? Don't look down on me. They summon the spirits of the dead into their own bodies to borrow their knowledge, memories, and power. Exactly. You know some of the heroes of old had necromancers in their parties, right? That's how central necromancers are in the Empire. And Mariana is one of the best. It happened when the current emperor ascended the throne. The former emperor had died mysteriously without naming a successor. Some said it was poisoning, others claimed it was just old age, but the person who resolved that matter was none other than Mariana. She summoned the former emperor's spirit into her own body and exposed every detail of the truth behind his death to the world. Neryl showed interest. I don't know much about necromancy, since it's so different from magic, but I've heard that most summoned spirits just ramble nonsense and disappear. She was really that clear and rational. That's why she's a great necromancer. Anyway, because of that deed, Mariana, despite not being particularly strong in combat, was given the 7th highest rank in the Empire. And she's the one I'm going to meet now. Neryl narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me you were thinking of making her our next party member? Ha! As if. Just a mere 7th ranker, daring to try and take a seat? Sometimes, when I look at you lot, I wonder if common sense even means anything. Thanks. I expressed my honest gratitude to Trail, who hadn't complimented me in a while. Then I said to Neryl, I'm going to meet Mariana's son. Her son, yeah, he's a necromancer hundreds of times more talented than his mother. Before the regression, he was Kale's 6th party member, the kid who joined right before me as the 7th. Unlike Neryl, who called everyone a brat, I only use that word for actual brats. He should be around 14 at this point in time. Adwenine, also known as the friend of the dead. Somehow, he even managed to host the souls of past heroes in his own body. Truly, one of the great heroes. It's been a while. I'm going to hear more stories about that guy. Regrettable in all sorts of ways. Neryl stretched. Well, seems like you're not telling me everything, but I'll hear it later. I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, we'll probably arrive by morning, so get some rest. Got it. Xenia, you too. But Xenia wasn't listening to us. She kept tilting her head and mumbling. Why was it a pheasant? Kale and his party arrived at the Pedania tomb. The other members felt solemn, standing before the resting place of a legendary hero, and Kale wore the same expression outwardly, but in truth, his mind was elsewhere. Mide Mohan. Kale recalled a conversation with Offense not too long ago. That was when Offense returned to the inn where Kale's group was staying, having just finished his mission in the Avis territory. Kale shifted in his seat and asked, "You've really gone through a lot. Came back sooner than I expected. You summoned me urgently." Well, sit here." Kale gestured warmly to the seat across from him. Offense, though slightly tense, hid it completely as he took the seat. "What about the others?" Saran and Lissel said they were bored of lounging around in the capital and went out for fun. "Those two really are like sisters." "I see." Kale continued with a grin. "They were asking me the same thing earlier, you know? Where the hell is Offense hiding, that we haven't seen a trace of him?" This mission, it's a secret between just you and me from beginning to end. I'd appreciate it if you fed them a suitable excuse. Don't worry, I'm quite adept at fabricating cover stories." Kale narrowed his eyes and studied Offense. A top-class assassin really is different. Can't read anything from that face. Well, it's impossible to read Offense's expression under normal circumstances. Unless he's actively disguised as someone else. Anyway, eventually, Kale spoke up. "I got periodic updates via the communication orb, but that doesn't give me the full picture. Give me a detailed report of what happened in Avis territory." "Well," Offense spoke in a light tone. Exactly the version he'd prearranged with Mide. He explained how he managed to locate Ariana just in time and prevent a war. However, the success didn't boost his fame as much as he'd hoped. Most of the people in the territory were simply relieved at Ariana's safe return. Kale, arms crossed, asked, "Weren't you supposed to kill Ariana?" "I failed. I ended up facing Mide head-on." An assassin should never allow themselves to end up in a direct fight with a top-tier mercenary. "Yes, I hadn't planned on it either, but I was interrupted by the Witch of Carnage and the God's Agent. To be honest, the fact that I returned in one piece after fighting them is a miracle. I'd say the task was excessive to begin with." Kale asked for a more detailed account of the battle. That too had already been coordinated in advance with Mide, Neril, and Xenia. Offense described it casually, and it was convincing enough to satisfy Kale. Judging by the circumstances, it all seems fine. But he wasn't entirely convinced, until Offense said this. "Oh, by the way, those people had an interesting conversation." The hero's sword. At that moment, Kale's eyes lit up. The one in the Pedania Brook tomb. They're after it. "But that tomb is essentially in your territory, isn't it? Just as you're wary of Mide, he's wary of you. He's hesitating to make a move because he's worried you'll get in his way. Still, it seems like he'll make a decision soon. What should we do?" At that moment, Kale felt a tickle in his chest. No, more like something blocked had suddenly cleared, refreshingly so. Just as Mide had predicted, the doubts and wariness in Kale's heart melted away like snow. Kale's thoughts returned to the present. That was when Saran, one of his party members, spoke. "We're finally going to get our hands on the hero's sword. Yeah, with this, the gap between Mide and me will be irreversibly wide." "You mean that guy claiming to be a hero in the north?" "Kale, you've been thinking about him a lot lately." "Not anymore." The other party members, except for Offense, looked puzzled at that answer. But rather than explain, Kale continued thinking to himself. "Mide, I was a little concerned about him, but he's clearly not hero material. He doesn't even know the hero's sword in the Pedania tomb is a fake. Well, of course, no matter how exceptional that guy is, he'd never suspect the sword is a fake. Unless he can see this." Kale quietly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was seeing an entirely different world. Next quest. Retrieve the hero's sword from the Pedania tomb. Reveal to the Emperor that the hero's sword is a fake. Kale was born in a rural village. Whenever the Lord made an important announcement, a proclamation would be posted on the notice board in the village hall. That notice, "One day, Papers written in the common language had started appearing around Kale. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but no matter how much time passed, the notice never vanished. In fact, it got closer and clearer. Kale remembered the first sentence ever written on one of those notices. He recalled his first quest and smirked. First quest, kill Bion Coons. TL, peak. Before the regression, a strange mental illness swept through the Rhaenys territory. It was later revealed not to be a mental illness at all, but a form of necromancy. In any case, by the time we arrived at the Rhaenys territory, it had already spread far and wide. Like right now, for instance. An old man walking a few steps ahead of us suddenly stared blankly up at the sky. He looked utterly dazed, prompting Xenia to cautiously speak up. "Sir, are you all right?" The old man's eyes were empty as he slowly turned his head. "Where am I?" "Pardon? Who am I?" "Ugh, my head. My head hurts so much. Please get a hold of yourself." Kiki. The shift was so bizarre it almost seemed like a joke, only for a moment. But Xenia quickly grasped the situation. "That body, it's not yours, is it? Ahaha. Die. Return it to its rightful owner. The only place the souls of the dead are permitted is within the embrace of the Heavenly One." With lightning speed, Xenia drew her holy sword, Caesar, and struck. Her blade carved a perfect diagonal line across the old man's body. He collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Even Neril, who was rarely shaken by anything, stood with her mouth agape. "Hey, did you kill him?" "No." "What do you mean, no?" "I just saw it happen." Caesar is a holy sword that can directly strike the soul. This old man was possessed by what you call a ghost. I merely severed the lost soul. Neril clicked her tongue. "Live long enough, you'll see it all. Coming from you. That sounds oddly convincing. I'll let that comment slide." But more importantly, she glanced around. Someone who had seemed fine moments ago, suddenly acting insane in the middle of the street, then charging with murderous intent, and Xenia subduing the man with her holy sword. Despite this sequence of events unfolding plainly before their eyes, none of the territory's residents seemed shocked or stirred. On the contrary, they clicked their tongues and whispered among themselves. "Another one possessed. Old man Dran. Such a kind soul. And now he's gone mad like that. What's to become of our territory? Who's behind this? Who else could it be? How many necromancers do we even have around here?" Lady Mariana would never. That was the general gist of the murmurs. Some were curious about who Xenia was to be able to dispatch a possessed person so effortlessly, but most were leaning toward pointing fingers at Mariana. At that moment, the old man regained his senses. "Ugh, what just happened to me? Are you feeling all right?" "So it was me this time." His tone was filled more with bitterness than shock, as though he'd been through this before. "You saved me, didn't you, miss? You must be a holy knight. Are you with the Order of Light?" "Yes." "Oh, then perhaps this territory can finally shed its reputation as a ghost town." His eyes lit up with energy. He tried to jump to his feet, but staggered, his body not fully obeying him. Xenia quickly intervened. "You can't move right away after your body's been inhabited by the dead. Please rest for a while." "I will. Truly, thank you. Please save this territory." Tears welled in the old man's eyes. After soothing him a bit more, Xenia returned to us. "No doubt about it. That was necromancy. Necromancers aren't limited to summoning ancient spirits into their own bodies. They can do just about anything involving souls, including calling forth roaming spirits across the continent and scattering them into a territory." Neril chimed in. "I agree. The real question is who's behind it. Judging from what the townsfolk were saying, they already have a suspect." "You mean that Mariana woman?" "Yes. Even just summoning the dead is a violation of divine order. But she didn't even contain them in her own body. She just released them irresponsibly into the world. This is exactly why I hate necromancers." It was the first time I'd seen Xenia drop honorifics. They say clerics and paladins are sworn enemies of necromancers, after all. Though, before the regression, Xenia and Adwin got along surprisingly well for supposed enemies. Neril continued. "Anyway, Mide, is this the mess you're going to clean up now? This disease, or what should we call it? Ghost disturbance?" Yeah, you're solving the ghost disturbance. Yeah, and we'd better hurry. I turned at the commotion coming from behind us. The townsfolk were hastily stepping aside. Neril asked, "Who is it? Who else? With a phenomenon like this in the Empire, who do you think would come?" Oh, we both looked at Xenia. She sighed and muttered, "The Order of Light." The person dispatched by the Order of Light to Rhaenys territory was a man named Tivra Vane, a mid-ranking officer in the Order. He spotted us. More accurately, he recognized Xenia instantly, even from across the street. He had been riding along with an air of arrogance, but upon seeing her, he hurriedly dismounted. "Lady Xenia? Is that really you?" "Yes. It's been a while, Sir Tivra. To think I'd meet the vice-captain here. I heard you were traveling the continent on some mission. Did my father not tell you the details?" "No. The captain said it was classified. Typical dame. Everything related to the Witch of Carnage is top secret." Xenia only offered an awkward smile. Tivra, perhaps sensing her reluctance, didn't press further and changed the subject. "Regardless, it's an honor to see you again." "Likewise. Where are you headed?" "To see the lord of this territory, of course. There's been an incident involving necromancy." Xenia glanced at me with a knowing look. I nodded in confirmation. Seeing that, Xenia said, "Then I'll accompany you." "What? But you're on a separate mission." "That may be so, but I'm not so shameless as to ignore something this serious. With you and me together, we'll resolve it in no time." "Ah, yes, of course." Tivra didn't look pleased. He was probably unhappy about having to share the credit with Xenia. I smoothly inserted myself between the two of them. "Shall we go, then? And who are you? This isn't a place for the likes of you to butt in." "Ah, knew he'd say something like that." But before I could reply, Xenia's displeasure flared visibly as she cut in. I was the one being insulted, but it was Xenia who was furious. "Mind your words, Sir Tivra. These people are my companions." "See companions?" "Yes. This is Lord Mide, the sword master of no killing. And next to him is a girl person." Neril looked dumbfounded. "That's the best you could come up with for an introduction?" I quickly stopped her and whispered, "Come on. You really gonna reveal yourself as the Witch of Carnage in front of the Order of Light?" "No, but still. Girl person? Would you rather I called you boy person? Is that even a serious question?" "So what should I call you then?" Neril pondered deeply and replied with surprising seriousness, "How about young lady?" "Nope, absolutely not." Neril decided to use the alias Celia for the time being. I wondered if it might be a name with some significance to her, so I skimmed through the list of names she'd written in blood. But it wasn't there. In the end, I asked her directly, "Why Celia?" It just came to mind. Overthinking everything isn't always a good thing. In any case, whether it had been arranged in advance or not, we were soon able to stand before the Lord alongside Tivra. And we weren't the only guests. And this person is... Sitting across from the Lord was a rather refined-looking noblewoman. Count Cobalt, the Lord of Rhaenys, spoke up. "Allow me to introduce her. I believe you may already be familiar with her. This is Lady Mariana Ein." At his words, everyone, including myself, widened their eyes slightly. Being seventh in the imperial hierarchy, I'd expected someone overwhelming, but the woman before us looked to be merely in her late 30s. Mariana bowed her head gracefully. "I'm Mariana. Pleased to meet you. I am Tivra of the Holy Order of Light." "Likewise, I am Xenia of the Holy Order of Light." "Mide Mohan, mercenary." "Celia." Compared to the others, Neril's introduction was incredibly curt, but Mariana didn't seem to mind. She greeted each of us with a smile. However, that smile soon faded, replaced by a serious air. Mariana spoke. "The source of this content is novelfire.net. I'm not good at beating around the bush, so I'll be direct. You say you're here from the Holy Order of Light. Does that mean you suspect me?" She had warned us in advance, but this was still quite direct. The Count lightly dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief. Mariana might not hold a title, but with her deep ties to the Emperor, she wasn't someone he could treat lightly. How could we possibly suspect someone ranked 7th in the Empire? It is a noble's duty to report any abnormal occurrences to the Holy Order. "I told you I would take care of this matter. Besides," She glanced at Xenia and continued. Holy knights often aren't fond of necromancers like us. Xenia quickly tried to say something, but Tivra spoke first. We're simply following proper procedure. If Lady Mariana is innocent, there's nothing to fear. I never said I was afraid. Regardless, this ghost incident in the territory can only be explained by necromancy. Could you please elaborate? Mariana let out a small sigh and began to explain. But since I already knew what this was about, I didn't listen too closely. Instead, I recalled memories from before the regression. To get straight to the point, yes, Mariana had caused this incident. And the one who uncovered the truth and resolved it was none other than the famous Kald. A few months from now, Kald would welcome Neril as a companion and arrive in the Rhaenys territory. There, he would meet Mariana's son, Adwenine. By that time, the number of spirits Mariana had summoned had grown, and nearly 30% of the territory's population was possessed. And those spirits had gone completely mad, forcing even military intervention. Most of the possessed couldn't be captured and had to be killed. The territory couldn't keep up with the number of burials, so the bodies were gathered and burned in mass. Mariana had already been identified as the culprit and imprisoned. She was being tortured relentlessly, told to send the spirits back to their rightful place. I only heard about this after I joined the party, but apparently Kald had said this to a sobbing Adwin. Adwin, talk to your mother. Ask her to send the spirits back to where they belong. I've told you over and over. This isn't her fault. The Holy Order's preliminary investigation and all circumstantial evidence point to Mariana as the cause. Adwin reportedly cried like a child with snot and tears, and remembering how sensitive he was, I could easily picture the scene. Then at night, perhaps feeling threatened by the hero's presence, Mariana blew everything up from within her cell. She flung open the gates to the underworld and forcefully possessed every single person in the territory with spirits. At the time, the incident was resolved through a grand divine ritual called purification, jointly cast by Saran and Xenia. It's a spell that forcibly returns all curses and abnormalities to their proper state. I'm not well versed in that field, so I don't know the details. But I remember Xenia once saying this in a bitter tone. Purification is a spell even Saran and I can barely cast. We got lucky, but there must have been a price. A price. I'm not sure what the celestial god took, but considering I and those around me are unharmed. Her expression grew very dark. I imagine we lost some of our lifespans. After the purification was complete, Kald's party searched day and night for Mariana, but she had vanished without leaving a trace. It must have been a bitter quest in many ways. The only real outcome was Kald's soaring reputation. Despite it being a grand spell cast at the cost of Xenia and Saran's lifespans, the glory went solely to Kald, just because he was called a hero. I stopped reminiscing. Trail's voice came through. Kald really values nothing but his own fame, forcing a party member to use a spell that requires such a price. I've got no intention of defending that bastard, but maybe things were just that urgent at the time. Besides, with Xenia's personality, she probably volunteered to cast it herself. What would you have done if you were there? Don't ask pointless questions. Trail let out a laugh, then spoke as if trying to comfort me. Whatever the case, I'm sure you'd have done better than Kald. I believe in you. Obviously, this was supposed to be a touching moment, you know. Just then, Mariana's voice cut in. That's the true nature of the curse, as I've identified it. So someone opened a gate to the underworld. Based on the investigations so far, the souls possessing the people of the territory aren't from around here. And it doesn't make sense for lingering spirits from all over the continent to just gather in one place. It's definitely because someone opened a gate nearby. And opening the gate to the underworld isn't something you can do with ordinary spells. It would take enough inscriptions to cover a person's entire body. Perhaps tired from the long explanation, Mariana took a sip of her tea. A spell. Unlike the magic circles used by mages, necromancers usually inscribe spells directly onto their bodies. Supposedly, it helps them better aware to spirits. At that moment, Neril spoke up. So the person with spells engraved on their body is the culprit. Yes. And for the record, It's not me. I've already been examined. I wasn't particularly suspecting you. Thank you. I might have been a bit on edge. Then Tivra interjected. He didn't seem thrilled about outsiders like us interfering and glanced sharply at Neril. I will conduct another examination. I told you I've already been examined. I've heard that skilled necromancers can inscribe spells small enough not to be seen, or even make them invisible to ordinary eyes. I don't know who examined you, but I imagine it wouldn't be hard to fool someone who doesn't know necromancy. That must have been true. Mariana bit her lip. Then Xenia spoke. Then I'll do the examination. Lady Xenia? There's no need to look at me like that. Is there? No petty tricks like the ones you just mentioned could fool my eyes. Fair enough. Not only was she a fellow woman, but she was also far more skilled than Tivra. No one could be better suited for the job. If you're okay with it, why don't we get started right away? Lady Mariana is the most knowledgeable one about this case, and these constant suspicions are just making things uncomfortable for everyone. Any time is fine with me. So confident. Even someone ranked 7th in the Empire shouldn't think they could deceive a hero-class Xenia. She probably doesn't know Xenia is hero-class. Not yet. Good point. Anyway, how long do I have to wait here? Usually this is the part where you ask me to look at their secrets. This guy really adapts quickly. Well, anything more would be a waste of time. Might as well get started. All right, go ahead. I'm using the Eye of Omniscience. On Mariana Ein, and I paused and started rubbing my eyes with my hands. Neril asked, "What you doing?" "Got some gunk in my eye." When that happens, just say you're tired. Don't ruin your image. I ignored her and picked at the gunk, or rather, spoke to Trail again. I must be more tired than I thought. How about a shoulder massage? Do I look like I would, or could, do that? No. What the hell is going on? What is it now? Instead of answering, I looked above Mariana's head once more. No sin. There are a few rules to my blood writing. One of them is that sins appear in order of how strongly the person wants to hide them. Another is that only sins above a certain severity threshold get displayed at all. In that sense, the phrase "no sin" isn't all that special. After all, newborn babies who are incapable of committing crimes all have that same inscription. Also, from experience, only sins that would earn at least a prison sentence under imperial law tend to show up. For example, bumping into someone by accident, or getting drunk and singing loudly in the middle of the night. Those minor offenses don't appear. Even so, someone pushing 40 with no sins at all? That's a first. What the heck is with this saintly woman? Clack. Xenia returned with Mariana. With a rather cheerful expression, she announced, "I've examined every inch of Lady Mariana from head to toe. There are no spells anywhere." Tivra responded skeptically. "Are you certain? Who do you think I am, Sir Tivra?" "And my apologies." And just like that, the investigation returned to square one. Not just for the others, but for me too. Could it be your blood writing or whatever is just wrong? Not once in all my life has that ever happened. You call 34 years a long life. I said 27. You just made it even shorter. In any case, it didn't look like I'd find any more clues here. I decided to take a step back for now. We understand the situation. We'll cooperate. Cooperate? I mean, we'll help resolve this issue. Consider it hiring a mercenary. I was addressing the Count, but Tivra was the one who reacted. "Mr. Mide, I've heard rumors that you've arrogantly taken to calling yourself a hero lately. I never call myself that. Others bestowed me with that excessive title. Glad to hear you know it's excessive. This is a matter for the Order of the Holy Light. Do not interfere." I didn't particularly mind his words, but I noticed Neril and Xenia getting visibly agitated. Especially Xenia, who opened her mouth. If that's the case, then allow me to interfere. Lady Xenia? Regardless of Sir Tivra, I'll accept this case under my own name. Mr. Mide will be my accompanying aide. This way, there won't be any problems, correct? There must have been no grounds for objection to those words, as Tivra responded with a pitiful rebuttal. "Is that woman standing over there also an aide?" Neril answered, "I'm a lady." Tivra said he would continue speaking with the Count, so our group and Mariana left the mansion side by side. Just then, a boy spotted us from afar. A cute kid with shaggy black hair partly covering his eyes. His face transformed into a wide smile, like a sunflower opening to the sun, and he charged toward us energetically. Adwin, don't run. You'll trip, and... Thud. He tripped. If I had to compare, Adwin was a lot like Neril. Still has awful reflexes, huh? Yet Adwin bounced up cheerfully. He approached us a bit more calmly this time. Even though just a moment ago he had been overwhelmed with excitement, Adwin suddenly assumed a strange pose, crossing his left and right arms. And he said, "Ho ho, the only person who could keep me, friend of the dead, waiting is Mother. Adwin, not this again, but my mother is more than worthy. She's the haven of countless ancient souls. If it's her, she can call forth any soul from the endless underworld beyond the Redvi River." How did my son turn out like this? Mariana covered her eyes with her sleeve as if genuinely concerned. I, too, felt regret. That bizarre way of talking, still completely incomprehensible whether you look back or ahead. While Adwin struck his dramatic pose, Mariana brushed up his bangs. Perhaps from the fall, a bit of blood had appeared on his forehead. No more nonsense. Get treated first. Looks like you hurt yourself when you fell. Aha! Even you, Mother, cannot steal my blood. At that moment, Xenia stepped forward. Before Mariana could stop her, she placed her hand on Adwin's forehead and began to pray. "O God of the heavens!" Honestly, using divine power potent enough to resurrect the dying just for a scrape feels like overkill, but I'll stay out of it. As Xenia removed her hand, Adwin's forehead was perfectly healed. Mariana, surprised, said, "There's no need to go that far." "Oh no, I just have an abundance of divine power." I don't think I've ever heard such a terrible excuse in my life. Mariana covered her mouth and chuckled. "Foo-foo, thank you so much. I didn't know someone like you existed in the Order of the Holy Light. Please don't think too badly of us." "Yes, I guess I've been carrying some prejudice, even at my age. I hope you too. Of course, since there are necromancers like Miss Mariana as well. Why is the atmosphere so bright all of a sudden?" Adwin glanced up at Xenia. "Oh ho, excellent. Where did your life come from, and where is it going?" "From God and back to God." And an immediate answer? Some people say life is a journey from nothing to something and back to nothing. What do you think? Oh well, I've never really thought that deeply about it. That's okay. We have time, so think about it slowly. What's your name? I'm Adwinine. All right, Adwin. Always be a good son to your mom, okay? Yes, I will. Of course, Xenia is the only one who can bring Adwin back to normal. I don't know how she managed to restore his pre-regression self within 3 minutes of meeting him. Neril whispered, "That kid's got something wrong in the head." Don't say that in front of his mother. So you do think something's wrong. I've never seen anything like it, but I'm sure Xenia can handle him. You're sure? It's not like we'll see him again. Oh, right. You said you were considering him as the next party member. Just then, Adwin, now more composed, spoke to Mariana in a normal tone. "Mother, how did the matter go? I told you not to worry about that. But I heard the people in the territory murmuring that the Holy Knights of Light came to investigate. You weren't suspected, were you?" He glanced at Xenia. Xenia answered in Mariana's place. "Don't worry. All charges have been cleared." "Really? You trust Ms. Mariana too, don't you?" "Ho ho. I don't place value on the word trust. That's just an illusion humans created to seek comfort in a world overrun by distrust. They also say trust was the ancient value that allowed humans to rise again during the era of the Demon King of corruption." That's a saying too. Pretty sure there's no such saying. Why would ancient even fit there? Doesn't make sense in context. Well, whatever, as long as Adwin's back to normal. For more chapters, visit novifire.net. Mariana looked at Xenia with wonder. "You're quite something, Ms. Xenia. Normally, when my son gets like that, it lasts at least 2 days." "Oh no, not at all. If it's not a bother, may I invite you to our home? You said you'd help resolve this incident anyway, and I'd like to work with you." Xenia glanced at me. I silently nodded. With my approval, Xenia's face brightened. "All right, I look forward to working together." Though Mariana's blood script says innocent in the timeline before regression, This incident was ultimately pinned on her. What on earth is going on? If I can't verify it with the eye of omniscience, I'll confirm it with my own. Mariana's house was surprisingly modest for someone who had once saved the emperor. In fact, it was said the emperor had tried to keep Mariana in the capital, recognizing her pivotal role in putting him on the throne. But Mariana had firmly refused, even turning down treasures of gold and silver in return to her hometown. Something she said at the time became somewhat well known. I need to breastfeed my baby. It'd be shameless to keep leaving him with a neighbor lady, don't you think? Mariana gave us an empty room and told us to rest for a while. In the meantime, we chatted quietly. Xenia spoke first. Miss Mariana seems like a very good person. That's quite a generous assessment for a holy knight talking about a necromancer. Ugh, I've decided to change my perspective a bit. After all, you really need to meet people and talk to them in person. Well, I don't think she's a bad person either. She's got a decent personality. The two of them stopped there and stared at me, as if to say, and what do you think? I agree. I could tell at a glance. Naturally, Trail had to chime in. Didn't you completely think she was the culprit? At least until you saw the blood writing. Feels a little shameless, even to you, huh? Shut up, transparent one. Anyway, it seemed like my agreement gave them some kind of strange reassurance. If even Mide says so, then it must be true. Right? My conscience gave a little twinge. I changed the subject. By the way, Xenia, that kid, Adwin. Oh, he's quite the peculiar one, isn't he? Peculiarly weird. I'm not exactly sure, but apparently it's a condition that occasionally shows up in children around that age. It's not an illness, so no need to worry. For something rare, you seem pretty good at handling it. It was a casual question on my part. Something I'd been curious about even before regressing, but back then, I hadn't cared enough to pry into other people's business. But unexpectedly, Xenia's face turned slightly somber. Ophelia was like that too, back in the day. I mentioned it before, right? That I had an old friend who joined the Holy Knights with me. Actually, we knew each other since childhood. Neryl's expression darkened too. She started saying weird things around 13 or 14. I got used to it because I stuck with her for a long time. Ophelia recovered naturally before she became an adult. So, Adwin probably will too. All right. Maybe it was because she saw the awkward looks on our faces. Xenia quickly waved her hand. I didn't mean to make it sound so serious. Anyway, let's set some plans now. I clear my throat lightly. Ahem, right? First, we obviously need to find the one behind this incident. You mean the person who put the spell on the body? We can't exactly go around the estate asking people to strip down. What should we do? I asked Xenia. Can you do it like you did before to find a grill? I mean, Lady Arena, you can just say we're working with a grill. That's fine. Oh, it's okay to say that. In my memories from before the regression, it seemed like a trump card she tried to keep secret until the very end, especially from Neryl. But Xenia's expression now was perfectly calm. Well, we're all comrades, after all. I never imagined I'd live to see the day she'd say we're comrades, with Neryl right in front of her. Neryl subtly turned her head to the side. Her face seemed a little red, probably just my imagination. Xenia continued. A grill's sight can definitely see underground, but if the spell was made transparent like Sir Tiverus said, it'll be hard to detect. I figured as much. Yeah, sorry I'm not much help. I was just about to say don't say that. Don't say that. Only, I wasn't the one who said it. Xenia and I both turned wide eyes to Neryl. She frowned. What? Did I say something weird? No, not weird, just... You're being more helpful than you think, Xenia. No need to blame yourself. Xenia chuckled softly. It would have been perfect if you hadn't said more than you think. That's the key part, though. The two of them immediately started bickering again, like always. I watched with a smile, wondering when to jump into the conversation. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door. It was Mariana. Everyone, dinner is ready. Well, let's eat first. At the end of the day, everything we do is so we can keep eating. In the end, we spent more time chatting that day than actually planning anything. Adwin would act strange. Xenia would fix him. Neryl would throw sharp jabs, and Mariana would calmly take them. I sipped my drink, and Trail grumbled. I wasn't even saying anything. It was an unusually cheerful and even somewhat heartwarming time, just as I was beginning to think that maybe it wasn't so bad to have moments like these. Clink! The sound of armor clashing echoed faintly in the distance, as if to declare the end of our break. Click! I set down my glass with a sigh. Looks like that's it for dinner. No one else seemed to have heard it yet. They tilted their heads in confusion. The next to catch on was Xenia. Her expression hardened in an instant as she spoke. 2025, maybe? 27. Impressive as always. But judging by how all the footsteps blend into one, they're trained elites. I recognized the lead footstep. It's Tivra. He must have called for reinforcements from a lord. Xenia responded in a tone unusually cold for her. They haven't even confirmed anything yet. I need to file a complaint with Captain Father. There's a title like Captain Father. Then Neryl spoke. You all have such sharp senses. I can hear them too now. Miss Celia should be fine, right? You're putting me in the front lines? Against the Holy Knights of Light. Ugh. Was then, Mariana, who had been quietly listening to us, said something very unexpected. There's no need for you to use a false name. What? Celia is not your real name, is it? Aren't you the Witch of Carnage, Neryl Slain? This time, I was genuinely surprised. We'd never once mentioned Neryl's name in front of her. Mariana calmly set down her spoon and continued. My son told me. Adwin did. Yes. Adwin, it's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. Try explaining it yourself. Adwin had his head down like someone who'd been caught doing something bad. But with Mariana's gentle encouragement, he timidly opened his mouth. I can see people's souls like a radiant glow behind them. Say that again. Yeah, saying I can see souls might be hard for culprits to understand. It's like the gray hue of a murky world. Speak plainly. Oh, yes. I meant it just like I said. Maybe because Neryl's aura was so intense, Adwin's symptoms seemed to clear up right away. Souls have their own colors and traits. If you observe carefully, you can see the traces of their life. But Miss Neryl's soul is really, really old. I thought I heard something snap. Children's innocence is truly terrifying. Feels like 150, 200 years old. Something like that. Hey, chill. Keep going. There's only one person who's lived that long, the Witch of Carnage. So I told Mom she might be Neryl Slain. So that means Mariana casually joked with the Witch of Carnage just moments ago. A being on a completely different level from someone like the Martial King. Clap. I lightly clapped my hands. I get the gist of it. The important thing right now isn't that Neryl's gotten old. Hey, it's dealing with an uninvited guest who came late at night, isn't it? Bang. As if it had been waiting, the door slammed open the moment I finished speaking. The lock had been completely destroyed. As expected, it was Tivra who appeared. Mariana's face stiffened at the sight of him. What's the meaning of this? This is incredibly rude. Tivra replied in a slow, lazy tone. His words weren't aimed at anyone in particular. I heard the Witch of Carnage was discovered in the Quelk territory. Seems like she got into a fight with someone, left a huge trail of mana behind. He must be referring to the fight between Neryl and me. As far as I know, the Holy Knights of Light dispatch mages to each territory. And with Tivra's name, it's not surprising that he'd be in contact with those mages. You, who introduced yourself as Celia, you must be that witch, right? So what if I am? Huh, you've got some nerve, walking around with that shameless face. Yeah, I'm kind of known for that. Shut your mouth. At his harsh shout, Xenia stepped in. I'll explain, Sir Tivra. No, there's no need. What? I've already reported to Captain Dame that I discovered the Witch of Carnage. But he told me not to worry about it, that the vice captain would handle it. I assume you're here to accompany her for surveillance, not arrest. Let's leave aside why it's surveillance and not arrest. I can't override the captain's orders. But just as I have no say in that matter, Lady Xenia, you also have no say in mine. Xenia tilted her head in confusion. Your matter? So you're not here to arrest the Witch of Carnage? No, the one I have business with is Mariana over there. Let me ask, Mariana, you were in the capital when the late emperor passed away, weren't you? Mariana nodded calmly. Yes, that's something everyone in the Empire knows, isn't it? You wouldn't know what came after. You uncovered a terrible secret with necromancy and gained His Majesty's favor. But you refused all gold and treasure and returned here, your homeland. That's also widely known. But no one knows there was someone who came back with you. Someone accompanied her. Mariana's face turned deathly pale. She shouted in panic. Stop! Where are you hiding? I already know everything. Stop it! Didn't your husband return with you? Mariana turned ashen and immediately looked to Adwin first. His eyes were trembling like an earthquake had struck. Mother, you told me father passed away before I was even born. Wait a second. This might be traumatic. Suddenly, I remember my mother, and the name of my father that had been written above her head. But no guilt. Still, above Mariana's head, that same phrase was written. I believe it. I believe in my ability, which saved my life countless times before and after my regression, and gave me more opportunities than I could ever imagine. Meanwhile, Tivra kept talking. Because it was such an incredible feat, everyone around her hushed it up, even though it was deeply suspicious. There's no spell on your body, so I can't arrest you for that. But as a suspect in your husband's murder, I can arrest you, can't I? Perhaps a heart-to-heart in the interrogation room will bring more crimes to light. Arrest her. I stepped forward slightly. Just a moment. You again. Lady Xenia, as I said earlier, this has nothing to do with you. Please call off your subordinate. I'm not Xenia's subordinate. I'm her colleague. I wasn't talking to you, you insolent brat. You're impossible to talk to. Ms. Mariana. Mariana flinched and looked at me in surprise. Even then, she kept glancing nervously at the trembling Adwin. Why, yes. What's your husband's name? Please. This is important. Though she didn't understand why, perhaps because she trusted me, Mariana answered obediently. Summaline. Good. Show me. There must be many secrets between a married couple. What kind do you want? One that reveals the truth behind this matter. Okay. A scene appeared. A man bearing Adwin's features. Blood doesn't lie. Summel came into view. He was anxiously staring at the food laid out on the table. Mariana's late. As he murmured that, the door opened and Mariana entered. She gave Summel a light kiss and spoke. Sorry, I'm really late, huh? It's fine. You made it before the food got cold. Hee. Let's eat then. They began eating happily. Their conversation revolved mostly around Adwin. I miss our son so much I could die. Just one more week. Then he'll be here. Hang in there. Yes. Sigh. I really shouldn't have taken this job. When the Emperor of the Empire gives you a command, you don't get to say no. I don't care who sits on the throne. My Emperor is you. Wow, what a lovey-dovey pair. Summel smiled, so wide it could be called ridiculous. From their conversation, it seems they were on their way back home after helping the new Emperor ascend. Then Mariana said, Oh, by the way, I met a strange woman earlier. Strange woman? Yes, I don't mean to speak ill, but she seemed mentally unwell. She kept calling me a perfect vessel, or something. It was such nonsense I almost ignored it, but her expression really creeped me out. The world's full of weird people. All the hairs on my body stood up. Novelfire.net. It had been a while since I felt such an electrifying intuition. I think I know who that woman is. Summel asked, Did you get her name, by any chance? Yes. She said it was Idria. With that, the vision ended.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.